Yeah. perfect.
All right, Andy, thank you.
Now it's perfect.
All right, Andy, thank you.
Now it's perfect.
All right, Andy, thank you.
Now it's perfect.
All right, Andy, thank you.
ये डालो जी तुम ना
Good morning to all. Professor Indu Banga has joined us, I think. Yes. 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 And Professor Srimali, Professor Rajan Gurukkal, and Professor Syed Ali Nadeem Rezavi, our speakers for the morning session, are here as well. I think we will begin immediately so that we have enough time for all the speakers. Good morning to everyone who's
Aryan-speaking people. Archaeological studies in independent India could not shed much light on the Aryan-speaking people. Archaeological studies in independent India largely shed much Aryan-speaking people. Aryan-speaking archaeological studies in independent India largely shed much Aryan-speaking people. Aryan-speaking archaeological studies in independent India largely shed much Aryan-speaking people. Aryan-speaking archaeological studies in independent India. That the description or the report constituted a new language of typology, new language of the description or the report constituted a new language of typology, the report constituted the description or the report constituted a new language of typology, the description or the report constituted a new language of typology. even thought that it should be called Kulinal culture. They even need for differentiating Nal even called Kulinal culture. That even technology, the spread of style, the spread of artifact designs, all the source technology, the spread of style, the spread of artifact designs, technology, the spread of style, the spread of artifact encourages the archaeologists to call it technology, the spread of style, the spread of artifact encourages to call it technology, the spread of style, the spread of artifact is not basically different from technology, the spread of style, the identified as a separate culture, but is not basically site-absorbed by technology, the spread of style, the identified as a in North Balochistan or Pakistan is just another kind of sector, but it is known as in North Balochistan. Likewise, Soti Siswal culture, widespread in Rajasthan, Haryana, and the Indian Punjab, in as many as 165 sites with archaeological material broadly similar to that of Kotdiji and Aharbanas in southeastern Rajasthan, is stamped as a separate culture. Subsequent excavations prompted archaeologists to even differentiate between Soti and Siswal. They are called Soti culture and Siswal culture, and Ahar culture and Banas culture. So, as the archaeological excavations went on, you find the identification of culture further narrowing down. Archaeologists go eloquent about the uniqueness of Soti ware, and in the same breath go about locating its presence in almost all Harappan sites in the Khagar Valley and beyond, besides in Kalibangan first phase. Still, irrespective of the chronology, the ware is called Soti ware. Apart from the fact that the archaeologist who discovered the ware first at Soti, there is no basis for calling it Soti ware. Ahar site was first identified on the banks of Ahar river in southern Rajasthan and soon discovered Banas site on the banks of same river. Archaeologists assigned these artifacts to 3000 BC, circa 3000 BC to 1500 BCE. Over 90 sites of Ahar culture, so-called Ahar culture, have been identified so far, with its concentration in the river valleys of Banas. Still, it is called Ahar culture. And its tributaries, all these on the basis of one artifact or the other out of pottery. Several sites are found in Udaipur, Chittogar, Dungapur, Banaswara, Ajmer, Tong, and Bhilwara in Bhilwara districts. They include Ahar, Chilund, Bansan, Keli, Balatal, Alod, Palod, Khor, Amoda, Nanguli, Chamkeri, Tarawat, Fachar, Pinodra, Jora, Droli, Gadriwas, Purani Marmi, Agucha, and Ojana. Some sites of the so-called Ahar culture have been discovered at Jawad, Mandsaur, Kayata, Dangwada in Madhya Pradesh. And you find archaeologists are doing the same thing. They identified Kayata as a different culture. Other than the first discovery of the pottery types at Ahar and then Banas, there was no reason to name it after Ahar and tag to a distinct culture. Interestingly, the typical Ahar pottery is black and red ware. But there the archaeologists subsequently discovered brightly slipped redware, tanware, burnished blackware, thin redware, and decorated greyware. But the indicator is black and redware, what R.C. Agarwal thought was a representative of the culture. Likewise, several Chalcolithic sites have been discovered in the Malwa region of central India. One of the first excavated sites at Kayata on the right bank of Choti Kali River, a tributary of the Chambal River, is named as Kayata culture, assigning 2200 BC and 2000 BC as the time period. Excavations conducted by V.S. Wakangar during 1965-66 and M.K. Davlikar joining him. And after Davlikar and Sede Ansari in 1966 revealed layers of diverse material, diverse remains, and they classified them into 5 different periods, of course, based on stratigraphy. Actually, archaeological remains are largely the same type obtained from Ahar, but they prefer to call it as Kayata culture. Similarly, Savalda, ascribed to circa 2200 BCE, 2000 BCE in Ahmednagar area is another similar site given the tag of a culture. Others in the set of Chalcolithic agripastoral sites named in the similar way are the Malwa culture, assigned to circa 2000 and circa 1300 BCE in central India and parts of Maharashtra in the Deccan Peninsula. Then Daimabad, Inangon, Kayata, Nagda, Vidisha, Eran, Mandsaur, and Navdatoli near Maheshwar are all identified as sites of Malwa culture. Forgetting the fact that already Kayata culture was identified and already Savalda was identified as a new culture, and before that various other Chalcolithic sites had acquired local specific culture tags. Now came Jorv circa 1400 BCE to 700 BCE, a Chalcolithic site of Maharashtra that reached north into the Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh, got tagged with culture. It came to be known as Jorv culture. Over 200 settlements ranging from several large and medium-sized farming villages to many small villages, as well as temporary and seasonal camps of pastoralists, have been tagged with what is called Jorv culture, mainly on the basis of the site type red and orange pottery with black painted geometrical designs. The largest settlement is Daimabad, which had a mud fortification as well as an elliptical temple with fire pits, an elliptical cult site. But the report says temple. Other than Jorv and Daimabad, Inangon, Prakashe, Naudatoli, and Waki near Pune were the main sites. Some settlements show evidence of planning in the layout of rectangular houses and streets or lanes. Most dwellings were small single-room dwellings, besides a few large houses with multiple rooms and granaries. It looks like a chiefdom. Agriculture, the same as Malwa sites, included wheat, barley, and legumes, but with addition of a few types of millet. There seem to have existed exchange relations with Karnataka for procuring gold and ivory, and with coastal Gujarat and Konkan for fish, conch shell, and hematite. The dead were typically buried with the feet cut off and buried in urns, which were placed under house floors or courtyards. Most of these sites showed signs of decline around 1000 BCE, possibly due to famine or drought according to the archaeologists, and signs of abandonment around 700 BCE. Similarly, sites of Ganeshwar and Jodhpura, located near the copper mines of Sikar Junjunu area of the K3 copper mine, K3 copper belt in Rajasthan, got identified as Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, ascribed to circa 2500-2000 BCE. With over 80 other sites currently identified, but they all follow the typical type-specific artifact name, artifact as the indicator, and as it was attached first to Ganeshwar and Jodhpura, the culture acquired the place name of the sites, and they are all called Ganeshwar and Jodhpura without any rationale for identifying them as Ganeshwar Jodhpura. The cemetery etch of Harappa acquired a totally different kind of approach, and we find archaeologists with much more seriousness taking certain features of cemetery etch of Harappa and with a lot of reservation identified them with some distinction. But being at the heart of the Harappan site, they were not quite articulate about the cultural difference. And it's quite interesting. When the site is in the interior, now then it is easy for them to identify it as a local culture with the place name. But when it is right in the Harappan site itself, the pottery difference or various other differences do not compel them to identify it as a separate culture. But somehow it acquired the status of a new culture meaningfully, I think. Although belonged to the Bronze Age culture, it indicated some kind of coexistence of a different group belonging to the Bronze Age culture, but different in various aspects. One doesn't know whether they spoke an altogether different language even, but the face was identified as belonging to the late Harappan around 1900 BCE and 1300 BCE. Archaeologists identified it as a regional version of the late Harappan civilization. And the same approach we find in the case of cultural differences indicated by the archaeological remains of Jukar culture of Sindh and Rangpur culture of Gujarat. Then the archaeological culture or the material culture indicated by the Gandhara grave, and they identified it as Gandhara grave culture. And then the ochre-colored pottery found in various sites, but they called it as ochre-colored pottery culture. And then the copper hoard culture separately, although you find ochre-colored pottery and copper hoard mixed up. And what I'm trying to point out is that archaeologists are not very much influenced by the processes of contacts, relations, and circulation of style of artifacts, and even practices embedded in the material, as one would mean by material culture, or it's culture in the sense there is a technological practice which is embedded in the pottery, as we read culture in terms of designs and paints and so on, decoratives and so on. I would say that technology also should be understood as an indicator of culture, which is more sustainable and would be reducing obfuscating classification. Some traits of the symmetry etch culture have been identified as similar to that of Swat culture, which has been regarded as evidence of the Indo-Aryan movement towards the Indian subcontinent, but very few archaeologists were openly articulated about that. They all prefer to believe that Indo-Aryan people did not leave any archaeological remains. And also they ignored the anthropological possibility of people belonging to different cultures coexisting using an altogether different language. According to Asko Parpola, the symmetry etch culture represents perhaps the first wave of Indo-Aryan migration from as early as 1900 BCE, which was followed by a migration to the Punjab around 1700 BC and continued the process of migration till 1400 BCE. According to Kochar, the Swat Valley fourth phase co-founded the Harappan symmetry etch phase in Punjab, ascribed to circa 2000 BC, from 2000 BC to 1800 BCE, while the Rigvedic Indo-Aryans of Swat 5 later absorbed the symmetry etch people or symmetry etch culture and gave rise to the painted graveware culture of around 1400 BC. According to Knoyer, the symmetry etch culture reflects a change only in the focus of settlement organization, which was the pattern of the earlier Harappan phase, and not any cultural discontinuity, urban decay, invading aliens, or site abandonment, contrary to what others suggested in the past. According to Kennedy and Mallory and Adams, the symmetry etch culture shows clear biological affinities with the earlier population of Harappa. Now, whatever it is, my contention is that there are quite a lot of cultures, quite a lot of archaeological sites unnecessarily qualified as local cultures. Together with the Gandhara grave culture and the ochre-colored pottery culture, the symmetry etch culture is considered by some scholars as a factor in the formation of the Vedic culture. Now, until it is well established, we cannot be sure about that, because historians like Professor Thapar, who dealt with this material extensively, has not asserted about this. So students like me are waiting for a clear kind of interpretation about this. The use of cremation of human remains and the storing of bones in painted urn burials certainly distinguished the culture from the Chalcolithic cultures found elsewhere. This is completely different from the Indus Valley civilization, where bodies were buried in wooden coffins. A reddish pottery painted in black and other shades. They showed designs of antelopes, peacocks, etc., sun or star motifs with different surface treatments to the earlier period also distinguished the culture. Expansion of settlements into the east, the emergence of rice cultivation or rice as the main crop, then apparent breakdown of the widespread exchange relations with the Indus sites, and the disappearance of the use of marine shells, particularly shell bangles. Now, Jukar phase was a late Bronze Age culture, which archaeologists identified, that existed in the lower Indus Valley, that is Sindh, during the 2nd millennium BCE, named after the archaeological type site Jukar in Sindh. It was identified as a regional version of the late Harappan culture, but archaeologists preferred to call it Jukar and Jungar culture, because Jungar showed a different face according to them, a non-urban phase of the Chalcolithic culture, and that was characterized by crude handmade pottery and campsites of a population which was nomadic and mainly pastoralist, and is dated to approximately the late 2nd millennium BCE and early 1st millennium BCE. But Jukar did not indicate this, and you have a very clear indication of the pastoral culture and the remains showing those of campsites. And then I do not know why there is a mixing up of the two and calling it a single culture, Jukar and Jungar culture. Rangpur culture, similarly, on Saurashtra Peninsula in Gujarat, lies on the tip between the Gulf of Kambat and the Gulf of Kutch. It belongs to the period of the Indus Valley civilization and lies to the north of the larger site of Lothal. Trial diggings were conducted by Archaeological Survey of India during 1931 itself, and then it continued first by M.S. Watts and later Courier in 1939, Dikshit in 1947, and S.R. Rao in 1953-56. It showed relics of both Harappan and late Harappan. Transitional phase of Harappa and the period 3, the lustrous redware, that became quite typical, but you don't find the archaeologists finding any new culture over there. The Gandhara grave culture, similarly, it's also called Swat Valley culture, and some archaeologists already pointed out its difference when they discussed cemetery edge culture. The Swat culture, with its proto-historic phase, the graveyard complex, emerged around 1400 BCE and lasted until 800 BCE, and there are no burials with these features after 800 BCE as new fieldworks reveal. It is found basically in middle Swat River course, even though earlier researchers considered it to be expanded to the valley of Dir, Kunar, Chitral, and Peshawar. It has been regarded as a token of the Indo-Aryan migration, but has also been explained by local cultural continuity. Now, wherever you find the possibility of associating with the Indo-Aryan, we find some kind of withdrawal by the archaeologists. I do not know whether it is inadvertent or some act happened consciously. Backward projections based on ancient DNA analysis suggest ancestors of Swat culture people mixed up with a population coming from Inner Asia mountain corridor, which carried steppe ancestry sometimes between 1900 and around 1500 BCE. Relevant finds artifacts found primarily in graves were distributed along the banks of the Swat and the rivers in the north, Taxila in the southeast, along the Gomal River to the south. Simply made terracotta figurines were buried with the pottery, and other items are decorated with the symbol dots. A re-evaluation of the findings suggests this so-called Gandhara grave culture, a burial tradition spread across a wide geographical area rather than a specific culture. There are more than 30 cemeteries of this tradition found in Swat, surrounding valleys of their Banar, Malakand, Chitral, and so on. Now, anthropomorphic urns with cremation remains were not frequently found in graves, and most common pottery within these graves is burnished graveware and burnished redware, along with human terracotta figurines. However, later graves are more elaborate, featuring more items, various graves with horse remains and horse furniture, and so on. So the Gandhara grave culture may be an artifact of Indo-Aryan migrations, but it may also be explained by regional cultural continuity. But as the archaeologists of the earlier phase identified black and red ware as important, the black and red ware got rather disconnected with this, and then they started identifying burnished graveware and burnished redware as typical of the site. Anyway, I'm not going into further detail. Same is the case with ochre-colored pottery and copper hoard culture. The cultural difference is there, but we don't find serious interpretations of the cultural implications of the material culture difference. Now, what do all these indicate? On the one side, we have some cultural difference, certainly explicit in the archaeological remains, and then largely no serious difference, no significant difference, but the archaeological material on the basis of site-based type got balkanized into multiple cultures, although they all belong to either the Chalcolithic agriculture or agro-pastoral culture. All this gives an overall picture of extensive human habitation, of interactive coexistence, circulation of goods from far-off places, long-distance migrations, cultural changes, decline of civilization, technological transformation, social changes, and formation of composite cultures. Chairperson, can I take 5 more minutes? Archaeologists put the remains, they deal with broadly under material culture expressed by tools, weapons, utensils, ornaments, art, monuments, written records, religious images, clothing, and other ponderable objects produced, consumed, and exchanged. But when it comes to a local specific site, and if it is excavated by an archaeologist for the first time, then there is a type specific pottery, and then the site is named after that place with the suffix and the culture as the culture as the suffix and the place name as the prefix. Now I would like to wind up. Now, neither God and Child's questions relating to forces and relations of production and technological change, of course, as part of forces of production, nor his methodological preoccupation with historical materialism tends to influence most archaeologists. Satisfied with the archaeological method they follow, fully scientific, unconcerned about historical methodology, and least exposed to anthropological theory, they confidently describe what they unearth as part of a separate culture. This accounts for the archaeological perception of culture as a distinct one, different from how historians have defined culture, how anthropologists have defined culture. And they proliferate typologies of artifacts and then cultures across sites. Then subsequent excavators mechanically follow the typology and culture tagging practice. I would like to close this with the statement of Gordon Child and his insistence upon stressing forces of production as the basis of the construction of typology as a classificatory tool as well as marker of social transformation, because he reiterated that archaeology should focus on technology and technology-based practices as the indicator of culture change. Thank you very much.
Well, where am I?
Professor Banga, you have muted yourself. Can you please unmute your mic?
I think she's also exited, so she needs to enter first and then speak. She's not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe Maha, you could take over.
No, ma'am has come back. Professor Banga, you need to unmute yourself.
Hey, here I am.
Yes, audible.
Yeah.
Well, what procedure would you like to follow? Would you like to take questions now or at the end?
Well, yesterday we took questions immediately after each presentation, so it's really up to you as chair how you would like to do it.
I think it's a good idea to have questions right now.
Okay. May I just read out some of the questions that we've had on our YouTube channel? One is by SM Jha, who asks, "Sir, what can be the reason for absence of any media of exchange even in the developed urban cultures of Harappa?" We have a question from Rakesh Kumar, who says, "Don't you think the classification of pottery using technology as the basis is problematic? Because doing experimental archaeology with modern technology and then classifying it as is problematic methodologically." And there's a third question that is there in our chat box on the Google Meet page. There is a quotation that has been given by Pravarkar Sethi, that Rakhigadi DNA indicates that there was no Aryan invasion and no Aryan migration, and that all the developments right from the hunting-gathering stage to modern times in South Asia were done by indigenous people, unquote. What is your point of view?
Okay, let me respond to the first question. Now, the evidence is spread across the Chalcolithic settlements, that the evidence for exchange and circulation of goods, ideas, and so on from the core cities of the Indus Valley civilization. You have even town planning. Wherever the urban planning we have evidence for urban planning, then it is a Harappan planning. Harappan town planning is seen influencing them. So let us not have any doubt about the circulation of ideas, circulation of even plans and so on, indicating control by these urban states. See, on the one side, we talk about the large area of the Indus Valley civilization, perhaps the largest of other, largest when compared to other Bronze Age civilizations. It's clear that in various sites we have evidence of exchange, although archaeologists just would say that this is Harappan pottery, there is similarity of the Harappan designs and so on. But it has to be understood as a huge area coming under the control of the big cities. And that, call it Harappan civilization or Indus Valley civilization. Then the second question, pottery may indicate various technologies, the wheel technology or the coloring technology. Now, when archaeologists identify pottery, a pottery type, then they talk about the pottery specific to the site and as typical of a culture. Whose culture are you talking about? You have enormous quantity of coalsware there and various other pottery. So this sophisticated pottery might have been used by whom? And you find the same pottery at various sites indicating the same level of material culture. Now, what Gordon Child is trying to put across is that there should be a clear rupture in the technology, and then you can talk about a new culture over there. Now, it is difficult to differentiate the technologies when you have sophisticated pottery and running across sites. But a history student like me would expect from the archaeologists focus on the people. Who are the people you are talking about? There just cannot be people using in a very democratic way all these levels of technology. You find a lot of coarse-ware and ordinary ware and slipped ware, fine ware, and very distinct kind in the site. Why don't you think about the user groups or ask the question, who might have used the sophisticated urban kind of pottery or pottery of the mature Harappan? When you find that pottery in the mature phase, they call the Harappan mature phase in a Chalcolithic site, it's clearly an indication of a lot of people gathering there. It's a city. It's an urban center. A lot of people, ideas, and their own personal possessions would go there. And that's the reason why you find a mixed kind of pottery. But archaeologists would immediately presume local people there, and then local people's development, whatever. That's not the case. Pottery as an artifact, and then the technology, and then the various ornamentation, painting styles, etc., circulated. And therefore, it is difficult to identify, as you are rightly suspecting, the technology as a marker there. But that's not the way. Gordon Child expected us to take technology as the basis of culture indicator. It is a point of rupture, and then the emergence of a new technology, altogether different technology. You have fast wheel and then thin, fine wear. That can be a technology. But if you find some kind of a return to handmade pottery in a site, although it is dated of later period, then it means phasing out of the mature phase of Harappan culture, or phasing out or withdrawal of people drawn to the site from various other places. Then the last question, I don't want to go into it, as I already indicated earlier. Great historians are quite wiser and learned than a humble student myself. Great scholars, knowledgeable in the field and of international reputation, like Professor Thapar. Now, they have left DNA. I mean, she has distanced DNA analysis with some skepticism. So DNA is not the final thing. We need various other pieces of clinching evidence to talk about that. But I have some inclination to believe that the cultural relics that you find, you notice in the Gandhara grave culture, or in cemetery H culture, or in OCP, or in various other places which archaeologists identify, and even black and red ware pottery, they are all indicating some culture not quite matching with the Harappan culture. It doesn't mean that wherever you find black and red ware subsequently, it cannot be interpreted accordingly. That's the reason why I'm emphasizing circulation of style, circulation of technology, sharing of practices of manufacturing artifacts and so on. And also they circulated as an item of exchange. That's all.
If there are no more questions, would you like to move on to the next speaker, or
Yes.
should I? Okay.
Please, let's move on to the next section.
Okay. Well, Professor Srimali,
Hello.
hello. It's good to see you and good to have you participating in this program. So could we straight away move to your presentation first, please?
Okay. Thank you, Professor Banga. Let me begin with a confession. This has been my maiden attempt to participate in this tech-driven venture of the IHC. And I must also say that I am a reluctant participant because of my own ignorance about this technology. I wouldn't have yielded to the persuasion of Professor Mahalakshmi if she had not really promised me technical assistance at my door. She not only promised, she really ensured that two young ladies with me, Sneha and Deepana, whom I would prefer to call quite technical wizards, they visited my house almost 10 days ago and set up everything for me. And if I am able to address you all this morning, it's largely because of their assistance. I must thank both of them with the bottom of my heart. I would also like to say that there is a small amendment in the title of my presentation. It now reads, Shambhuk Speaks, Revisiting Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar's Riddles in Hinduism. I do not intend getting into the semantic issues involved in defining civilization, except to underline that in its sheer historical perspective, Its numerous strands should be located spatially and temporally. Further, since all societies are generally never static bodies and are inherently mobile and dynamic, their interpersonal human relations as well as their cultural manifestations are also bound to be eternally in a flux. Civilization, therefore, needs to be seen as an evolving process. Agencies that get into the act of defining or enumerating its various strands also need to be historically located. In consonance with the IHC concept note, I have absolutely no quarrels with the vision of Indian civilization found in Rabindranath Tagore and Jawaharlal Nehru as useful starting points for deciphering the constituents of Indian civilization. Indeed, any real student of Indian history would have no qualms in recognizing and conceding that the genesis of India's multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multilingual, and pluralistic character goes back to at least the Rigvedic times, 2nd millennium BCE, and even before that, if we go by the current assessments of anthropologists, archaeologists, and such scientists as are involved in the nebulous DNA studies and investigations. A word of caution, however, may not be out of place. We, the professional historians, have often lamented the absence of voices of the downtrodden and underlined the need of reading these absences and retrieving such voices. Let's not forget that all visions are, in the ultimate analysis, constructs rooted in certain milieu. It may therefore not be too unfair to suggest that visions of Tagore and Nehru may seem to have been rooted in their upper-class privileged environs of Brahmanic influences. Perhaps we can do with some such visions as well that came from other quarters and tended to be what the IHC concept note calls disruptive influences. With such a quest, we propose here to revisit Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar's riddles in Hinduism, henceforth called just the riddles. However, its larger significance in the present-day India can be better understood if it is juxtaposed to Max Muller's India, What Can It Teach Us? First published in 1882, it comprised 7 lectures delivered at Cambridge in 1882 to the ICS aspirants at the invitation of the Board of Historical Studies. Ironically, these lectures came to mean more to Indian nationalists than to those who set out to govern India. We give below a few extracts from this small monograph to underline what does India mean to Max Muller and to whom does he refer as us. And I quote about 4 extracts from that monograph. First, I'm not pleading here for Gonds or Bhils or Santals and other non-Aryan tribes. I'm speaking of the Aryans and more or less civilized inhabitants of India. Second, my interest lies altogether with the people of India when left to themselves, and historically I should like to draw a line after the year 1000 after Christ. When you read the atrocities committed by the Mohammedan conquerors of India from that time to the time when England stepped in, the wonders to my mind is how any nation could have survived such an inferno. Third, after reading the accounts of terrors and horrors of Mohammedan rule, my wonder is that so much of native virtue, implying justice and truthfulness, should have survived. And finally, I maintain then that for a study of man, or if you like, for a study of Aryan humanity, there is nothing in the world equal in importance with the Vedas. I maintain that to everybody who cares for himself, for his ancestors, for his history, or for his intellectual development, a study of Vedic literature is indispensable. In short, Max Muller is obsessed with A, the Aryans, B, India comprising civilized Aryans and not the numerous tribes, darkness of the rule of Mohammedans, even amongst the Aryans, we the northern Aryans of cooler climatic zone meant us, and the southern Aryans of the warmer territories denoted they. Further, for him, India's spiritual heritage belonging to the realm of transcendence and not mundane matters is to be seen in its real Sanskrit literature that belonged to the pre-Turanian times. In contrast, the non-Sanskrit heritage of the Buddhists and the Jains stemmed from vulgar dialects. Most of these ideas, and the year 1000 CE as the divider between the so-called Hindu and Muslim India are the commonalities that Max Muller shares with the modern-day cultural nationalists in India. Unlike other Orientalists, such as the pioneer William Jones, he was perhaps closer to the utilitarians, such as James Mill, who had laid the foundations of the communal periodization of Indian history by charting the horrors and tyrannies of Muslims. Apparently, this image was at the back of Max Muller's mind when he unhesitatingly caricatured the Mohammedans as an inferno. The India and the Indian civilizational heritage in Ambedkar's riddles, as available to us now, stands in total contrast to the aforesaid construct of Max Muller. And this is despite Baba Sahib citing him approvingly on questions of chronology of some Sanskrit texts. One of Muller's foundational bases was completely knocked out when Ambedkar adamantly rejected the Aryan invasion race theory, describing it, and I quote, so absurd that it ought to have been dead long ago, unquote. And this was in his book, Who Were the Shudras, that was published in 1946. Incidentally, when Jawaharlal Nehru was writing his discovery of India during his imprisonment in Ahmednagar Fort between 1942 and 1945 and got it published in 1946, Dr. Ambedkar was going through tremendous mental turmoil in search of his own religious identity. During the Mahat Satyagraha, he had already publicly burned the Manusmriti, one of the most revered texts of the Hindus, on the 25th December 1927. Further, in October 1935, he is also known to have made his classic statement, and I quote, I had the misfortune of being born with the stigma of an untouchable. However, it's not my fault, but I will not die a Hindu, for this is in my power, unquote. Since that year, he had been exploring possibilities of conversion to other religions, beginning with Sikhism. He also weighed pros and cons of getting converted to Christianity and Islam. Surprisingly, his initial efforts began with negotiations with Dr. Balkrishna Shivaram Munje, the president of the Hindu Mahasabha, who had already been talking to Mussolini, the Italian fascist. Apparently, Munje was agreeable to conversion into any religion of Indian origin and persuaded him to avoid Abrahamic religions. Baba Sahib's quest lasted for almost 2 decades and only culminated in his conversion to Buddhism on the 14th October 1956, just about 7 weeks before his death. Though the chronology of the writing of Ambedkar's riddles is somewhat hazy, yet one may hazard a guess that his 32-odd pieces may have been in the making during the 2 decades of his explorations after his pronouncement in October 35. A recent annotated edition of the work that includes only 7 pieces has mentioned that 4 press copies of the manuscript were prepared between 1954 and 1955. Apparently, we have reasons to believe that none of them really got published during Baba Sahib's lifetime, and that it was more than 3 decades after his death that riddles got published in 1987. This was at a time when the movement for liberation of Ayodhya had taken off and gaining considerable momentum. No wonder copies of the volume were publicly burnt at a Maratha Mahamandal meeting in Amravati in January 1988, and the Shiv Sena too rioted and sought the removal of the riddle of Ram and Krishna that was included as an appendix under the section of political riddles. The demand provoked a counter-protest by countless Dalits in Maharashtra, forcing the government to restore the chapter, but only with a disclaimer, namely, and I quote, the government does not concur with the views expressed in this chapter, unquote. Surprisingly, the recent reprint of 2014, undertaken by the Dr. Ambedkar Foundation in the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, that disclaimer is still present. Plan of the riddles in Hinduism. The 24 riddles and 8 appendices contained in this monograph have been classified into 3 parts, namely religious, social, and political respectively. The first part, comprising of 15 plus 5 appendices focus on the Vedas, the Vedic tradition, preaches within the Vedic tradition, their infallibility and their moral or spiritual values, machinations of Brahmins, and finally, issues of Himsa and Ahimsa. The second part, 5 riddles plus 2 appendices, is largely concerned with the Varnashram Dharma in its varied facets. It also has Ambedkar's very analytical piece, and I quote, Manu's Madness, or the Brahmanic explanation of the origin of mixed castes, unquote. 2 other interesting pieces in this part are A, the change from paternity to maternity. What did the Brahmins wish to gain by it, unquote. And secondly, Kali Varje, or the Brahmanic art of suspending the operation of sin without calling it sin. Finally, the third part, comprising of 4 riddles plus 1 appendix, has 2 pieces on the Kali Yuga and the riddle of Ram and Krishna as an appendix. In his introduction, Ambedkar sets out the purpose of the riddles thus, and I quote, this book is an exposition of the beliefs propounded by what might be called Brahmanic theology. It is intended for the common mass of Hindus who need to be awakened to know in what quagmire the Brahmins have placed them and to lead them onto the road of rational thinking, unquote. Indeed, an exposition to enlighten the masses is the subtitle of the book. Apart from this volume of 32 pieces, there are at least another 15 included in volumes 3 and 5 that deal with ideas and themes comparable with those of the riddles mentioned above. However, for the present, these are not being discussed in this presentation. A few words about the methodology. Central to Ambedkar's methodology was a need for what he called an act of doubting, or in other words, questioning the extant knowledge. He calls the infallibility of the Vedas as the mischievous dogma spread by the Brahmins among the masses, and this dogma must be destroyed root and branch if India is to progress, unquote. Extensively researched with countless references to the original text, the riddles is replete with authors' high pessimism about the possibility of evolving a humane religion based on such texts. Such an assessment had already been made by him in his Annihilation of Caste. And I quote, you must not forget that if you wish to bring about a breach in the system, you have got to apply the dynamite to the Vedas and Shastras, which deny any part to reason and morality. You must destroy the religion of the Shrutis and the Smritis. Nothing else will avail, unquote. Ambedkar is usually very keen to demonstrate internal contradictions within the Sanskrit textual tradition, be it the issue of the origin of the Vedas or of their infallibility, origin of the Chaturvarna, and other major components of what is generally identified as Hinduism. However, unlike Phule or Periyar, Baba Sahib was never too concerned with the day-to-day lives of the Brahmins and other Dvijas. So, stylistically, he gives the impression of being more intellectual and philosophical. To illustrate, though he says in the Annihilation, and I quote, the caste system is not merely a division of labor, it is also a division of laborers, unquote. And yet, his riddles does not deal with this contempt for labor. Ambedkar's critique of the long trail of Sanskrit texts from the Rig Veda to the Puranas shows a complete departure from productive culture of the working caste in India. These are supposedly tasks to be done by the Rakshasas, Shudras, and Chandalas. The Brahmins till this day have not given up their anathema for productive jobs and continue to hold dear the purity pollution theory. Of course, they have enjoyed being absentee landlords for millennia. Their construct of the Kali Yuga is to underline the disregard for the Varnashram Dharma, particularly by the Shudras and untouchables. I wish that Ambedkar had also reflected on the post-6th century epigraphic evidence about descriptions of the Kali Yuga and exhortations from Brahmin Purohitas to kings about the paramount need of restoring the Varnashram Dharma. In it, it is this indefensible theoretical edifice that Ambedkar launches himself against in the riddles. Ambedkar wanted to examine the moral strength of textual Hinduism, be it Vedic hymns that are full of magic, or the latter-day mythological tales of gods, conceit, treachery, and untruths. No religion offers an elaborate justification for such injustice as Hinduism does, so says Baba Sahib. As already noticed, Max Muller was somewhat contemptuous of non-Sanskrit texts of the Buddhists and the Jains. In contrast, Ambedkar drew upon his study and knowledge of the Buddhist texts, which he thought offered a counter to the sacred Hindu text, totally lacking in morality and ethics, counts on which he found Abrahamic religions to be relatively more honest. Citing the book of Daniel in the Old Testament, he shows how the Brahmins, unlike the Jews, were never steadfast to their gods. We need to keep in view that anthology on the whole is quite haphazard. It is also somewhat repetitive. To give one example, the riddle of the Ved as the first appendix in the first part is only a consolidated narrative of 5 riddles, which have already been mentioned above. Baba Sahib's special ire is reserved for the Manusmriti, the Brahmins, and the Chaturvarna, the fourfold social order. By and large, they emerge as villains par excellence, since all issues raised by him are in the form of riddles. All chapters generally end in an open-ended interrogative format. Even the occasional answers given by Ambedkar, which are not too many, are more in the speculative mode. Let's now review some important riddles of the monograph and Ambedkar's take on them. I have arranged them under certain themes, and I begin with the first one, riddles on the Vedas and Vedic literature. While most of the Hindus would concede the Vedas as the most sacred book of their religion, but they would be unlikely to explain their origin. Commenting on these being Sanatana, it is argued that the real question is who made them and not who reproduced them. They could not have come into being ex nihilo. Why this circumlocution by the Brahmins? Taking stock of long list of texts from the Rigveda to the Harivamsha Purana, Ambedkar is able to locate 11 different explanations regarding the origin of the Vedas. He is bewildered by the multiplicity of incoherent and chaotic answers given by Brahmins of the same Vedic school of thought. Similarly, on the question of the Vedas being infallible, for they are aparushaya, that is not made by men, Baba Sahib is able to harness even enough empirical evidence to debunk the theory. He mocks at the illogicality of Jaimini's desperate attempt for establishing a desperate conclusion, namely, the Vedas were neither man-made nor made by God. He leaves us with the question, was it because the Vedas had been made the exponent of the Chaturvarna with the Brahmins as the Lord of all? With allusions to Wilson's understanding of the Rigveda and Charvaka's take on the Vedas, Ambedkar strongly contends that they contain nothing that can be said to be spiritually or morally elevating. He also added that he had deliberately omitted a good many obscene passages to be found in the Rigveda and the Yajurveda. Why then did the Brahmins struggle so hard to clothe them with sanctity and infallibility? That's Baba Sahib's question. In a chapter originally titled The Suppression of the Vedas, but later changed to The Turn of the Tide, or How Did Brahmins Declare Vedas to be Lower than the Lowest of Their Shastras, Ambedkar undertakes a sweeping survey of religious literature of the Hindus. Here he draws attention to what he calls acrobatics of Brahmins to conclude, and I quote, the Brahmins have not been very steadfast in their belief regarding the sacred character of what they called their books of religion. They had not the slightest compunction to overthrow the position of the Vedas and to subordinate them first to the Shrutis, then to the Smritis, then to the Puranas, and lastly to the Tantras, unquote. The authors of the Tantras went much beyond. They claimed that the Vedas, the Shastras, and the Puranas are like common women, but the Tantras are like a high-born woman. Once again, Ambedkar accuses the Brahmins of being collaborators in this design. In another riddle concerning the Upanishads, he relies on Max Muller's etymological derivation of the root sad, meaning to destroy, in these texts to postulate that there was a time when the relationship between the Vedas and the Upanishads was of antagonism. How the two came to be seen as complementary is a riddle for Ambedkar. Next, the riddles on Hindu gods and goddesses. Ambedkar's probing reflections and queries on the Hindu gods and goddesses figure in several chapters. Ambedkar has no problem with idolatry and polytheism amongst the Hindus, despite the fact that there are no references to anthropomorphic images in the Rig Veda. Though this earliest text of the Hindus refers to 3,309 divinities, which were later reduced drastically to only 33. Apparently, there was a parity amongst these 33 at some stage, but gradually distinction emerged amongst them. Some became great, others small. And then came a stage when gods became supreme one by one. Agni, Indra, Som, and Varun emerged as principal gods in turn. This latter phenomenon is called Cathenotheism by Max Muller, but Ambedkar doesn't seem to be aware of it. It should have been a riddle for him as to how the Hindus today talk of 330 million gods. There is, however, no such allusion in the riddles. That the Baba Sahib is aware of the phenomenon of the rise and fall of gods and goddesses is significant. Though he is not able to explain it in terms of people's needs to changing milieu. The trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh or Shiv fascinates him considerably. The fights amongst the three, as revealed in the numerous Puranas, have been dealt with in considerable details. At one stage, Brahma is shown to be superior when he acts as an arbitrator between the other two. But later on, the preserver and the destroyer collude to defame the creator. Brahma is accused of committing adultery and incest and almost banished. Ambedkar is not convinced about this explanation because A, such a conduct wasn't unusual in that age, and B, Krishna was guilty of greater immoralities and yet he enjoyed people's favor. Both competition and fierce tussle between Vishnu and Shiva based on the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Puranas have been narrated by Ambedkar in great details. Both Ram and Krishna, the two avatars of Vishnu, are called artificial. They are devotees of Shiv and unnatural gods. Godhead was almost thrust upon them, says Ambedkar. But he also says, and I quote, in the Gita, Krishna is greater than all other gods. He is Allahu Akbar, unquote. Preservation of the Chaturvarna was the concern of Vishnu, not of Shiva. Shiva is also seen as an anti-Vedic deity, for he stood against the cult of sacrifices demonstrated in his destruction of the sacrifice of Daksha, his father-in-law. On the relative status of gods and goddesses, Ambedkar has some interesting inferences and provocative observation, almost in contemporary vocabulary. In addition to Prithvi's description as a very ancient Aryan goddess, 16 other goddesses are also recounted from the Rig Veda. Vedic goddesses owed their status through courtesy because they were wives of gods. Obviously, this is wrong because not everyone was wife of God. They never performed any heroic deed. In wars of gods and asuras in Vedas, goddesses did not play any role. Obviously, Ambedkar does not recognize the famous Indra-Usha fight. In contrast, as many as 25 goddesses from the Puranas have been listed, with a long narrative of Durga as Mahisha Mardani, based on the Markandeya Puran, it is argued that Puranic goddesses had shown their valor in battlefields. Their thunderous deeds made them goddesses. Obviously, this is a very sweeping generalization. Apropos Durga's valors against the Mahish, Puranic gods were shown to be miserable cowards and imbecile. Why? To say that goddesses must be worshipped because they have Shakti is not merely a riddle, but an absurdity, says Ambedkar. It requires an explanation why this doctrine of Shakti was invented. And here, there's a very interesting observation. Was it to put it as a new commodity on the market that the Brahmins started the worship of goddesses and degraded the gods? It is somewhat astonishing that Ambedkar brings out a comparative study based on a Buddhist text named Chulanidesh. He doesn't give its date of composition, but we generally take it to be lying somewhere between the 3rd century BC and the 1st century CE. To demonstrate further fluctuations in the position of Vedic divinities, an emergence of 5 new creeds of Shravakas and as many as 22 Vratikas, cults, mostly based on animals and birds. Hindus all over India accept without any shame or remorse the virtue of linga, palace worship. However, citing Professor Dandekar, Vishnu's ancient phallic nature has also been highlighted. Relying on the Rigvedic hymns, where the word Sipivishtu is intimately associated with Vishnu, Dandekar has linked it up philologically with Sep, that is penis. Sipivishtu is understood as the changing phallus, the swelling and the diminishing phallus, and I unquote. Why was the linga worship dissociated from Vishnu and made the preserve of Shiva alone by the Brahmins in the Puranas? That's Ambedkar's query, which is worth probing. Next, riddles on Himsa and Ahimsa. The last 3 riddles of the first part take up the issues of Himsa and Ahimsa. Regrettably, there is quite some incoherence in these. Thus, the 13th riddle, though incomplete, begins with the descriptions of ancient Aryans. This is the first time when Ambedkar uses Aryans in this book, who are identified as race of gamblers and drunkards. The relationship between sexes was also of a loose sort. Marriage was not seen as a permanent tie. Some of the most revered rishis were guilty of bestiality. Both men and women, including Brahmins, enjoyed a variety of intoxicating drinks. It was quite a respectable practice. This is all description about the ancient Aryans. Calling evidence of beef eaters as indisputable, Ambedkar cites numerous examples of citations from the Rigveda, Dharmashastras, Markandeya Purana, etc. about flesh eating and kinds of animals whose flesh was permissible or not permissible, and actual eating of flesh. He ends with a few queries. Why did the Brahmins who happily sacrificed cows and feasted every day on beef with utter disregard to what this does to economy suddenly turn vegetarian? When did vegetarianism come to India? And when did Ahimsa become an established belief? Juxtaposing provisions of the Manusmriti to the tantric way of life, the accentuation of the aforesaid tendencies got underway. The tantric panchmakaras became indispensable. The tantras had no respect for Vedas. Once again, Ambedkar taunts the Brahmins for playing an important role in furthering tantra worship. Brahmins have also been targeted for sanctioning the marriage of Shiva, an ahimsak god, and Kali, a bloodthirsty goddess, as his wife. Why did Brahmins do such a thing? And now on the riddles dealing with the Varna Ashram Dharma. The second part, classified as social, lays much emphasis on Varna and Ashram Dharmas. Put together, they form the steel frame of the Hindu society. Former is the theory of the organization of society. Ashrama Dharma, on the other hand, is the theory of regulating the life of an individual. The Vedas are somewhat silent on the latter, while the allusion to Chaturvarna in the Rigveda is shown to be a concoction of the Brahmins. Neither on the question of their origin nor on the issue of implied hierarchy is there any unanimity in Sanskrit textual tradition. So goes the argument of Ambedkar. He even cites the Harivamsha Puran, going to the length of saying that the Shudras are twice born. Manusmriti is the best source for an exposition of the ashrama system. There are three features according to Manu. One, it is not open to the Shudras and women. Two, Brahmacharya and Grihasthashram are compulsory. And third, one must pass from one stage to another in sequence without bypassing any. However, the sutras provide evidence of deviations from Manu's prescriptions. Further, giving in a tabular form the rules prescribed for Vanaprastha and Samnyasa by Manu, Ambedkar shows that there was so little difference in the stages that it baffled him why Manu insisted on both being followed compulsorily. The whole scheme of Manu rests on the principle that marriage is compulsory. Why did Manu make escape from marriage impossible? The new system of ordered sequential following of four ashramas as laid down by Manu brought hardships and cruelty to wives and children. Manu regarded marriage as superior stage and foundation of all other stages. Apparently, he discouraged persons from becoming sannyasi, as was possible for a Buddhist. One need not be a grahastha to be a bhikkhu. Much emphasis has been laid on Manu's schema of varnas, especially on his elaborate listing of varna sankaras, mixed caste born out of several permutations and combinations of higher and lower varnas through anulom and pratilom marriages. Ambedkar amuses us by calling this gigantic exercise as Manu's madness. Ambedkar has been quite exceptional in providing long charts of mixed castes given by Manu as well as of amendments made by his successors, both Smritikaras and writers of Dharma Sutras. Apart from pointing out numerous discrepancies, Ambedkar also identifies some lacunae in Manu's prescriptions. To illustrate, Manu does not mention Sankara, born out of marriage of Brahmin and Kshatriyas, and whether progeny of this was Pratilom or Anulom. Several questions have been asked by Baba Sahib. Why did Manu fail to deal with this question? Is it to be supposed that such a Sankara did not occur in his time? Or was he afraid to mention it? If so, of whom was he afraid? Baba Sahib has also made a very damning indictment on fictitious names of Sankaras mentioned by Manu and other Smritikaras. And I quote, some of the names of the mixed caste mentioned by Manu and the other Smritikaras appear to be quite fictitious. For some of the communities mentioned as being of bastard origin have never been heard of before Manu, nor does anyone know what has happened to them since. They are today non-existent without leaving any trace behind. Caste is an insoluble substance, and once a caste is formed, it maintains its separate existence, unless for any special reason it dies out. This can happen but to few, unquote. This reminds me of Kosambi's critique of John Brow's translation of Gotra Pravar Manjari of Purushottam Pandit under the title, The Early Brahmanical System of Gotra and Pravar. He rejects Brow's contentions about Purushottam Pandita's list as being closed, and occasional allusion to Gotras in relatively small number of inscriptions as discordances and fictitious. Recognizing the impossibility of finding a unitary definitive Gotra list for all time, Kosambi lays considerable emphasis on the need for fieldwork plus search in inscriptions to understand the fluidity of Gotra lists. He showed through his own personal experience of fieldwork how such a methodology would supplement textual manuscripts and throw up evidences of Gotras getting extinct and some new ones enrolled from the non-Aryan or non-Brahmanized families and tribes. Did Manu realize that by propounding his theory of the origin of the mixed castes, he was assigning an ignoble origin to vast number of people of this country, leading to their social and moral degradation? Why did he say that the castes were mixed in origin, when as a matter of fact they were independent in their existence? After being so toxic, Ambedkar gives credit for at least one positive note in Manu's formulation of Sankaras. In cases where mother belongs to a Varna more than 1 degree lower to that of father, which means Brahmin father plus Vaishya or Shudra mother. Child will not have father's Varna. Manu does not go beyond saying this, but all commentators of Manu, Vedatiti, Kalluk Bhatt, Narad and Nanda Pandit, agree in saying that the Varna of the child in such cases shall be that of mother. Why did Manu occasion such a change in the law from Pitra Savarnya, according to father's Varna, to Matra Savarnya, according to mother's Varna? On the Kali Yuga, there are a few riddles. Ambedkar devotes 3 chapters on the Brahmanic dogma of fourfold yugas, namely Krita, Treta, Dwapar, and Kali Yuga. Questions are raised by Ambedkar about the prohibitions that are imposed in the Kali Yuga, which are called Kalivargyas. And he asks the questions, are these practices condemned as being immoral, sinful, or otherwise harmful to society? For example, beginning of food by a sannyasin from persons of all varnas, including Shudra. The answer is no. Since these practices are forbidden, why are they not condemned? Further, why have the Brahmins made Kali Yuga unending? Was it to blackmail some Shudra kings that the theory of Kali Yuga was invented and made unending so as to destroy his subjects from having any faith in his rule? Curiously, in one piece on the Kali age, Ambedkar narrates in extenso the religion of ancient Aryans. In his view, it was full of barbaric and obscene observances. Human sacrifice, worship of genitals, the cult of phallus known as Skambha were part of Aryan religion. He goes into extensive details of obscenities in performance of the Ashwamedh sacrifice. Morals of ancient Aryans were no better than their religion. He reiterates that they were a race of gamblers and drunkards. Wine formed the most essential part of religion. Promiscuity in matters of sex becomes quite apparent if one were only to examine rules of Niyog. Brahmins used to sell their wives. Rishis had no qualms in indulging in bestiality. Ayonijas were children born of immaculate conceptions. Both Sita and Draupadi were Ayonijas. Many of us would probably be able to recall that for far less hostile but historically well-rooted descriptions of Aryans, Professor R.S. Sharma's textbook entitled Ancient India was banned in 1977 by the then government of India, which had a powerful component of Janasangh, earlier avatar of the BJP. Later on, in October 2001, several passages of similar nature were sought to be removed from Professor Romila Thapar's textbook on Ancient India for Class 6 for their so-called anti-Brahmin bias and hurting religious sentiments of the Hindus. This was at the behest of the first NDA government with the distinct majority of the BJP. Riddles on Brahmaism and Rama and Krishna. I'll take up Rama and Krishna in greater detail. The riddle of Rama and Krishna, which caused a massive political furor for understandable reasons, given the time of its publication in 1987, its basic question, is Ram a worthy personality of deification? This must have been seen as highly offensive. Starting with Rama's birth being described as unnatural, it goes to explicate God's wholesale acts of fornication against even lawfully wedded wives in order to make Rama's avatar completely successful. Rama's birth is thus accompanied by general debauchery, so argues Ambedkar. He also cites the Buddha Ramayana, which is obviously a mistake for the Dasharath Jatak, to show that both Ram and Sita were siblings born of Dasharath. Several unethical acts of Ram as an individual have been listed. His attack on Vali, for example, is considered a planned and premeditated murder. Rama's treatment of Sita, particularly after the killing of Ravana, has received very strong condemnation, and his conduct is seen as extremely cruel. Not only her chastity is suspected by Ram, but he had the gumption to tell her on her face, and I quote, "I have got you as a prize in a war after conquering my enemy, your captor. I have recovered my honor and punished my enemy. I'm glad my labors have been rewarded. I came here to kill Ravan and wash off the dishonor. I did not take this trouble for you, for your sake." Unquote. Sita's abandonment after her return to Ayodhya on the suspicious town gossip of her unchastity has also been seen as a cruel act. Ultimately, Sita preferred to die rather than return to Ram, who had behaved no better than a brute. I mention here incidentally that Bhairappa's novel in Kannada, Uttarakhand, which has been recently translated into English under the same title, brings out very sensitively Sita's reflections on her life with Ram on the basis of descriptions in the Uttarakhand. Ambedkar is not appreciative of Rama's conduct as a king either. Rama spent more time in his harem, Ambedkar calls it Zanana, and left the day-to-day work of ruling to Bharata. Finally, beheading of Shudras Shambhu. Death of a young son of Brahmin was an occasion when the Lord of Ayodhya was approached. Rama was told that it couldn't have been possible without some hidden sin committed within his realm. Search was on, and it was found that a Shudra named Shambhu was carrying on an austere tapasya, which was forbidden for him and was meant for only the twice-born. Shambhu was doing so to go to heaven in his own earthly person. Ram did not give him any opportunity to explain his conduct and cut off his head on the spot. And lo and behold, at that very moment, the dead boy of the Brahmin in distant Ayodhya began to breathe again. Gods rejoiced. Rama was felicitated by sage Agastya with a divine bracelet. I'm now coming to the final part of my presentation. A few words more on the publication of the riddles. It's now understood that following his resignation from Nehru's cabinet in 1951, due to the impasse on the Hindu Code Bill, Dr. Ambedkar was looking for some secretarial assistance. He reverted to Nanak Chand Rattu, a Punjabi Adharmi Dalit, whom he had known since January 1940. Between October 1951 and December 1956, Rattu had typed out almost all of Ambedkar's letters and papers. Ambedkar died on 6 December 1956, intestate. On Rattu's account, Riddles was finally completed by November 1955, but its publication was held up as Ambedkar wanted to add two important photographs. The first was of Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the first president of the Republic, visiting Banaras in 1952, worshipping Brahmins, washing their feet and drinking the water. The second photo related to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who on 15th of August 1947 sat at the yajna performed by the Brahmins of Banaras to celebrate the event of a Brahmin becoming the first Prime Minister of free and independent India. Nehru is said to have worn the Rajdanda given to him by the Brahmins and drank the water of the Ganga brought by them. Rattu notes that while Dr. Rajendra Prasad's photo had become available, search was on for the photo of Nehru. Ambedkar too makes note of these two incidents in his work, Thoughts on Linguistic States, which is a critique of the report of the States Reorganization Commission completed in December 1955. Finally, about Ambedkar's views on civilization. Dr. Ambedkar had his own take on civilization. His long essay entitled Civilization or Felony deserves serious consideration. Apparently, the piece was written well before the partition, for he denounces Hindu and Muslim extremists upholding the two-nation theory in unmistakable terms. He quotes, "In between these two extremists, there are sober persons who are for a state in which both Hindus and Muslims can live an equal partner. The struggle that is going on between the Hindus and the Muslims is really a struggle of the classes. It is not a struggle of the masses," unquote. A long passage from his article mentioned above, and I quote, "Civilization is comprising an accumulated store of knowledge of man and nature, of arts and crafts, an ethical code regulating the conduct of man towards his fellows, a social code laying down the forms and conventions to be observed by individuals, a civil code prescribing the rights and duties of the rulers and the ruled, and a religious creed relating the natural to the supernatural is a rare prize. It has not been the good fortune of all races to develop it in all its fullness. Many have stood where they were at the start. Many took one or two steps and have been at a halt. Others have only revolved round and round. Unquote. Pleading for seeing Indian people beyond their linguistic and religious identities, Ambedkar focuses on the need for seeing social and economic life of certain classes who fall within the Hindu fold. On the basis of the 1931 census, Ambedkar talks of what he called colossal sunken humanity, unquote, comprising of millions of primitives, millions of criminals, and 50 million untouchable, all put together a population of 79.5 million. The saddening, and if one may say annoying part of the story is, this is Ambedkar's quote, that the state of these unfortunate human beings should be what it is, although they are surrounded and fed by a high civilization. It is the boast of every patriotic Hindu that the Hindus or the Vedic civilization is the oldest in the world. One often hears with fearsome repetitions of a Hindu stating with a certain degree of malicious pride that India had reached a very high degree of civilization when other people were leading a primitive life and moving naked. The main point is not whether the civilization is ancient and whether it has survived. The principal question is this Hindu civilization the social heritage, a burden, or a benefit? Would it be unjust if they, the sunken humanity, said that this is not civilization, this is infamy? Would it be wrong if the untouchable said that is felony and not civilization? It must strike any impartial observer that there must be something very radically wrong with a civilization which has failed to elevate to their manhood 79.5 millions of human beings, unquote. To Baba Sahab, all this is attributable to the basic principles of the Hindu civilization, namely the Chaturvarna Dharma. In conclusion, I would like to leave you with the following three riddles of my own. 1. Why did Ambedkar constantly use Hinduism, which was essentially a construct created by the British on the advice of influential Orthodox pundits? Didn't he realize that the word Hindu does not figure in any of Sanskrit texts that he was consistently invoking to make his substantive points? 2. Why is Ambedkar silent on Hindutva? Surely he would have known about it. After all, Dr. Munjay, with whom he had his preliminary negotiations in 1935 regarding his thoughts on conversion, had handed over the presidentship of the Hindu Mahasabha to Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, the main ideologue of Hindutva, in 1937. Third, Ambedkar's language in denouncing Hinduism and the so-called Hindu textual tradition is harsh and provocative, to put it very politely. The Vedas are a worthless set of books. That's his quote. There is no reason either to call them sacred or infallible. These worthless books contain nothing but invocation to tribal gods to destroy their enemies, loot their property, and give it to their followers, unquote. Isn't it surprising that even such a decisive outburst hasn't hurt the religious sentiments of the cultural nationalists of today? In the contemporary milieu, lesser people would have been branded anti-national and seditious for expressing such views. And yet, isn't it perplexing? Why has the present political establishment been able to appropriate Ambedkar and win the hearts of the Dalits and untouchables, whose cause was most dear to Baba Sahib? That Dr. Ambedkar, along with an approximately 5 lakh followers, chose to seek Diksha into Buddhism at Nagpur is very significant. Since it has been the headquarters of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, was Baba Sahib trying to send a symbolic message of his rebellion from the Hindu order? That RSS and the other constituents of the Sangha Parivar chose to demolish the Babri Masjid on the 6th December 1992, the 36th anniversary of the Mahaparinirvana of Baba Sahib, was also perhaps not a mere coincidence. Was this the case of the Newtonian third law of motion, that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction? The dialectics of this relationship still needs to be deciphered, or it may provide us with some new insights for comprehending civilizational process in a nuanced manner. I would like to acknowledge my gratitude to Dr. Ratanlal, my former student and one who did his doctoral thesis with me, because he has been running a YouTube channel, Ambedkar Nama, and he's already done something like 200 episodes there. This Ambedkar Nama has been my source of inspiration for this presentation. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Professor Banga, and all the participants for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shrimali, for a fascinating presentation. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
Should we have questions now first?
Yes. There are a couple of questions. Professor Shrimali, there are two questions that may go together. One is about Ambedkar's views on Rama's behavior with conduct with Shurpanaka, and the other is about Ravana. The second set of questions is actually more contemporary, asking for a comparison with Gandhiji and his views on village life.
Sorry, I'm not getting that.
Gandhiji, the comparison with Gandhi and his understanding of village life. The second is the understanding of Indian civilization as a composite culture.
Well, as far as the first question is concerned, the riddle from which I read out the extracts has no reference to either Shurpanakha or Ravana, except to underline, as I have mentioned, that Rama was more concerned about showing his own valor against Ravana, but there is nothing more on Ravana himself. And what was the second question?
The second question was on self-governing village.
I'm sorry, this doesn't concern me. As far as my subject was concerned, Ambedkar has nothing to say on that, and I'm sure there are more knowledgeable participants. I can see Salil Mishra here, and they are more competent to talk about it. So I would much rather leave that. And finally, what was the third question?
Third one was on composite culture.
On composite culture, well, since I have focused only on one monograph of Ambedkar, I'm not claiming to be a scholar of Ambedkar writings. The essay that I mentioned on civilization, if we go by the initial part of that and his comments on the extremes on the Muslim and the Hindu sides, and giving us a hint that he was not really standing for the two-nation theory, then one can perhaps infer that he was more in tune with the pluralistic character of the Hindus and of Indians than with the proponents of the two-nation theory.
That is all as far as questions are concerned.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Right. Thank you. So could we now have the third presentation by Professor Rezavi?
Thank you. Let me first of all thank the organizers, especially Dr. Mahalakshmi for holding this program and also inviting me to speak on a topic which is somewhat different from the two earlier presentations. But before I start, let me thank Professor Indu Banga, Professor Robila Thapar, Professor Rajan Gurukkal, Professor Shimali himself, and the others who are present today. I would be taking you all from the cerebral presentations which have been made here. Excellent presentations, and my task becomes difficult because of that. I'll be dealing with a more mundane topic, and that is medieval monuments as symbols of composite culture. You know, a monument is a type of structure that was explicitly created to commemorate a person or event, or which has become relevant to a social group as a part of their remembrance of historic times or cultural heritage due to its artistic, historical, political, technical, or architectural importance. A monument is not only a commemorative structure, but an edifice which symbolizes the culture, ethos, and the milieu in which it was created. In fact, a building or a structure, a monument as such, is representative of the times in which it was created. These monuments contain within themselves all that which inspired their creation, the ideals and tensions of the society, the ideological moorings of its makers, their inherited knowledge, their inspirations, as well as their shortcomings and limitations. In other words, they are a very good source for us to understand the past in which they were created. To be created in a given time, the monument would not only depend on the cultural needs of the society, but also its technological knowledge and the availability of the material which would give it a form. Now, for example, I would start this presentation with depicting a monument which is very well known, the Qubbatul Islam. This is a portion where before you are the corbelled domes. Now they represent the intermingling, the coming together of two cultures. The shape, which is new, the architects have given them the brief that they have to create a structure which till yet had not been created in the Indo-Gangetic Basin. The masons were aware about the techniques which had prevailed in India since long, and they were given the task of creating a dome. The result was there was, an intermixing of the traditional techniques as well as the form which was needed to be created. The result was these conical pyramidal domes resting on pillars which had been lifted from earlier structures. Now, in both these slides, what is depicted is the outer image, how they were conical in form, and a slide from within where you can see that the technique which they used was the old one, the corbelling, which had gone into the making, where stone pieces were kept in a stepped fashion to just like in a shikhar to create a domical roof. And then, of course, what was needed were structures which were quite large, which were supposed to be high, and which, generally speaking, in Central Asia, had domes on top of them. But what we find is that when the Indian architects started building it, they had their own peculiar technique and method as well as the material, and the result was that at most of the places we had colonnaded, trabeated roofs which were resting on the pillared constructions. Now, for example, the whole, the galleries around the Quwwatul Islam Mosque were tried to be raised to a certain height by using two pillar shafts. Now, generally, when some of the students, when I teach them architecture, they come to me and I start asking them about the Indian architecture and the architecture which was brought into India from Central Asia and Iran. Some of the Muslim students very gleefully point out that, you see, sir, we Muslims are very open, and that is why our mosques are so, open, airy, with light coming in, high ceilings, high roofs, whereas the temples are low, they are claustrophobic, they are colonnaded.
Professor Rezavi, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your presentation has gone off. So may I request you to please re-present it?
That's because some others have started presenting. Nobody should present except the speaker, and then it will come onto the screen. So please present it again, Professor Rizvi.
Can you see it now?
Yes, but it's very small. I think the earlier one was occupying a large part of the screen, which is how we want it.
But my laptop shows that it is on full screen. It's on a full screen.
I think if you just pin it to your screen, there is a pin button on that particular window. If you pin it, it will come onto the full screen.
No,
just
I can't.
Just do it again. Just present it again.
That's
Take it off and present it again.
Mahalakshmi is right. If you press the pin button, the whole screen comes up.
I'm not seeing any pin button here.
Actually, that is meant for the participants, not for you. So please go ahead, Professor Rezavi.
Is it better now? No.
No.
Well, I can see him.
Yeah, it's his presentation that we are talking about. If you can just stop presenting and then start again, maybe it will resolve the issue.
That's what I am trying to do. If I...
And it says full screen. Once you present it, there is also a so you can press that.
Resume presentation. Stop. Is it visible now?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Yes, that has come. And please repeat that story. You can start with that story because we missed out on that.
Well, what I was saying was that generally speaking, there is a misconception that it is because of the religion, the faith, that certain buildings are very open, high ceilinged, very fresh looking, whereas the others are very low and claustrophobic. And sometimes, on the basis of their religious people take pride in that. The fact of the matter is that, as the slide before you shows, it is not the religion, but the technology which is being used, which makes a building either a high-rise or a building which appears to be claustrophobic. The point which I am trying to make is that in the Indian context, because most of the structures were being built with the trabeate method, They were colonnaded, they were pillared, and that is why they appear to be constricted. Now, once the order was given to construct the Qubbatul Islam Mosque, which was supposed to be one of the first monuments to be constructed after the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate in India, the old material was used, the old technique was used, but what happened was that it was used in a new fashion. The ceiling was tried to be given some height because that was the demand, and that was achieved through placing two pillar shafts, one on top of the other. And that is how now, for the first time, a monumental Islamic structure was created, which for all practical purposes was built in a style, in a technique which was old and traditional. The only thing which changed in this building was a new shape which was given to it. Now let me come to another very important structure which shows the coming together of different cultural traditions. And this is the tomb of Sultan Ghari. Now this is the tomb of the son of Sultan Iltutmish. And virtually this is one of the first tombs to be created in North India, in the especially in the Indo-Gangetic basin, and especially so in Delhi. Now, as you can see from this slide, the inspiration for this first tomb which was created was derived from the Abbasid traditions, a tradition where, you know, a citadel-like form was given, because under the Abbasids, there was always a fear when a revolt would take place and the dead remains of the person, of the interred man, would be dug out, burned, or thrown away. And that is why in the Abbasid traditions, there were a large number of the tombs which started to be built, which had these fortification walls, bastions around them. It was in the same tradition that we find that the first tomb in India, in North India, was constructed, the tomb of Sultan Ghari. Also, you can see that the conical dome, the corbelled dome, as you can see on one of the sides here, I don't know whether my marker is visible to you or not, but here we find the conical dome which surmounts the place which was used for the prayers, for the mosque. Second thing which happened in this first monument was the fact that the grave was situated in a subterraneous chamber, in an underground chamber. There was nothing on the top. And this tradition, which was established from this first tomb, continued up till the period of the tomb of Safdarjung at Delhi. So one can say that this, tradition which was derived from Central Asia was when in fact introduced in India in this tomb of Sultan Ghari, and up till the last Mughal tomb which was constructed, we find that the subterraneous chamber became the place where the actual grave was located. And now, as I said, that on the surface, there was only a platform and nothing else. And it was only surrounded by cloisters, which were trabeated, pillared in the old fashion. But at certain places, for example, you can see on the far side, there were now arches which were constructed. But once again, as you can see, these arches continue to be the corbelled arches and not the true arch, which was actually introduced during the period of Alauddin Khilji. Now, Alauddin Khilji's period is a period when for the first time there were recruitments of the non-Muslims to certain positions. Generally, in general perception, it is from the period of Akbar that the Hindus were taken into service in large numbers. But we find that under Alauddin, the mint master of Delhi was a person known as Thakur Pheru. And Thakur Pheru's, a number of books have been recently published. One of them, which is on, mathematics, has been translated and edited and published by Dr. S.R. Sharma, in fact, of the Sanskrit department of AMU, who is now in Germany. Now, from Thakur Pheru's account, we come to know that by Alauddin's period, by the period that Thakur Pheru was writing his work, the true arch became quite well known, and Thakur Pheru in his account mentions not only how to make a true arch, but also how to make a dome. And this work, in fact, now shows that the knowledge of a true arch and dome was incorporated by the Indian masons and architects. And that is why from Alauddin's period, we start getting monuments, we start getting structures with true domes and true arches. Before you are two buildings, one Alai Darwaza, which has a proper dome, and an arch, which is a true arch, as well as the Mosque of Alauddin, which is near to the tomb of Nizamuddin Aulia. And both these buildings, the gateway as the mosque, now show that by Alauddin Khilji's period, the intermingling of both the cultures came to establish a new type of architecture which had not at all prevailed in the earlier periods. Now, with the coming of the Timurids, many more influences started coming within the country. Not only, influences from Central Asia, but also from Iran, as well as, European traditions. They were introduced, and all these traditions came to moderate and tailor the indigenously developed architectural traditions. If you ask me to define Mughal architecture, and if you ask me if there is any particular, architectural element which is specifically Mughal, I would say that there is not a single architectural element which you can identify as Mughal. All of them are derived from the other traditions which had been established earlier. Either they are Iranian or Central Asian, or they are in fact Khalji or Gujarati, or derived from Malwa, or the other traditions which had existed before the coming of the Mughals. We know that when the Mughals came to India, they came along with not only poets and soldiers, but they also came along with architects and painters. Before you is an example of the first Mughal structure which was built in the Indian subcontinent. This is the Kabuli Bagh Mosque of Panipat, and it still survives. It is the only authentic Babri Masjid because it is the mosque which has been referred to by Babar in his Babarnama. We know that Babar had come along with an architect who was Mirza Ghiyas, and soon after the Battle of Panipat, when Babar became the ruler of Delhi, he ordered Ghiyas to, as a form of thanksgiving, to create a garden, and within the garden lay out a mosque, and near the mosque a step well. The mosque survives. The garden has disappeared. And in a very typical Central Asian style, it is a high propylaeon. You can see that the front entrance, the central entrance, just like in the Sharqi architecture, is quite high. But then this mosque is surmounted by multiples of domes. there are around 9 domes which surmount this structure. But then the arches which are created here, they are the arches which were made in the same form as they were being created by the time of the Tughlaqs. They remind us of the Tughlaq architecture. If you go and see the gateway of this mosque, you would realize that it is created in a typical Tughlaq style. What was happening here is that the architect was a Central Asian, but on the other hand, those who were creating this monument, who had been given the task of creating this monument, just like in the case of Qubbatul Islam Mosque, were the Indians who were trained in the traditions which were prevalent in the region of Delhi. And that is why they create a mosque which has elements of Central Asia, because after all, the plan was being guided by a Central Asian, but the surface decorations and the way it was created had indigenous local elements in it. Now pay attention to the dome of this particular mosque, the first Mughal mosque to be created at the ground very near to where the first battle of Panipat was fought. Instead of a kalash, which had become one of the part and parcel of mosque architecture in India, you have a Roshandan. You have, something which allows air, light to enter into the central dome. And this was the tradition which had been borrowed from Central Asia. There are a large number of structures in Central Asia. So in this mosque, the Mughals, the first Mughal mosque, the Kalasha, which had now become part of the Indian mosques, was not used, but the tradition of the Roshandan, which was Central Asian in character, it was used. Secondly, as I pointed out, that in Central Asian mosques or in the Iranian mosques, you have either a single dome or a multiplicity of dome. And here what we find is that there were a multiple of domes which surmounted the structure. Secondly, it was being created in a region where brick has generally been always used. We know that in India, there are at least 2 or 3 regions where stone has not been actually used in the construction of buildings from very early period. One of them is Bengal, the other is the region of Multan, and the third, Punjab. Multan and Punjab, are aligned with each other, and throughout this, area, it is mostly the brick structures which are built. So typically, when Babur orders his first building to be made, it is not of stone, which ultimately became the hallmarks of imperial architecture, but the indigenous method of using the brick with mortar, overlaid on it. And then secondly, but the shape remained Central Asian, multiplicity of, domes, with the central dome having a Roshandan, the central arch in the form of a propylaeon. Sometimes you must have heard people say that the mosque at Ayodhya was derived on the Sharqi architecture, but my point of view is that both the mosque here at Panipat and that at Ayodhya were in fact inspired from the Central Asian architecture, because the Mughal architects who were creating it by that time had probably not visited Jaunpur, and Jaunpur itself also, the Sharqi architecture itself was also following the techniques and methods which were Central Asian in character. Now we find that, as I said, that throughout the region of Punjab, the brick structures were constructed, but then pay attention to this structure which is at Sarhind. It is now just a few kilometers away from the tomb of Sheikh Ahmad Sirindi. It is lying in a village within a field, outside the city limits. And once again, you find that you pay attention to the dome. It has a Roshandan instead of the Kalash. But below the Roshandan, you get the inverted lotus form. At the Babri Masjid at Panipat, the lotus, inverted lotus was absent. It was only the typical Central Asian Roshandan, which decorated the top of the dome. But this particular mosque, which I personally date it from the period sometime from the reign of Humayun, here you have the Roshandan, which is much more elaborate, and then below it you have the Indian tradition of having the inverted lotus, which became one of the hallmark features of all the domes which were subsequently built. So one can say that a hesitant use of such a method was found at the Kabuli Bagh Masjid, and then ultimately both the traditions further intermingled, and we find that this was created again in the Punjab region, in the area which is Sarhind. Now, these intermixing of various traditions did not take place only in tombs and mosques, but such intermixing or the emergence of a composite architecture, in fact, was in the field of the palatial secular architecture as well. Now, this particular building, which is before you, is erroneously known as Jo Dubai Palace. It is one of the buildings at Fatehpur Sikri, and if you visit the primary sources of Akbar's period, it is mentioned as Shabistan-e-Iqbal, or in other words, the Haram Sara, and it has quarters for at least 7 to 8 women who could live to it. We all of us by now know that there was no Jo Dubai who was the wife of Akbar. There was. It is a mythical creation, probably owing to the movie Mughal-e-Azam of K. Asif. But this architecture has been labeled by the villagers of Sikri as Jo Dubai Palace during the 19th century due to the fact that it has a lot of elements which are derived from indigenous traditions, which are coming from Rajasthan, which are coming from Gujarat, which are coming from Malwa. For example, if you look at these oriel windows, which are there on this gateway, but look at the central arch, it is a typical Iranian arch. This typical four-centered Iranian arch was used to such an extent by the Mughals that very soon we forgot that it was an Iranian variant, and we started calling it as the Mughal arch. Secondly, what we see here is a tradition which is derived from the Tughlaq architecture. There is, within the arch, there is a trabeated entrance. There are 2 entrances. In fact, the actual opening is trabeated, but outside is the well-formed 4-centered arch. This was a tradition which had been developed in India by the Tughlaq period, and it became, it was practiced under the Lodhis and others, and we find the same tradition continuing by the time that Akbar started establishing his structures at Fatehpur Sikri. Now look here. This is again one of the slides from the interior of this particular palace. You look at the pillars. I don't know whether it is visible to you from there or not, but the chain and the bell motif you can find on the pillars. The whole carving system appears to have been derived from the temple architecture. I mean, each and every portion of the stone, the way it has been carved. Remember that when Babur wrote his memoirs, he praised the Indian stone cutters like anything. And he says that he had recruited thousands of those stone cutters in forming his own structures. And similarly, when Akbar was building his structures, these architects and these masons, these master craftsmen were recruited, and the end result was a structure which misled people to believe that possibly this was a Hindu structure. And the theory circulated that because it has so many Hindu elements within it, so possibly the person who was living here was a Hindu queen. And that is why one of the reasons that the creation of Jo Dubai took place. Again, what we find here is, look at the window which is there in this particular building. These are the various architectural elements juxtaposed superimposed on one another. On the top, what you find is a typical arch, and below is the shape of an oriel window with the type of Jain architectural elements which are generally found in Rajasthan and Gujarat regions. Probably here the chain and bell motif would be much more clearer to you, and that is why sometimes what we find the people claiming is that this was a sort of a temple which was created within the palace complex. Nothing like it. This is a modern concept of giving religion to the architectural elements. What Akbar actually was trying to do in these buildings and palaces was trying to intermix the architectural traditions of the various regions, and all of those various traditions were amalgamated together to give form to what is now known as Akbari architecture. Another example of the same is here before you. Then the famous lotus pillar, which is there, again derived from the Jaina traditions, or in fact you can say the wooden traditions of how the brackets were made earlier on, and those same things were now used by Akbari architects. Well, I am giving you just one example from Ahmedabad. This is the Jame Masjid of Ahmedabad, and there were a lot of these traditions which were derived from temple architecture, which had been used in these mosques of Gujarat. For example, the stone cutters of the Gujarat were known for their jali work, and all these traditions were incorporated first in Malwa and Gujarat from the temple architecture, and from there, by the time they reached the Mughal court of Akbar, the memory of them being only part of Hindu architecture had disappeared. They were just regional elements of architecture. Now, for example, here in yet another building at Fatehpur Sikri, what you find is invocation of carvings which should have been found on wooden buildings. The type of carvings you would expect in the region of Kashmir on a medium which is wood rather than stone. Now, for example, again at Fatehpur Sikri, look at the brackets which are holding the roof. Now, naturally, anybody who is well versed with some element, knowledge about architecture would know that these brackets were not at all needed at all. I mean, there's no need of putting these, but this is just an invocation of wood architecture. You remember that the Mughals used to live in Central Asia and elsewhere in tents which were of wood. We know that even Abul Fazl and in fact even the European travelers give us references to the Mughal encampment which was on the move. Temporary cities which would be put up for the night, and they were all wooden structures. And if you read the Akbarnama, if you read the names of the original buildings which are given by Arif Kandhari and Akbarnama and Badaini and other sources, the same names of those tents had been used for these structures, especially at Fatehpur Sikri. So this was again an example of how various traditions were being put up together to give shape to a new architecture which had not been known to other places where Muslims or the Mughals were living. For example, here from a palace which is erroneously known as Turkish Sultana's palace, look at the type of carvings which are there, the cypress tree, the leaves and petals. They would remind you of Muslim traditions. You know very well that in Islam, the making of animal figures or human figures is not allowed. So you would say a typical example of Muslim traditions. But then along with that, you have panels, dados with parrots, with lions, with animals which are drawn there in the same building, which is at Fatehpur Sikri. So within one building, as you can see in this particular slide, on the top you have the geometrical patterns, and below you have those foliages which are again typically Islamic in character, but then the depiction of life which otherwise was forbidden in Islam. Not only these designs, but today I would like to show you certain other aspects which are generally missed by the people, certain traditions which are very typical of Akbari architecture or Mughal architecture, and that is the surface decorations. In a building which is known as the Khwabgah, the place which is supposed to be the resting place of the emperor, on the walls, the black and white sketch which you find is the sketch of probably a temple scene. This is what Smith identifies a temple scene. I don't know whether it's a temple scene or not, but in the middle is a deity with a crown on his head. On his head you have cloud-like formations. Below him and on the side, one side, right side, you will find dead bodies, limbs, dismembered bodies thrown at random. But on the other side, there is a prince who stands overlooking this scene. This was a sketch which was made by Smith 100 years ago in 1895. And this is a photograph, the colored one, which I took in 1995. And here you can find that, around this young prince who's standing here, there is a halo. You can see the golden color, which is here, depicting that even during the period of Akbar, the halo was used at certain few places. The other example of a halo in a Mughal structure of Akbar's period was a gateway at the tomb of Humayun, which was reported by Ebakosh, but unfortunately, due to what Aga Khan Memorial Trust did, the scrapping of the original plasters, that has now since disappeared. So this is the only example of a miniature on the wall with a halo which survives at Fatehpur Sikri. Now here what you find is that within a palace where emperor probably is supposed to be sleeping is a scene which is quite gory in nature, which is said to be a temple. It may be derived from Buddhist examples of China or whatever. This is how Smith tries to define it. But my point of contention is that such drawings and such elements which have nothing to do with the so-called Mughal Islamic traditions were incorporated into Mughal architecture. Not only the Hindu traditions, possibly on this wall, nothing would be visible to you. But what I am trying to show is that in this tak, which is there is the figure of a pious lady in a white robe, just like Mary. And before her, there are a number of angelic forms. Otherwise, outside this on the wall, you have certain scenes, elephants, polo being played, so on and so forth, which embellish and which in fact try to show that there was also certain Christian influences. Now again, this is a palace where Akbar himself used to sit. I'm not going to that, I don't have time to go into all the details, but possibly this much is visible to you, that there is a temple with a kalasha, which has been drawn on one of the pillars of this particular structure. The figure of Ganesha, again in a building which was used by Akbar. Not only that, but again on the same building, what we find is that there are two sculptures. On the one hand, here on the left side, there is some goddess who has been depicted. Probably some of you might be able to identify which goddess it is. But here on the right side panel, what you find is a figure which is almost like a Ram or Lakshman with a bow and an arrow, and below him is a monkey who is touching the feet of this god. So probably this is the image of Ram or Lakshman along with Hanuman. And what is remarkable is that these sculptures are being carved on buildings which are imperial and buildings about which there is no doubt that Akbar was personally using them. There are many other things, but because of paucity of time, I won't be showing those photographs, the surface decorations to you from Fatehpur Sikri. There are in fact hundreds of them, very interesting ones of them. But now I would jump to the period of Jahangir. Now this is one of the miniatures where there is a garden party going on. There is a woman who is at A.K. Das and others think that this is Noor Jahan Begum, the only portrait of Noor Jahan Begum, which some scholars define, and before him set surrounded by a halo, Jahangir, who is being entertained, and besides Jahangir is Prince Khurram, the future Shah Jahan. Now behind these figures, as a background, you find a portico, and beyond portico you can see the blue color of the river flowing. This is in fact identified as the scene from Bagh-e-Noor Afshan at Agra, which was created by Noor Jahan Begum on the banks of river Jamuna. I have also taken certain other photographs which I would show you, but on the right side I have taken out one portion from the pavilion which is there, and you would find, I hope it is visible to you, on one side is made Jesus, on the other side, the right side, in red garments with folded hands is Mother Mary, the influence of Christian culture on the Mughals during the period of Jahangir. Examples of that is also found from the Lahore fort, where there is a whole wall decorated with such images. Now, a few years back, in fact, now it has been more than 15 years or so, I had gone to survey this Bagh-e-Noor Afshan, which popularly is known as Rambagh at Agra, and we thought that let us find out whether there are certain images or not. But everything was covered with white lime of the British period. So one of my team members from the archaeology section suggested, let us throw some water, and as the white lime would become wet, it would become a little translucent. So we fixed our cameras, and behind that white mortar of the British period, you can see we could locate the image of a man, a bearded man, just in the form of Jesus, and on the other hand, this image of a woman, probably Mary. Now at the moment, if you go to that place, the white the plaster has been removed, and now the sketches of both Jesus and Mary are visible to the naked eye. Dr. Eba Kosh has also written an article on the angelic depictions at Bagh-e-Noor Afshan, and she has also given a photograph of these two figures there. Now let me come to another aspect which shows the Ganga Jamni or the coming together of both the cultures. My contention is, I don't have time to go into the details, but at least from the Mughal period onwards, a new type of Mughal a mosque architecture started growing in India, which I very hesitantly call as Templar mosques, which have derived certain traditions from the temple architecture. The first thing is that outside the Indian subcontinent, Pakistan, Hindustan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, if you go outside that, you will not be able to find a single example of a historic building of a mosque which has triple domes. It is typical of the Indian subcontinent. Outside the Indian subcontinent, you would find mosques which are either single domed or multiplicity of domes, as we found in the Kabuli Bagh Mosque of Babur. But in Qubbatul Islam Mosque also, there was multiplicity of domes. But from the Jama Masjid of Fatehpur Sikri, down to the Jama Masjid of Delhi, down to this particular mosque which I am showing before you from Lahore, which belongs to the period of Aurangzeb. This is Aurangzeb's Jama Masjid of Lahore. What you will find is multiplicity of domes. Number two, what you would find is that in these Mughal mosques, there was yet another tradition which you would find absent generally in the mosques outside the Indian subcontinent, and that is that there is a gradation. From the ground level, you have to use the stairs to come up till the courtyard. From the courtyard, there would be another series of steps which would take you to the prayer chamber. Within the prayer chamber, there would be an aisle, the central portion, which would be higher than the other two flanking places. And on top of this prayer chamber, which have roofs both sides a little lower, the central one higher, on top of them you would have triple domes, and the central dome bigger, higher, larger, the two flanking domes lower and smaller. Another tradition which came to be established under Shah Jahan was the minaret. Starting from Quwwatul Islam and coming up till the reign of Shah Jahan, at least in the Indo-Gangetic basin, we find them in Bengal, we find them elsewhere, Gujarat, for example. But as far as the Indo-Gangetic, the Mughal area was concerned, there was no use of minaret as a part of the mosque. In the Allahabad High Court judgment on the Ayodhya Mosque, one of the contention was that it cannot be a mosque because there are no minarets. Unfortunately, show me one mosque of the Mughal period which has a minaret in that and which dates before the period of Shah Jahan. During the period of Shah Jahan, the minaret first hesitantly appeared in the Jama Masjid of Agra, which was constructed by Jahanara Begum. And later on, a fully developed two minarets were found at the Jama Masjid of Delhi. By Aurangzeb's period, the slender, tall minarets became a hallmark of the mosque architecture in India. Badshahi Mosque, which is before you, graded, at various levels, and then, in fact, in Central Asia, the Livan or the chambers, the cloisters, which are constructed all around on the three sides of the central chamber, they are also double-storied. But in the Indian context, except for the higher prayer chamber, the other three sides are single-storied and lower. So, usi tarike se we can say that the Indian concept of Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. So, I may be totally wrong, But I will just ask you that please show me one mosque which is built in this fashion outside the Indian subcontinent, where you have this concept of Trinity, the concept of the society where there are gradations, various grades. You will come to one level. From the first level, you will then go to the second level. Ultimately, the Muezzin would be standing at a place which is not only central, but under the span of the highest dome, which is on top of his head. So that is why I say that the Mughal mosques, in a way, are typical mosques which show a composite culture. They incorporate within themselves traditions which are typically Indian and are not to be found elsewhere. It is not only confined only to the mosques, but even as the temples which were built during that period. Before you is the Madan Mohan temple at Vrindavan. You can see the use of red sandstone, and we have enough documents. Professor Irfan Habib has just come out with a book on Vrindavan documents on Braj Bhum, where the documents point out that a large number of grants were given to these temples, and the architecture which was used in these temples is almost the same Akbari architecture which had been used at Fatehpur Sikri, for example. One of the best examples of a Mughal mosque, temple is this Gobind Dev temple, which has a typical character. It has, incorporating within itself certain ideals which are typical to Mughal architecture. There is a paucity of images in this. And thirdly, the ground plan is a cruciform plan. In fact, a plan which reminds you of churches. This is a typical, Christian plan, the cruciform plan, cross plan, which has been used in this mosque, in this temple at Vrindavan. And now look at the interiors. The same type of architecture, the intersecting arches, the domes. Look at the arches which are inside and look at the surfaces. There is hardly any, sculpture which you would find drawn on this. Incidentally, it is not only during the period. Sometimes people say because it was being given grants by Akbar and because it was the Mughals and Raja Man Singh was in fact subservient to him, he saw to it that no images were put up there. But I would remind you that go to Jaipur and visit the Gobind Dev temple, which was created later on after this mosque had, this temple had been abandoned. There also you would find similar features, that except for the Garbhagriha. Incidentally, here the Garbhagriha was destroyed possibly during the reign of Aurangzeb. I'm not very sure when it was destroyed, but it was destroyed. So at the moment, we don't know what type of decoration was within that. But even on the gate of unfortunately, I don't have that slide. On the entrance point of the Garbhagriha, there are sculptures, but they are very, sculptures, gopis, For example, the matha, which is being, churned. So such type of images are there and not of the gods themselves. The last which I would show and end with that is that that started during the period of Akbar, and by 19th century we have temples which are domical along with Kalash. This is Ram Ki Pyari at Ayodhya, grants which were given by the Nawabin Awadh. And sometimes, in fact, when I went there for the first time after the demolition of the Babri Masjid, when the program Anhat had taken place and all this place was decorated, I thought that I was standing in front of some Muslim buildings and not temples. These domical buildings are the various temples, and that is the result of the type of culture which came to prevail in India because of the intermingling of various cultures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rizvi. Very fascinating presentation. May we have the questions first, Professor Mahalakshmi?
Yes, ma'am. We have a number of questions actually. So I will scroll down and read them out together. And then would you like to address them together, Professor Rezavi?
No, I might forget. So if you can,
Okay.
one by one, it would be better for me.
All right. There's a question from Taronjit Singh Bala, which is, what was the impact of technology used in air-conditioned chambers in Aam Khas Bagh in Sirhind, as well as in Fatehpur Sikri? Did it spread to other non-Mughal monuments of that period?
This concept of insulating the buildings against the heat was a practice which was followed almost in all these structures which were built from 16th century onwards. In fact, there were a number of techniques which were used. For example, in the Agra fort, what we find is that insulation was provided by constructing hollow walls. Sometimes within the hollow, the hollow within would give you the thermostat effect. Sometimes within the hollow, there were certain surahi-like objects made of masonry would also be introduced. Just like, pots would be put inside, and that would provide insulation. Secondly, sometimes what they did was that the floor would be provided with a large number of channels, and those channels would be funnel shaped, so that during the winters at one particular place they would light the fire, which would provide the heat through the funnel effect to all the parts of the room. During the summers, the water would be flown through them. They would be connected with channels so that you have a floor which is quite cool. What we find even in private houses, the nobles' houses which have been excavated, the side which fronted the sun, the wall of that side was thicker than the walls which were not facing the sun. So these were some of the techniques which were used, and they were used not only in the imperial buildings, but as I said, that even in the buildings which were not imperial in character. So from 16th, at least, I don't know before that what was happening. I have not studied that. But at least from 16th century onwards down to 19th century, the insulation was tried to be given in all these structures. And I can vouch say, if you go to Fatehpur Sikri for that matter, even when you would not be able to stand outside, once you enter into the building, you will think that you have, entered into winters.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. The next question, Professor Rezavi, is from Reggie. And actually, Shreya Saha also has the same kind of question, a similar question, about the influence of South Indian style of architecture or Dravidian style of architecture on buildings of the medieval period.
Well, that is a very interesting question, in fact. Interesting also because of the fact that the Dravidian style of temples themselves started from 11th century onwards. Most of them, the better examples, were constructed during the 13th century. So one would expect that there should have been some, influence by 16th or 17th centuries on the Mughals. But unfortunately, so far, none has pointed out. I can't believe that there was no influence from the south, but so far it is only Malwa, Gujarat, and in fact even sources like Abul Fazl, they also never mention the masons and architects from the south coming to build structures, possibly because from those subas like Gujarat, Malwa, or the Jaunpur region, or Agra, or Rajasthan, due to the fact that most of the masons and architects were hailing from these regions, one of the reasons why we find their influence more rather than East, for example, or the Deep South.
Thank you. There is another question from Aishwarya. Was there any formal structure to train masons or architects in the Central Asian traditions? How did the indigenous workers acquaint themselves with the techniques of construction of Central Asia? By experience as workers on the sites or by formal training?
Aishwarya, I have written a paper on the masons' marks. And it appears that although most of the historians, they would deny that there was any guild during this period, there was no guild system. But my work at least points out that there was some form of organization of these craftsmen into groups. Each group, possibly a family tradition, following certain traditions in building structures. Unfortunately, under the Mughals, there are two things which are missing. One, there is no treatise on architecture which has been compiled or survives. May have been written, but they don't survive. Unlike, say, for example, under the Ottomans, or unlike in ancient India where you have the Shilpa Shastras, under the Ottomans you have texts of architecture which survive. Secondly, under the Mughals, we have no plans of any of these structures which survive. The Taj Mahal was created, but if you ask anybody to provide you with a plan, master plan on the basis of which this would have been made, we just don't know. The only evidence of a plan is in the form of a painting where, one of the masons is shown, depicted, holding a graph paper-like thing on which a plan has been made. So there were certain plans, but they do not survive. So possibly, in short, my answer to you would be that most of the training of the Indian craftsmen were in their particular traditions. There is a work by Bala Subramaniam who tries to show that till 18th century, the old concepts of the Shilpa Shastras were influencing the Indian masons. As far as the new traditions or the tradition, or for example, I mentioned the work of Thakur Pheru, where there is some written information of the techniques that if you have to make an arch, how many stones are to be used, what type of mortar has to be made, so on and so forth. So there is an inkling that there must have been certain texts explaining this, but possibly most of the training was on the field through practice, possibly not otherwise.
That question was from Virender Dhillon. I'm sorry about mixing the names up. We have another question which is on the influence of, on the composite culture that is represented by the spires, eaves and papier-mâché mosque of Shah Hamadan Mosque in Srinagar.
Naturally, the Kashmiri architecture, whether it is the Mosque of Hamadan, Shah Hamadan, or whatever, they also depict a composite culture in the sense that there are certain traditions which are used there, which are typically local. For example, the medium of construction, the wood, the type of carvings which has been done on the wood. They are typically of Kashmir, but then we also come to know that this was an area on which much Chinese influence was also coming. So some of the carvings which have been done on Kashmiri structures do reflect certain influence of Kashmir, of China or Chinese artists. Now, all those monuments which were created under the Mughals, for example, the Shalimar Bagh or the other gardens, which were or buildings constructed under the Mughals, they are typically Mughal in character. So there are certain influences which continue from Kashmir on them, but basically the grand Mughal traditions, because most of the architects, as I said, they were being taken there, and it was through them. So we do find that even in Kashmir, the composite culture of various traditions did came to be established.
Yeah. Similar question from Amita David. The previous question was from Srishti Ray, which is about Tak in Muslim architecture. A final question is about whether we have any evidence to suggest that the use of indigenous traditions along with non-indigenous is a deliberate decision on the part of the respective rulers who were commissioning the building of these structures.
Well, you know, the Mughal period was known for the coming together of various traditions, whatever we may call the Mughals now. But you know, soon after the establishment of the Mughal Empire, I would say from the period of Akbar, there were two things which were established, two ateliers. One, the school of Mughal painting, the miniature painting that started, and a new type of architecture which I talked about. And in both the things, there was you know, a tradition of you know, say for example, in painting, there is hardly any composition in, of Mughal miniature where a single artist might have made it. There would be one person who would be sketching it, the other would be coloring it, the third would be making the faces, fourth making the trees and the you know, mountains. Similarly, in the field of architecture, we know from Abul Fazl's account, for example, or for that matter from Babarnama himself, when Babar talks about the creation of his buildings, he says that the masons from various locations and places, for example, Babar says 3,000 Indian masons were collected to work on his buildings. Abul Fazl says that masons from Malwa and Gujarat and other regions were imported to create these structures. And we also know that the architect himself would remain either an Iranian or Central Asian. So whether it was a conscious you know, effort or unconscious, there was an intermingling. The plan would always be of the Central Asian Iranian character. The execution would be done by people who had been variously trained. For example, there was under Akbar a person who was a lowly kahar. And there were a number of masons also who were part-time agriculturists. And when it was off-season, they would be acting as masons. So all type of people were joining, and that is probably the reason that something which grew out was of a composite nature. Possibly, it was not a conscious effort. It was due to the fact that all type of people joined hands together to create A, miniatures, B, the buildings.
Thank you. I think that is all, Professor Banga.
Okay. Thank you. Now, how do I come in?
You're already in, Professor Banga. Or you just have to speak.
Okay, I see Professor Rezavi very prominently, so which is just as well. Well, friends, you would agree with me that we have had 3 extremely meaningful presentations from eminent scholars. I have been personally benefited tremendously from their presentations. But before I say anything further, let me first share with you a few points which struck me most. Not that everything that struck me I would be able to share with you, but just a few points. Professor Rajan Gurukkal was a real dialogue between archaeology and culture, or archaeology and historian rather. And of course, historian got the upper hand, as I could see, as all of you would have been able to see. He makes a fine distinction between civilization and culture, which we have to always keep in mind, and then gives a comprehensive and critical overview of what the Indian archaeologists have been doing. He also gave the number of sites. In fact, I would like to ask him about the exact number of sites which have been unearthed. I was not able to catch how many in India and how many in Pakistan and Afghanistan maybe. And then his view that archaeologists have given a balkanized or atomized presentation of archaeological sites or the past is extremely, I think, significant. And the way we can find processes through these atomized units is the job of the historian. So far, archaeologists themselves are not doing that, and nor are they using or giving any importance to technological change as they should have done, as pointed out by Professor Gurukkal. And then coming to this very important point of the distinction between the Indus and Indo-Aryan cultures, a very sensitive point today, but I think he could very convincingly show that there was a distinction and that there is not reliable evidence, acceptable evidence to show that the Indo-Aryans were the original inhabitants of India. And then his emphasis on technology, to which I've made a reference, remains extremely important for the historian to always keep in mind. And with these words, I would like to thank Professor Rajan Gurukkal for this valuable presentation. Now, moving on to Professor Srimali's presentation, like him, I must also admit that I have been, quote unquote, a reluctant participant. I've never had such a long participation online, and I wish, like him, I also had the kind of assistance he got, courtesy Professor Mahalakshmi. This discussion of Dr. Ambedkar's work. Sorry? Am I audible? Yes, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Professor Srimali provided insight into several questions of contemporary relevance. And I was wondering, was Dr. Ambedkar hopeful of change when he was writing about these or working on these riddles, or was he despaired of change? Or did he think that there was no hope in the present situation and he'd better move out rather than think of changing it? Another thing which comes out very clearly is his emphasis on rational thinking and need for questioning, and that caste system being a division of laborers, which somehow we fail to recognize in most situations and which we somehow ignore. it needs to be emphasized, I think. And then the questions that Professor Srimali left us with are also very important. And these significant questions again have a contemporary ring. So I think the purpose of the organizers was to look at the composite Indian culture, A, and to connect the past with the present, which has been very meaningfully done by the first two speakers, and I think also by the third speaker, Professor Rezavi. He provides fascinating information. I'm using this word fascinating for him for the third time. Fascinating information about the buildings and structures in medieval India, and also this explanation of what is a monument, which represented the times, intentions, ideology, knowledge, and limitations of the people who either constructed those monuments or who were instrumental in their construction. And he also brings out the coming together of two cultures through his presentation. And he gives, which I found interesting, very interesting, a positive construction of a common historical process, which has often been decried by certain kind of historians. In fact, all over, the conquerors do make use of existing structures. There is nothing exceptional about it if they did that in India. And this was a part of the general historical process. Then this distinction or the difference between a mosque and a temple or their structure, again, was very interesting. And then the evolution of architecture, which he traces right up to the Mughal period, and taking note of regional peculiarities like the brick architecture being used in particular regions, and the Mughals continued, or Babur continued with that in Panipat when he was building his mosque. The dominant impression I gather is that of indigenization of Islamic architecture and painting during this period. Thank you very much. And I think, on a personal note, for me, it was a privilege to attend these presentations and a duty to participate in this program. And I gained tremendously from these meaningful discussions. And it so happened that the thrust of the three presentations was heading in one direction, and I think they had better be woven into the so-called mainstream history of India. Once again, I thank the three distinguished speakers for their stimulating presentations and extremely meaningful ones too, and thank Professor Mahalakshmi for all the efforts put in by her and her team of dedicated researchers and colleagues who made this day successful and who made this day possible in the first instance. We have to keep the Indian History Congress going, and this was one way of meeting that challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Banga. Without much ado, let me thank all the speakers, Professor Gurukkal, Professor Srimali, Professor Rezavi. I thank Professor Banga for chairing this session. I am sorry, I should have offered you some assistance as well. I will keep that in mind the next time. But really, thank you all so very much. And I look forward to seeing all of you in the afternoon session, the third session of this webinar, which will also be the concluding session. We begin at 2, so I will request that we all eat our lunches quickly. I wish I could offer you lunch, but we will save that. That offer is open. That is for the 81st session. Thank you.
Okay, just one word to thank the participants for their comments and interventions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
खत्म होया अच्छा जी की हो रहा जी अपना बोले संगीत 9वीं तक ठीक है ठीक हो गया आई थिंक बीच में से उसकी चार्जिंग खत्म हो रही थी तो फिर इधर उधर मुझे घूमना पड़ा वेट कर रही थी पैनल अच्छा लग रहा है डिफरेंट भी है जो हम अभी तक पढ़ते आए हैं शेयर सेरेमनी the other day occupations बड़ी मिली women के लिए टेबल बना दिया 1911 का 21 टेक्नोलॉजी वो वाले प्रोफेशन सेलेक्ट करके टेबल्स में से जिनकी हम बात कर रहे हैं इसमें जो नई चीजें आई लास्ट में तो उससे 1911 में तो 52,000 इसके बाद कम होती है इतनी दिल्ली अलग होगा फिर वो भी 38,000 39,000 में दिया है जिसमें शो ऑफ नहीं थे जैसे कुछ टेक्सटाइल्स भी बिजनेस भी है तो फिर वो है तो these are the basic modeling एजुकेशन के साथ जो है हेयर ड्रेसेस भी 10,000 है things like that 1121
Good afternoon, friends. I invite you all for the third session of the webinar, Indian Civilizations, Historical Perspectives, that has been organized by the Indian History Congress. This is the first webinar that we have organized, and I am so happy that the first two sessions have really been such a grand success. We look forward to this final concluding session. In this session, we have 4 speakers, and Professor Arun Bandyopadhyay is the chair. Professor Arun Bandyopadhyay is a well-known historian of modern India. Many of you are aware of his writings. He has been a part of the Indian History Congress for a very long time, has served as the General Secretary of the Indian History Congress, and has been a member of the EC for several terms. So I invite Professor Bandyopadhyay. I thank him for readily accepting our invitation to chair this session, and request him to take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Professor Mahalakshmi. Let me begin with a note of obligation as well as gratefulness. Obligation because I was part of this Indian History Congress for a long time, as an ordinary member, as a live member, as an executive member, as the General Secretary, and also sometime also I presided over the Modern Indian section. And gratefulness to Mahalakshmi because we know that this is an abnormal time. And in this abnormal time, she has created, of course, with the help of many others in the Indian History Congress, a forum like this, in which we can share some of our views on some of the long-standing issues of Indian historiography. And this is a very, very important one. And I will first of all congratulate him for giving me this opportunity for this engagement. Engagement as an ordinary participant. I was throughout yesterday, and in the morning session, I was also there. And of course, in this session, the second and final session, she has given me the opportunity to chair this session, and also that will give me a first order of engagement. And I'm particularly delighted to note that the central focus of this webinar is Indian civilization and historical perspective. And this is a very, very important theme. And you know that in this theme, in yesterday's discussion, as well as in today's discussion, here we have taken more or less civilization in a long-term, as a long-term phenomenon. So many of the issues that we have discussed yesterday and today actually is connected with certain long-term implications, long-term formulations. And an illustrative case, of course, would be the 2 sessions that Professor Mahalakshmi has referred to yesterday and today. Yesterday, in the inaugural session, the 3 speakers and the chairpersons have highlighted some of these issues, long-term issues in terms of ideas and ideologies. And Professor Habib actually masterly survey of ancient, medieval, and modern period. She has done it. Professor Shirin Musbi, though actually she was referring to this theme of Sulikul, but she was referring to many implications of it in long Indian historiography, that exercise of Akbar's. And of course, Arito Mukherjee has done a wonderful exercise of linking the Indian freedom movement towards the long-term civilization discourse. This is a very, very important thing. And today also the same thing. And I must tell that Professor Amiya Bakshi, our standing president of the Indian History Congress, has conducted the first session, inaugural session, in a masterly way. And the same thing has been done by Professor Indubanga today in the morning session. And some of the presentations, Rajan Gurukkal presentations of actually presenting the early archaeological things as a long geographical space, not so much a localized one. And of course, Ambedkar has been taken up from the modern times and linked to it some of the important issues of, for example, Hinduism as well as Buddhism by Professor Srimali. And of course, the composite culture, the question of composite culture has been highlighted by Nadeem Rezavi. So I'm sure that in this program, in the second session, the 4 speakers who will speak will do the same thing, I'm sure, and we shall come to some of them actually one by one. But one question to Mahalakshmi, since there are 4 speakers and one concluding speech by Burton Cleetus, so the time limit, I think I should give 50 minutes for each presentation, and then some discussion, 55 minutes. Otherwise, if it is 1 hour, it will be no time for discussion. So I must have to end by 6 o'clock. So
Absolutely.
that is the time. So
actually, we had informed all the speakers that about 45 minutes for their lectures, and then thereafter we can have some discussion that way.
So 45 to 50 minutes, the main discussion, and then it will be followed up by some discussion, some observations, some comments. And so without wasting much more time on this inaugural deliberations, I will invite Professor Selva Kumar to make his presentation in the very beginning. Professor Selva Kumar.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the Indian History Congress Committee for inviting me to speak in this webinar. In this difficult corona times, this digital media has enabled us to academically interact, and I hope in the coming year we would be able to meet in person. I hope the situation would definitely improve. Today, I am going to speak on hunter-gatherers in historical South India. I have divided my talk into 2 parts. The first part gives an introductory note and addresses some of the issues related to archaeological research. The second part focuses on the hunter-gatherers in general and in historical South India. The category of hunter-gatherers refers to communities that depended on hunting wild animals and collecting plant foods. Sometimes they are also referred to as foragers. In human history, hunter-gatherers cannot be treated as unchanging category, and the construction of this category has been questioned by researchers. For example, Myers 1988. Hunter-gatherers in reality might have existed as diverse types depending upon the space-time or cultural context in which they existed. So these variations in the hunter-gatherer adaptations in prehistoric as well as historical time should be taken into account, and we cannot treat them as a constant monolithic category. One of the branches of hunter-gatherer studies concentrates on the so-called scheduled tribes as classified during the colonial period and known as Adivasis living in the marginalized areas and in the forest territories of India. There are documentations and studies available on these communities from the colonial period, and even our early Indian literature and medieval literature do talk about these communities. There are documentation studies and available on these communities in for several regions of India. I'm not going to present any overview on these studies. Mainly, anthropologists have studied these communities, and archaeologists have undertaken ethnographic and ethno-archaeological investigations on these groups in order to understand their archaeological record as well as their ethno-historical component. D.D. Kosambi, in his book The Culture and Civilization of Ancient India, in historical outline says, when there are forests close by, one may still see people like Katkaris of Western Ghats or Mundas and Warans of Bihar who are barely out of food gathering stage. Here, Kosambi talks about food gathering as a stage. Such marginal tribesmen are dying out because of disease, drunkenness, the disappearance of forests, and the advancement of civilization and of money lenders. So these forest communities, or otherwise known as tribal population, they still exist, and they have been facing a lot of problems because of modernization and globalization and other developments. And I have done some research on the Paliyans in Varshanadu Andipatti Hills in Madurai region. I myself know how they are facing problems to carry out their livelihood. The hunter-gatherers of prehistoric period are studied by archaeologists based on material cultural remains. The Mesolithic period witnessed widespread occupation of hunter-gatherers in various ecozones of the Indian subcontinent or South Asia. The microlithic hunter-gatherers of South Asia existed in distinct contexts from the late Pleistocene to early Holocene age. There are researchers in the recent past pushing the date of introduction of microlithic technology and their hunter-gatherer adaptation right up to 45,000 BP. For example, the research done by Vishnupriya Basak, Sheila Mishra, Petraglia, Kori Setter, Parth Chauhan, and others. I'm not going to list the complete scholars here. The Ganga Valley sites of Mahadaha, Damdama, Sarai Nahar Rai, and Bahur in Rajasthan, and several other sites in India have produced evidence for hunter-gatherer occupation in the late Pleistocene, early Holocene onwards. That is before the beginning of Indus Valley civilization. The paintings found at Bhimbetka, some of these paintings have been attributed to the Mesolithic context. In Sri Lanka also, we have a lot of evidence for these hunter-gatherers living in various ecozones. However, with the onset of early farming communities of the Neolithic and Chalcolithic cultures, the conditions of the hunter-gatherers appear to have changed. The northwestern part of the Indian subcontinent, with Mehergarh as an important site, and the Ganga Valley have so far produced very early evidence for agrarian beginnings in South Asia. The early Mesolithic hunter-gatherers seems to have constituted a base population of the Indian subcontinent and in South Asia as a whole. While migration theories have stressed on Dravidian and Aryan speakers and their origin, the hunter-gatherer population and their history have not been given due importance, in my opinion. Similarly, there is evidence of Austroasiatic populations in eastern India and northeastern India, and they have not received due attention. Any attempt to understand the peopling of the Indian subcontinent should begin at least with the understanding of late Pleistocene, early Holocene hunter-gatherers and their continuity and further cultural developments. It appears that there is a selective focus on certain categories or civilizations or cultures such as Aryan, Dravidians, or Indus civilization. Archaeologists who attempt to understand the past societies tend to focus on the material culturally rich communities or urban forms. The discovery of Indus civilization and its study has dominated archaeological research in India in the 20th century. In the nationalist perspective, the Indus civilization was seen as an achievement of ancient India, and this civilization has been focused much on school education and in college education as part of awareness programs also. Now, I would like to highlight the recent developments and awareness among the public and the interested individual with regard to the studies on the past. In the popular understanding, the Indus civilization has become a yardstick for measuring the achievement of any civilization or culture or archaeological findings in India. If any archaeological site is excavated or researched, people tend to seek comparison and association with the Indus civilization, at least in certain parts of the country, for example, in Tamil Nadu. In the light of Kiladi excavations in Tamil Nadu and Pattanam in Kerala, there are parallels drawn in public understanding over their relationship with the Harappan or Indus Valley civilization. But these cultures are separated by vast space and time. It has become a trend in some parts of India to use the Right to Information Act and the legal system to undertake archaeological excavation at specific sites and for seeking publication of archaeological reports in the recent past. Excavations are conducted based on popular demand, and there are court cases seeking directives to excavate archaeological sites and protect and preserve archaeological sites and monuments. And sometimes research is carried out rather than problem-oriented questions and research questions formulated by archaeologists, and they are directed by the public interest and public requirement. One of the issues highlighted in these discussions has been that not enough attention has been paid to excavate archaeological sites in Tamil Nadu or other cultures, and a high degree of importance is paid to the Indus civilization. Padaya, in his recent paper, has argued, Professor Padaya, who is from Deccan College, that archaeological studies need to focus on researching regional culture. He uses the concept subaltern to focus on the off-sites or small sites. The title of his paper has been Tall Talk About Heritage Management, Need for a Subaltern Approach to Archaeological Record in India. He says the subaltern approach to archaeological record, taking into account what are called non-sites or off-sites, and its investigation at the regional levels hold important lessons for Indian archaeology at the level of research domain and heritage management. Similarly, Shanti Papu uses the terminology Taj syndrome to highlight the importance given to major archaeological monuments rather than fragile prehistoric sites. D.D. Kosambi, Subbarao, and several other researchers have highlighted the need for understanding the cultural diversity of India for developing a deep understanding of Indian history and its past. While major civilization and cultures have been the point of attraction in archaeological studies, hunter-gatherers or history of rural settlements have not been receiving due focus. Now there is an increased demand for focusing on the cultures, archaeological cultures of different regions. Against this background, I like to argue for a regional archaeological studies, and for village histories, we need to pay more attention using all kinds of sources, including archaeological materials. In the policy matters, I feel we need to allot more financial assistance for understanding archaeological cultures of different regions of India. I would like to argue that the regional socio-political conditions have always influenced the subject of historical research among academic and outside academia in various contexts. What kind of subject is chosen, what kind of site is excavated, they are all dictated by several factors in different regions of India. I do not intend to question the importance of the Indus civilization. However, what is argued here is to understand the peopling of India, cultures and cultural developments in various regions of India need to be given due and special attention. In terms of early Pleistocene and early Holocene hunter-gatherers, more emphasis needed to understand their culture and adaptation. The archaeological establishment and institutions need to focus more on science-oriented research and application-oriented studies. This is where we need to give more financial allotment on the part of the government in undertaking very high-end science-oriented archaeological research. However, I do not perceive science as a messiah, and we need to be careful in the interpretation of scientific results and their meanings. Because we know under using the genetic studies, a lot of interpretations are presented nowadays, and there are problems. And we need to understand the history and the cultural context before using the scientific results. I would like to point out the recent popular media reports about the scientific study of Harappan diet. Harappan society covered a vast area and it had a diverse population. Therefore, just based on few sample studies, we can't generalize. This is a problem when we highlight science reports through the media reports. We need to highlight to the public that this sample is small and it cannot be drawn. Cannot be used to draw a broader generalization, and we need to be careful. I also feel that archaeology and heritage studies need to be given more space in history departments in the colleges and universities across India. And also, we need more interactions and between archaeologists and historians, and the scholars have been talking about this, but this has not really happening. And we need to combine these disciplines to formulate, to understand ancient and medieval Indian history. I also would like to stress that medieval archaeology and colonial period archaeology is also very important, because many of the archaeological departments tend to focus only on ancient India. This is one of the areas we need to develop more understanding, and we need to focus more on the medieval archaeological issues and landscape archaeology and other perspectives. Archaeologists have always struggled to identify cultures and civilization from the material culture. This morning, Professor Rajan Gurukkal clearly highlighted how problematic it is to create cultures based on the evidence from ceramics from a particular sites. Archaeologists have created cultures based on material cultural remains, and their identities have been problematic. But there are also problems, because archaeologists, like philosophers, it is said, they used to search for a dog in a dark room, searching for a black cat. Archaeologists tend to look at the material culture closely. By looking at their attributes, they try to develop an understanding of a culture which is very complex. Suppose if an archaeologist works in a couple of sites, it is very difficult to express the culture or the material culture that he or she excavates, and other people to understand that cultural expression. I think this is where we need to work on to include digital archaeology or artificial intelligence, because we have excavated so many sites across India. If we can really use artificial intelligence to define these cultures, we have a lot of cultures like painted graver culture, Harappan culture. Sometimes, archaeologists work on based on their own cognitive skill, which is limited. And also each individual has his or her own subjective understanding of ceramic typology, and we need really metadata analysis techniques to understand culture. The idea of culture as shared norms is adopted by cultural history, and that approach has been precisely used for creating various culture, as presented by Professor Gurukkal in this morning. We are not able to identify the communities behind these archaeologically or materially constructed cultures, and these are really the constructs of archaeologists. They are the constructs, and they are like ethic perception. We do not know how these people perceived themselves. But when we come to the historical period, we have a lot of literature which talks about the Dasyus, Panis, and various groups, but we cannot identify these textual-oriented identities in material culture. This is one of the problems we are facing. Thus, the Indus civilization, as perceived by archaeologists, has been constructed as a civilization. So we look at certain ceramic materials, ceramic forms and typology. We construct it as a civilization. But recent research by several scholars have highlighted that Indus civilization not only had these urban settlers, it also had pastoralists and hunter-gatherers, as argued by Sudeshna Guha and several other researchers. So the notion of Indus civilization, when we hear this term, when we conceive this term as civilization, sometimes some people tend to think as it entirely as an urban or a kind of civilization. But when we look into the material culture, the number of sites and the town planning and other features that are found in these sites, we know definitely that it was a kind of composite culture by incorporating multiple ethnic groups. This is a problem in which we need to research more to understand. The evidence of excavated site of Bahod in Rajasthan clearly suggests the interaction between microlithic using hunter-gatherers of Mewar region with the Indus civilization. Copper arrowheads have been excavated at this site. Similarly, some of the Chalcolithic cultures of Gujarat were also interacting with the Indus civilization. Indus civilization had multiple communities and groups interacting in this region. The authorship of Indus civilization and the theories have become still matter of debate. We are not yet able to completely understand this civilization. Perhaps we should visualize the Indus civilization as a composite culture that incorporated several groups and communities adopting different kinds of professions and occupation and means of subsistence. When we, as I said earlier, when we enter into the historical period using Vedic or other texts, we are able to see identities and we are not able to correlate them with the material culture. There have been hunter-gatherers and food gatherers throughout the Indian history. When state formation took place, the state system had to interact and manage with many of these communities. The resources from the forest and forest as a space has been in great demand among the various communities that were living and also among the empires that were forming. This is reflected in many of our textual sources, including Mahabharata and Ramayana. Ashokan inscription also refer to the way how he dealt with the people from the forest. So we have a lot of such evidence for the presence of hunter-gatherers in various contexts, right up to the contemporary period. In Andhra Pradesh, evidence for hunter-gatherer interactions in the Iron Age have been identified by Dr. M.L.K. Murthy. He has undertaken research on the ethnographic research on the Chenchus and several other communities, and it has been argued that these communities might have occupied this region right from the very early times, and they are also arguing for a continuity of hunter-gatherers in the later period also. One of the arguments presented by some of the scholars have been the perceived forest people as primitive or as lost out the buzz to progress or as unchanging. This idea of viewing the hunter-gatherers as unchanging and primitive is also problematic. There is a possibility to suggest the movement of hunter-gatherers in the historical times too. We have evidence of Telugu-speaking hunter communities living in Tamil Nadu. Some of them have moved into different potential resource areas like backwaters in the later period. So we should not see this historical hunter-gatherers being in a specific region constantly, right from the prehistoric time down to the later period. Now I will move on to my research in the Upper Gundar Basin. I'll share my PowerPoint here. I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Right. Yeah, this is a map highlighting some of the microlithic sites found across India. This particular map is very important because it highlights that the Mesolithic communities were there almost in all over India, right from the time of early Holocene, and these communities formed the base population of India. My research in the Upper Gundar Basin in Madurai region has produced evidence for hunter-gatherers and pastoralists interacting in the Iron Age early historic period. The hunter-gatherers using microliths lived in the hill areas while the pastoral communities occupied the plain areas. I have also argued that some of the hunter-gatherers might have been displaced by the movement of agro-pastoral communities, and these communities who were using ceramics and iron implements were in fact advanced, and they may have displaced the hunter-gatherer communities. This is the area of Gundar Basin. You can see this town of Madurai. This is where Kiradi is. This is my research area where I did doctoral research. I worked on the prehistoric site as well as Iron Age sites, and this is the valley called Varshanada Andipatti Hill. This is Varshanada Andipatti Hill. This is Gundar River Basin, which there is a river called Gundar that drains towards the east and joins the Bay of Bengal. These are the sites that I have identified in these regions. What I found was, I found evidence for settlements in the Mesolithic context all along in the central part of the basin. After the Iron Age, I could see the movement of hunter-gatherers into this particular fringe areas. Even today, we have evidence of Palian hunter-gatherers living along these hills. I did some work on them. So probably from the Iron Age onwards, when the agro-pastoralist communities moved into the basin, these people moved beyond. This is a rock shelter at a site called Gobalapuram, where I have documented evidence of microliths and black and red ware datable to the Iron Age context. Several sites have been identified. These are some of the microlithic artifacts from these sites. And this is one site called S. Papinoyakanpatti. The site is near a very small hillock. Here we find evidence of microliths as well as Iron Age early historic habitation. Interestingly, we have these kind of settlements initially occupied by the Mesolithic communities, microlithic using Mesolithic communities. Later on, when agro-pastoral communities moved into this region, we don't find any trace of these Mesolithic communities. So I did some excavate some trial trench at this site where we have evidence of burials as well as other materials. We found evidence of bone tools from the Iron Age early historic context and several other materials. I'll not highlight, especially at the bottommost layer, we have evidence for microliths as well as Mesolithic hunter-gatherer evidence. Then all of a sudden, then you have this Iron Age acropastoral communities evidence in the upper level. This site is especially in the center of the upper Gundar Basin. These are some of the faunal remains that I excavated in this site. This is an urn burial site. I also recovered a skeletal remain from this particular site, which was jointly studied by Walimbe and me. And here you can see in the center part of the upper Gundar Basin, you have a lot of Iron Age early historic settlement. And this is the hilly area where you find microlithic settlements, microlithic sites found along with black and red ware, clearly indicating that these hunter-gatherers might have moved into the fringe area and they were interacting with the agro-pastoral communities somewhere in the Iron Age early historic period. Okay, next, I'll move on to the next section. Coming to my research in the upper Gundar Basin, I have also studied the Palian hunter-gatherers, which has revealed some of the important archaeological sites used by the Palians in the historical period. For Palians, we don't have any written records or any other documents. The only way to understand the history of Palian hunter-gatherers is to collect oral information. Based on our research, we found several rock shelter sites with paintings which the Palians could identify as honey stones. And these people have memory of the sites that they occupied, and there are some kind of rock paintings found at all these sites. These paintings could be interpreted with the help of the Palians. If I had gone there as an outsider, I would have interpreted these paintings differently. With the kind of information that I gathered from the Palians, I could interpret them as the honey gathering scenes. Palians were very fond of honey gathering, and these people used to go for collecting honey mainly in the Tamil month of Thai, in the month of January, when honey is available in abundance. And they used to take a risk of their lives in collecting honey, and this is a very common practice available among them. So the study of this particular community exposed several other rock shelter sites in the forest, dry deciduous forest areas, and some of the archaeological remains associated with them. And these Palians move in a group, and sometimes they also take other communities in their hunting gathering activities, and they also take their dogs for the hunting activities. And sometimes some of the burials associated with these Palians, they are not clearly distinguishable. Only because of their input, I could identify these sites. At these sites, we have mainly certain stones arranged in a fashion, and they don't show any perfect circular or other kind of features. So by exploring or working with Palians, I could understand many of these archaeological sites associated with them. Now, I will move on to the Sangam literature and the evidence from Sangam literature, which talks about the hunter-gatherers. So in order to understand these hunter-gatherers, we need to also look into the literature, early historic Sangam age literature, as well as medieval literature, which gives us a lot of ideas. If you are looking into the archaeological remains alone, we have a lot of megalithic burial sites with a lot of black and red ware. When we are trying to look at these sites, we cannot understand the cultural variation within the megalithic ceramics. We have a lot of ceramics, they look exactly identical over a vast area. It is very difficult to understand the minute identities that existed among the megalithic, so-called megalithic people. The same way as Indus civilization has been constructed by archaeologists, the Iron Age culture or the megalithic culture are clearly constructs created by archaeologists. If you want to break these constructs, get into the minute aspects of the cultural aspects, we need to definitely look into the early literature. When we look at the Tamil literature, we have a lot of reference to these hunter-gatherer communities. The communities that relied upon hunting are described as Kanavar. Kan means forest people, Yeiner, Vetuvar, hunter, and other labels are presented in this literature. As far as social formation in the early historic Tamilagam is concerned, Professor Rajan Gurukkal has extensively worked on this, and I would like to highlight some of these references related to these hunter-gatherers. Natchinai poem mentions about a hunter who hunted various resources such as iguana and frog, termites, and wild hare. Purananuru poem 33 refers to a hunter who with a dog lived in the forest and exchanged venison for the produce of pastoralists and farmers. Paditrupattu mentions about a Vetuvar person with a murderous bow, exchanging the meat of the deer with the pastoral and farming communities for rice and curd. They were hunting animals and exchanged the meat for various other produce with the agropastoral groups. Thus, the complex exchange relationship involving food and other resources in the region from the hill to coast are presented in the Sangam literature, which also deals with the 5 different landscapes. I'll not go into the details now. And we have several such references. If we look into these references very deeply, we get a clear understanding how these hunters function, a kind of understanding that we cannot achieve just by looking at the archaeological record alone. For example, Akananuru talks about a hunter with a dog. Akananuru 36 refers to hunter who uses fishing rod to catch fish. Hunter who remains hidden in a bush while hunting, that is mentioned in Akananuru. Hunters and hunting dogs are mentioned in Kalitogai. Fish hunters on a boat called the fisher folk are also described. Hunter who commits murder. Actually, that is how, especially in the literature of Manimekalai, Buddhist literature, a hunter is seen as a person committing murder. So these kind of terminology, and also they describe these people as Kalla. Kalla in the sense illiterate or uneducated or people who do not have, the poets perceive them as having a kind of different understanding, not advanced knowledge as presented in the text. One who was an expert in killing animal spread the net for catching wild pigeon that managed to escape the net. So these kind of descriptions are presented in the literature. One who uses a decoy bird for trapping birds, that is also presented in Latinate. Hunter who blow horns and have dogs with the prey, they are catching them in the through their mouth, and they hunt the deer. One caught iguana, frog, termites, and wild hare, and drinks toddy. One with murderous bow exchange the meat of deer for the and tusk of elephant for toddy. An expert hunter with extraordinary hills in using bow and arrow. That is how this literature talks about these hunters. So we do get several such references to these hunters. It is very much possible that these people who were living in the forest were also actively supplying commodities for the so-called Indo-Roman trade. So these communities were very much important in collecting the forest produce for the larger market exchange as part of Indian Ocean or early historic Indo-Roman trade network. We also have evidence of Roman coins in some of the burials from the Nilgiri megaliths. So therefore, when we look at the literature, we get a very clear understanding how these hunter communities were predominant in certain region, how they were actively, working in collecting the resources from the landscape, and also we have references to several other communities, hunters, sometimes plundering, and they were involved in cattle lifting. And these people were also involved in cattle lifting. This could be one of the methods for, acquiring resources through which these communities would have adopted agropastoralism. So we have a lot of hero stones of the later period. And they also reveal about Vetuvas as a community involving in these kind of, cattle lifting activities. So when we look at the literature and see the archaeological materials in association, we are better able to understand the complexities and the social organization involved in. We have the references to the famous Kannappa Nayanar, who was a hunter, and he became part of the Bhakti movement, and his images are found in many of the temples in Tamil Nadu. Similarly, we also find the Tirupanalvar created to the Vaishnavite faith, and we do get these people gradually being incorporated into the mainstream society. There are also references to panas in the Sangam literature. I am not going to present all the details because I have limited time. We have detailed reference to panas who involved in fishing and who were camping nearby the river Vaigai. So we get extensive references, and in the later period we also have references to other kind of saints who were associated with the different communities. They were being incorporated in the mainstream temple festivals. For example, in the temple of Ambal near Pundotam near Tiruvarur, there is a story associating Pulaya with the worship of Shiva. So these kind of myths and also Puranas, they refer to incorporating hunters and other communities, and Periya Puranam text is very important in this regard. Medieval literature.
Professor Selva Kumar, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you please speak towards your mic, facing your mic?
Okay, right. Coming to this medieval literature, we have Sundarar referring to the Vetuvas, and once Sundarar was traveling towards Tamil Nadu somewhere in the Kongu region, he was attacked by the Vetuvas, and he records this in one of his poems. So when we look at this literature, we get a lot of such reference to these hunter-gatherers and hunters. They were involved in different kind of activities, and sometimes they are also incorporated into the mainstream societies. But when we deal with the medieval periods, all the hunters were not of the same conditions. We have certain people of hunter caste who had transformed and who had an important position in administration. So here we cannot think of these hunters having a very identical condition. Rather, we could see this emerging into a caste wherein some of these community members achieved a dominant position and they were part of the administration, while some of them were involved in hunting gathering activities. There are also inscriptions which refer to the community of Valayas who were forced to give white hair as a tax rather than in the 15th century. There is a reference in a Pudukkottai inscription that talks about the Valayas giving wild hair which they hunted as a kind of tax. Similarly, other communities offered chicken. So we get a lot of such references to these hunter groups in the dry areas in between the fertile riverine areas. Similarly, there are references to fisher folk also in the literature and also in the inscriptions. We have reference to fisher folk offering donation for worshipping Adipatha Nayanar in the temple of Tirukkuvalai. And also there are some Vetuas offering donation to a temple in North Arcad for performing worship to Kannappa Nayanar. And we also have references to Irulas in the later periods. Irulas as a communities, they are found in the Vedaranyam backwater area. Some are found near Chidambaram in the Pichavaram areas. Probably these communities moved into this region in the later period because of the potential water resources as well as the marine resources available in the Pichavaram area. So when we look into the medieval inscriptions, we get a lot of such references. So I'll come to the main point of my presentation. So what I am trying to argue through my presentation is that we need to have a kind of holistic approach in studying Indian culture. Sometimes because of the rich material culture, we tend to focus on Indus Valley or Harappan civilization, while other regional cultures are not given due representation. As for archaeologists and historian is concerned, I think we need to give more focus to understanding these regional cultures, studying the regional cultures and hunter-gatherer adaptation and these other communities require archaeologically to investigate. We need more financial assistance in terms of undertaking scientific research. This is where I would like to argue in terms of heritage management policy of the central government as well as the state government. They need to have clear allocation of funds for undertaking research, and our aim should be not only on the Aryans or Dravidians or Indus civilization, rather to understand the cultures of India. This is where I feel micro-history or village history becomes important. We have excavated a lot of sites across India. We need to find a way either using artificial intelligence or metadata analysis to interpret this particular data set so that we can understand the cultural development of India in a holistic manner. As we know, when we look at the archaeological evidence, it is very clear India as a country is pluralistic in nature. Multiple cultural traditions have constituted the diverse nature of the Indian culture, and this needs to be further researched. These are some of the main points of my presentation. I hope I am within the limit of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Selva Kumar. You have been able to make a very important point, and this point is this: that through your study of hunter-gatherers, you have been able to show that their history can be traced even before the Indus Valley civilization and can be continued throughout the historical period. And the fact that some of the time that we link these hunter-gatherers with our focus on Aryan or Dravidian or Indus civilization is slightly, I think, wrong, according to you. This is a very, very important point. And in addition to that, you have raised certain question about the archaeological policy, about the question of how we should consider culture, particularly the importance of regional culture. And with your study of the Palian hunter-gatherers as well as the study of the Sangam period, you have been able to show that they were hunter-gatherers, but in addition to that, some of them were agro-pastoralists also. So before actually opening this paper to the questions, I have one question to you, and this is this, that if you take the history of hunter-gatherers from the archaeological time to the historical time, in this long perspective, the civilizational perspective, then how do you consider that the relationship with the peasants, the agrarian settlements, which was continuously expanding, and these hunter-gatherers, either they stayed in the hills or in the forests. So their relationship, the peasants' relationship, the peasant settlements' expanding relationship with these places, hills and forests, have to be taken up also. And how would you react to this? This is my humble question.
With the expansion of agrarian way of life, some of the hunter-gatherers, we cannot say that hunter-gatherers remain static. Some of the hunter-gatherers probably were influenced by these new developments and they were transformed. While some of them, only some of them were, they moved into the marginalized areas. So I think the process was, it's very complex. We have these hunter-gatherer communities and some of them in the pristine area, forest area, who moved into the remote areas. When I made an interview to the Palian, they said that they moved into this forest because they did not want to pay tax. So there could be several compulsion that led to the movement of these communities in different areas. Some of the communities, I think they were probably impoverished, and some of them, if you look at the Sangam literature, some of these Pulayas were involved in funerary rituals. I think this idea of professional hunter-gatherers who probably took up the labor services. This is one of the transformation. Some of the hunter-gatherers might have taken up labor services and because they become impoverished. If you look at the literature, you find these people depending upon the patronage of the chiefs and kings of the Sangam age. So we should see this as a kind of multilineal development, not as a single development. Some of the communities, they moved into the remote areas where there was no agrarian population. Some of them, they became part of the system. They probably supplied the labor service, and some of them took up, as we have literary evidence to suggest, they became the ritual service providers. If you look at the Panas, they were good in singing, they were composing poems. So these people were doing that. The literature also tells that these people were involved in fishing. Gradually, what happened when there was agrarian expansion, even after the Pallava period, probably there was a shortage of resources available for the hunter-gatherers in the main area. As a result of agricultural expansion and tank irrigation, and the landscape changed. Also, pastoralism expanded. This naturally forced them to choose some other occupation. Some of them might have chosen to agro-pastoralism. Some of them might have chosen to agricultural labor service or otherwise. Some of them would have moved into the remote area. So we could see kind of multi-level changes, multilineal changes taking place in the lives of hunter-gatherers in the historical period.
Thank you. I think if there are some questions from the audience,
Yes.
Mahalakshmi, can you?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have 3 very interesting questions from Dr. Vishnupriya Basak. The first is, can you please highlight the problematics in the ways in which an archaeologist uses analogies from the ethnographic present? as you were referring to this in your presentation. The second question is about your emphasis on digital methods. And while she appreciates it, she says that also, don't you think there should be a greater engagement with the public without seeing the public as a monolithic category? Sorry, these are two different things that she's pointing out here. And the last point that she makes is, should we not have a more critical understanding of heritage instead of seeing it as a sum total of information of the past?
With regard to the analogical argument, I think we need to be, we cannot use analogical argument in all the contexts. Sometimes what happens is, the contemporary communities are taken to, exist as it is without any kind of changes. And this is one of the problem of our approach. Analogical argument has a lot of problem because the context in which we are applying this information could be problematic. So what I am trying to say is that that we can get some kind of understanding from by studying these communities, and we can get some kind of middle range understanding as postulated by Binford in order to interpret the past communities rather than taking a direct analogy. For example, many people have argued these forest communities have lived in this region from the early time. So this is problematic because these communities have migrated in between, and we need to undertake further research. This is the first question, and the second question is about what was the second question? Can I read them here?
Yeah, it's there in the chat box. There should be a greater engagement with the public without seeing the public as a monolithic category.
Yeah, I agree with that. We see when we look at the public, as you know, there are different categories of public. There are some people, who try to visualize this from a very imaginative point of view. Some people who try to see this as a matter of pride, and we cannot see public as one kind of group, because within the public there are several groups who also work on the basis of their own local interests. Because the public, when we talk about public, it is a general, but these communities, these people, they have their own interests and personal interests in their in their village and society. So any kind of views that we present, they do not want it to be affected. Sometimes when we deal with these history right of kind of questions, we also get right to information from the public. So they want to prove certain things, saying that, for example, who were the descendants of this particular king. So when we cannot take public as a same level, we have among the public some people with some kind of interest, with some kind of agenda who want to put. We have another side, we have some people with a kind of who wants to understand heritage in a plain perspective. So we cannot deal with them in the same level, because some of the public, they want to use historical knowledge for their own purpose or their own agenda. So we have these people are also in the public. So when we talk about public, it is not single categories. There are a lot of variations, a lot of people with a different kind of motives and intention. So what I am talking in terms of public is the general public who are interested in learning about the past, and we need to really engage more, especially in Tamil Nadu. Sometimes people tend to have a very strong feeling about certain things. We try to create awareness. We try to create awareness. For example, there are so many issues with regard to the authorship of Indus Valley civilization or Kumari Kandam. There are certain notions in the minds of people. So what we need to do is to to present the accurate or so-called version of history, we need to educate them, I feel, because in the name of history, what we find in social media, in others, there are so much of wrong data and interpretation presented. I think this is where archaeologists and historians need to work to create a kind of understanding what is the kind of history that can be presented based on the available evidence. And otherwise, now there are several interested individuals who proclaim themselves as historians or archaeologists, or claim, because archaeology is fun or history is fun, but it is very important that we teach very accurate information. Accurate in the sense, I am not trying to say it is absolute objective kind of history, some kind of history that is acceptable based on available evidence. Finally, coming to the data analytics and metadata analytics, artificial intelligence, you are right. I agree with her. We need to change the problems. That is the main thing. How we define culture, how we understand culture. So the problem lies with archaeological theorizing. So when we theorize this culture and understanding properly, then when we use this technology, it will be easy. Because as I see that we look at the material culture, we look at the diverse variety of material culture from the excavated sites, how are we going to understand the material culture? Because we have voluminous data which is impossible to understand using our own brain and our own cognitive understanding. This is where I feel combining with the theoretical understanding of culture and defining culture, we need to have this metadata analysis. I agree with Vishnupriya that both are essential.
So we should conclude this session and move on to the next.
So thank you, Professor Selva Kumar, for making a very good presentation based on your own research, as well as a very good interactive sessions actually you have offered to us by answering some of the very pertinent questions coming from the audience. So I shall now thank you, Professor Selva Kumar. I shall now request Professor Kumkum Roy. She does not need any introduction. She is so much known to us in the Indian History Congress circle as well as in all other circles. And today, the presentation that she will make is also very in the heart of the whole discussion of civilizational discourse, because the subtitle of our presentation is "Can there be an inclusive civilization?" This is a very, very important question, and she is going to discuss dharma, dialogue, and dissent. So, Professor Kumkum.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, as also Professor Mahalakshmi and her entire team for having made this occasion possible. Also, thanks to the members of the Indian History Congress Executive Committee, because organizing this kind of a session in an absolutely unprecedented situation is really an achievement that we need to all recognize. Having said that, I would also hope that we do manage to revive the actual physical History Congress very soon, because I was just thinking back to last year when many of us were in Kannur. And of course, one misses the informal discussions between sessions, the meals, which were absolutely fabulous. Also, the kind of friendly chaos that is very much part of the History Congress. And one does hope that 2021 will be a better year for all of us. So with that, I'd like to begin the presentation. If we can have the PowerPoint on, please. I'd just like to mention that I've changed the title a little bit and have focused centrally on the figure of Vidura from the Mahabharata. And the reasons for doing that will probably become more clear as we go along. Now, the concept of civilization, like many others that we commonsensically took for granted, is at once amorphous and multivalent. Often considered synonymous with the pinnacle of achievement, artistic, cultural, scholarly, it has increasingly come to be interrogated by people who have been marginalized by those who claim to be the custodians of civilization. From these perspectives, civilizations and their so-called achievements provide the veneer for stratified hierarchical societies. And one of the challenges that for us at the present juncture is to engage with these perspectives. So what follows is one attempt at such an engagement. The next one. Now, one of the most complex, if not contentious categories associated with Indian civilization is dharma, not surprising given the centrality of the term in several subcontinental traditions. The range of meanings the term has acquired is evident even if one examines one of the most accessible dictionaries, V.M. Apte's Practical Sanskrit English Dictionary, where 4 printed columns and very closely printed ones are devoted to dharma and its derivatives. Simplifying this complexity is virtually impossible, and it's perhaps unnecessary. What I propose to do instead is to reflect on the praxis of dharma as represented in the Mahabharata, which is itself a demanding and dense text, through the figure of Vidura, who is thought to embody dharma. A word about the Mahabharata. As is well known, it was composed and compiled over centuries, receiving its final shape probably around the 4th or 5th centuries of the Common Era. Attributed to Vyasa, it is set in and around the Ganga-Yamuna Doab. The narrative was evidently disseminated through several modes of communication, oral, written, and visual. Dealing with the fratricidal struggle between cousins, the Kauravas and Pandavas, ending in the victory of the latter, it is at once prolix and profound. Vidura's location within the narrative is unique. He is the 3rd son of Vyasa, born of a serving woman. He remains loyal to Dhritarashtra and his clan of Kauravas, even as his sympathies lie with the Pandavas. Vidura appears and intervenes at crucial moments in the narrative, especially where kingship and kinship are at stake. However, unlike most of the other protagonists who assume dramatic roles in a story that is preoccupied with warfare, he is a pacific, liminal figure whose social status remains nebulous. Does this permit the expression of views that would otherwise seem problematic? And do they contain possibilities for redefining dharma in particular, and by extension, civilization? Is there a connection between the contents of dharma and the modes of communication used to expound it? In attempting to open up these questions, I draw on the Adi, Sabha, Udyoga, Stri, and Ashrama Vasika Parvans of the Mahabharata, based on the Sanskrit text as reconstructed in the critical edition. The next one. The next slide, please. Yeah. At the outset, let us note that the term used for civilization at present in several Indian languages. Could we have the previous one, please? Sorry. Sabhyata has very tenuous roots in Sanskrit. Turning again to Apte, Sabhyata is defined as politeness, good manners, or breeding, while Sabhya refers to one who belongs to a Sabha. The Sabha itself, probably a more or less inclusive assembly, and the Sabha in the Mahabharata we can see is a site of competition, conflict, and disruption. Is an alternative understanding possible? Consider the definition of the Sabha provided by Vidura in the course of one of his typically long speeches. A Sabha does not qualify as one if there are no elders present. Neither does it qualify if the elders do not speak on the basis of dharma, nor is it a Sabha if dharma is not based on satya or truth. And finally, that which is based on deception or chala cannot be considered as truthful. What is interesting about this definition is that no markers of social status apart from age are considered important. What is emphasized instead are ethical norms expected to characterize the ideal sabha. The next one. In what follows, we will explore the context of dharma, dharmic dialogues, the expression of dissent, dharma in practice, and the afterlives of Vidura. The next one. Vidura appears in the very first chapter of the Mahabharata, which mentions 3 fire-like Agni Iva Kauravas produced by Vyasa in the kshetra, that is in the wives or the women associated with Vichitravirya. They are introduced as Dhritarashtra, Pandu, and Vidura. Vidura, the youngest, is at once greater and lesser than his siblings. We learn that he is Dharma incarnate, destined to be reborn in a Shudra Yoni for having permitted the wrongful killing of a Brahmana named Animandavya. Vidura's status is thus unique, fraught, and ambiguous. It is worth bearing this in mind in considering his expositions of dharma. The Adi Parva provides a long description of an ideal realm at the time of the birth of the 3 sons of Vyasa. The realm included the Kuru Jangala, Kurukshetra, so it's a combination of the wilderness and the agrarian lands, and the Kurus, the inhabitants, all of which prospered. Prosperity is defined in terms of abundant harvests, timely rainfall, trees full of flowers and fruit. Animals, both domesticated and wild, were happy. The cities were full of vaniks and shilpins, that is, merchants and artisans. People were brave, learned, peaceful, and happy. There were no dasyus or robbers, nor were people interested in adharma. Indeed, it seemed as if it was the Krita Yuga, the first and best age of human existence. The people were also free from pride, anger, and greed. And rivaling the mythical Uttara Kurus, who were conceived of as inhabitants of the lands beyond the Himalayas, these southern Kurus walked in the company of the Siddhas, the Charanas, and the Rishis. There were no misers or widows in that Janapada. The absence of misers would point to the prevalence of what was considered of generosity, while the absence of widows would indicate that it was an idyllic domestic world. The houses of the Brahmanas were prosperous, and it seemed as if there were festivities all the time. Give and eat were the words constantly heard everywhere in all the houses. The Pauras as well as the Janapadas, that is the residents of town and country respectively, were happy with the activities of the Kumaras. The usage of the last term, that is the Kumaras, in the plural is significant, suggesting that it was a common designation including all the 3 sons of Vyasa. The Praja were engaged in dana or making gifts. They were dharmasila, virtuous in the pursuit of dharma. They were performing various yagyas and vratas and regarded one another with affection. The realm governed by Bhishma, according to the Shastras, and contained hundreds of chaityas and yupas. The terminology is interesting, pointing to the prevalence of both non-Vedic and Vedic practices, the former represented by the chaityas and the latter by the sacrificial post or the yupa. People from other realms thronged to this idyllic kingdom where Bhishma had set the Dharma Chakra in motion. The vocabulary has resonances with early Buddhism, where, as is well known, the first teaching of the Buddha is known as the Dhammacakka Pavattana. The city itself resembled a great ocean with its gateways and buildings. Besides, there were rivers, forests, groves, tanks, ponds. There were wells, aramas, sabhas, public spaces, and facilities in general were abundant. The realm is thus visualized as a differentiated space in terms of the landscape and those who inhabit it, with diverse ritual beliefs and practices and differences in social status, occupations, etc. At the same time, there is a sense of coexistence, a sharing of resources, and a pervasive notion of well-being. What is also noteworthy is that the realm is ordinary rather than spectacular. It is not encumbered by florid descriptions of palaces or even of heroic warriors. The next one. It is the kingship of this idyllic realm that becomes a matter of contention. We learned that Bhishma brought up all the three, that is Dhritarashtra, Pandu, and Vidura, as his own sons. They were all versed in the Vedas and Niti Shastras. Of the three, Pandu was well versed in archery. Dhritarashtra was renowned for his strength, while none surpassed Vidura in the knowledge of Dharma Niti. Yet, Dhritarashtra is not considered a suitable candidate for kingship because of his lack of vision. Neither is Vidura on account of his birth. At the same time, Bhishma relies on and consults Vidura when he arranges marriages for the young men to ensure the continuity of the lineage. Vidura's own marriage and children are mentioned in passing. We are informed that a certain King Devaka had a Parashava daughter born of an Anuloma union between a Brahmana man and a Shudra woman. And this woman was Rupa Yovana Sampanna, endowed with beauty and youth. Bhishma arranged the marriage which yielded putras who inherited the qualities of their father. However, neither the wife nor the sons are heard of subsequently. Vidura's private life, it seems, was not spectacular, and there are none of the complexities that overwhelm the lives of his older siblings in terms of sexual encounters and problems of reproduction. As such, not being a contender or a claimant to the throne, or indeed to social status, Vidura's interventions are marked by personal detachment as well as a concern for the wider issues at stake. Not being a king or even an obvious grihastha seems to provide space for engaging in dialogue and ensures a degree of autonomy, distance, as well as perspective. The resolutions he offers are shaped by his location. In fact, where other epic figures are routinely compared to lions, tigers, or bulls, animals symbolic of physical prowess or valor, Vidura is referred to as Dharmartha Kushala, Dhiman Medhavi, skilled in his understanding of dharma and artha, wise and intelligent. His other attributes include being free from lobha and krodha, greed and anger respectively, as well as being dirghadarshin or far-sighted. The next one. One of the longest elucidations of the ideas attributed to Vidura occurs in the Udyoga Parvan, where he provides an elaborate description of the Pandita. This definition does not rest on knowledge of textual traditions, but rather on a set of practices stemming ideally from a position of detached engagement. A range of qualities is highlighted. These include self-awareness, effort, and forbearance, not being perturbed by anger, joy, or pride. In other words, the emphasis is on equanimity. More pragmatically, the Pandita is also someone who is able to act in secret without fear of heat or cold, without attachment, and without concern for prosperity or adversity. Other qualities include a quick grasp of things, the ability to listen, a focused concern, not being troubled by troubles, and not moved by either praise or insult. He is Tattvagya, that is possessed of knowledge about all bhutas or creatures, Yogigya of all karmas, that is he knows how the connection between acts, and Upayagya, versed in the means whereby all Manushyas or people can attain their objectives. He is also able to speak with clarity, Pravritta Vak, on a variety of subjects, Chitrakatha, with a knowledge of the process of argumentation, possessed of intellect, able to understand the content of books. His understanding of the Shrutis is guided by Pragya, and his Pragya is shaped by the Shrutis. This is followed by a passage which describes the characteristics of the fool or the mudha. Now, amongst other things, the foolish man is one who, though wealthy, eats alone and does not distribute food or clothing amongst his dependents. Other acts that are condemned include taking the wealth of another, entering into the relationships with the wives of another, abandoning one's well-wishers. In other words, sharing and recognizing one's obligations towards others are emphasized as valuable attributes. This is extended to define the ideal Grihastha Dharma in terms of looking after those who may have been marginalized, including the old, kinfolk, those of the Kula who are in a state of decline, the poor Sakha, and the childless sister. Not surprisingly, there is an acceptance of Brahmanical ideals. However, there are also interesting variations. For instance, we find the following, a list of people to whom hospitality is to be offered, which includes the Devas, the Pitris, the Manushyas, the Bhikshus, and the Atithis. Now, the first three are generally mentioned in texts like the Dharma Sutras and the Grihya Sutras, but the introduction of the Bhikshus is an interesting change, which probably represents an acknowledgement of diverse renunciatory traditions, as is the mention of the Atithi or the guest. And also noteworthy is that there is no way in which this list of hospitality is connected with the Varna order. So there is some difference that we can see over there. Vidura's speeches also contain advice on Raja Dharma, and amongst other things, the king is advised to tend his subjects like a gardener to ensure that fruits ripen, seeds are stored, to assure that there is a constant supply of resources. Also important are the qualities that Vidura extols. These include kshama or forgiveness, which along with vidya or learning, ahimsa, non-violence, are considered to be the best of qualities. What is also interesting is that Vidura is associated with redefining the understanding of strength. So we are told that violence or himsa is the strength of the wicked, of the asadhu. The strength of the Raja lies in Danda Vidhi, strength of women lies in service, strength of the virtuous lies in forgiveness. In another instance, we have reference to 5 different kinds of strength, of which again, Bahubalam or physical strength is regarded as the lowest. Above that is the wisdom of the good minister. Then you have wealth. Then you have ancestry. But the best form of strength is supposed to be wisdom. That is the Pragya Balam. We also notice that there is an emphasis on Shila, virtues, which is considered to ensure victory everywhere, unlike more ephemeral external accessories like clothes or having a vehicle or having cattle wealth, etc. So obviously material wealth is considered to be less valuable than those attained through the practice of virtue. A similar value is attributed to arjavam or straightforwardness, which is supposed to be better than bathing in all the tirthas. In other words, ritual practices and material resources are regarded as relatively less valuable than the internalization and practice of virtues. Elsewhere, the attributes that lead to prosperity are identified as dhriti, that is endurance or forbearance, Shama, quietude, Dhamma, control, Shaucham or purity, Karunyam or compassion, words that are not harsh or cruel and not going against one's friends. The next one. Now, many of the speeches that are attributed to Vidura have entered into or were probably derived from a relatively accessible register of Sanskrit, best exemplified by the verses that were anthologized as the Subhashitas, literally the well said. And I've just put up one or two examples of that. Tyajet ekam kulasyarthe gramasyarthe kulam tyajet, gramam janapadasyarthe atmarthe prithvyam tyajet. So roughly translated, it would be one should forsake the individual for the welfare of the kula for the grama for the janapada, and in order to save one's soul, one should sacrifice the entire earth. And again, the next one, which is basically advising the king, telling the king that you will find people who will say what is pleasing, but to find somebody who will say what is unpleasant and true is both the listener and the sayer of such sayings are rare. The next one. Now, at another level, there are also verses that resonate virtually verbatim with those from the Bhagavad Gita. And again, I've just put up two examples, both very well known. And one can then see that this is in line with the general tenor of Vidura's elucidation of dharma, advocating as it does giving up of kama, that is desire, krodha, anger, and lobha or greed. Now, given that Vidura uses words to achieve his ends, the following statement, which is also attributed to him, is interesting. It says that while the wounds caused by arrows and axes may heal, those caused by harsh words are virtually impossible to heal. At the next one. At the same time, Vidura himself uses words to heal. And this is perhaps best exemplified in the Stree Parvan, where he tries to console Dhritarashtra, who had lost all his sons and close associates in the fratricidal war. Here, once again, one notices that the arguments resonate with those of the Bhagavad Gita, as well as with Buddhist ideas of death. There is an emphasis on jnana, knowledge, as a means of assuaging grief. Ideas that have parallels with the Bhagavad Gita include those pertaining to the unknowability of the beginnings and endings of living creatures. A second set of arguments pertains to the idea of death in the battlefield being an ideal for the brave. Also resonating with the Gita is the notion of the sharirin, or the soul, giving up the body just as people discard the use of clothes. A third set of arguments suggests that kala, time, death, again a term having several meanings, pursues all without differentiating and with a degree of impartiality. A fourth idea is that there is no escape from one's karma, which pursues one relentlessly, whether one is lying down, standing, or running. Death is also described as a leveler, reducing the kulina and the akulina, those with the family and those without, to an identical status, with the cremation ground as a space where the dead sleep, losing their skin and flesh, while the bones hang loosely as the sinews are worn out. Other ways of overcoming the fear of death that are suggested include pursuing the shilas of Dhamma, Tyaga, and being apramatta. The emphasis is on abstention and a clear and unperturbed mind. There are other vivid images that Vidura also invokes. These include a detailed analogy between the human body and a pot in the making. It may break while on the wheel, while it is being shaped, or removed from the wheel, while wet or dry, while being fired, while being removed from the kiln. The fate of the embodied being is similar. Death pursues one from the moment of conception onwards, and given its inevitability, grief is futile. The next one. Apart from these general statements, which may have been part of a popular worldview, Vidura's interventions in the narrative are marked by a persistent strand of dissent. More often than not, it is couched in terms of an inclusive reiterating of his positions through analogies and arguments intended to preserve the lineage to which he was bound through bonds of affection rather than through biology. Very rarely does it degenerate into outright hostility or anger. So one of the first appearances of Vidura is during the birth of Duryodhana. It is Vidura who raises the alarm when Dhritarashtra invites him to interpret the ominous sounds that accompanied the event. Predicting that Duryodhana would prove destructive for both the Kula as well as for Kshatriyas, he advises the king to abandon him. In fact, he is constantly concerned with the well-being of the Kurus. Typically, he is Kurunamcha Hiterata, engaged in ensuring the welfare of the Kurus. It is this inclusive concern with the welfare of the entire clan that explains his consistent opposition to Duryodhana. He supports his position on the basis of the qualities of the Pandavas, who are supposed to be endowed with all the gunas. At another level, he reiterates the importance of ties of kinship. In fact, what Vidura asks of Dhritarashtra repeatedly is that he should treat the Pandavas like his sons so that they would in turn reciprocate, treating him like their father. It is the power of the united clan that is idealized here and elsewhere, where Vidura assures Dhritarashtra that his sons, Karna, and the 5 Pandavas are capable of ruling the entire earth up to the seas and the skies. Even as Dhritarashtra acknowledges that Vidura's advice is in accordance with wisdom, he refuses to abandon his son because he is attached to him. Vidura persists, advising him to look after the welfare of his Gyantis or kinfolk who deserve protection, even if they are devoid of virtue, and much more if they are virtuous. He suggests that the Pandavas who desired his blessings would be happy if they received the villages in question, and that acceding to their request would enhance his fame. Destroying Gyatis is undesirable. Instead, if one is united with one's Gyatis, and what is recommended is some bhojanam, some kathanam, and some priti, sharing food, words, and affection, that would lead to prosperity. The good Gyati is indeed a source of protection, enabling one to cross through life, while the bad Gyati causes a person to sink. These arguments are bolstered through the use of analogies. An interesting analogy is that of tigers in a forest. The sons of Dhritarashtra are compared to the forest, the sons of Pandu to the tigers. And it is said that just as the forest cannot survive without tigers, so too tigers cannot survive without the forest. Each needs the other. However, there are other analogies which are not so much of coexistence. So the sons of Dhritarashtra are compared to creepers and the Pandavas to the shala tree. Also, the Pandavas are regarded as trees that can set the forest on flame because they have fire within them. Overall, we can see that Vidura is undeterred by the vacillations of Dhritarashtra and continues to attempt repeatedly to persuade him to adopt an impartial attitude towards his sons and nephews. Dhritarashtra is represented as being torn between the wise, if unpalatable, advice offered by Vidura and his emotional attachment to his son. When the news of Draupadi's Swayamvara reaches the royal court, Vidura advises reconciliation rather than conflict, recognizing an inclusive kinship network in which the Pandavas ought to be considered as sons, as we've just seen. His second argument is pragmatic, highlighting the strength and prowess of the Pandavas and the futility of opposing them. He also draws attention to the strength of their allies, including Drupada and Krishna. This ideal of reconciliation rather than confrontation is also what leads Vidura to try and prevent the game of dice. In this context, Vidura again approaches Dhritarashtra as a brother and urges him not to create bheda or differences between his putras. Dhritarashtra places Vidura's arguments before Duryodhana, describing Vidura as a brother whose shasana or instructions he tends to follow. However, Duryodhana has no faith in Vidura and accuses him of being partial to the Pandavas. In the dicing hall itself, Vidura intervenes time and again, attempting to prevent the imminent destruction and disruption of the entire world that he values. He addresses Dhritarashtra, comparing him to a dying man refusing medicine. He minces no words in describing Duryodhana as Kulagna, somebody who is destroying the lineage, and he bolsters his argument with certain analogies, etc. Ultimately, this argument degenerates into a kind of slanging match between Vidura and Duryodhana and ends on that note. By the time we come to the Udyoga Parva, you can see that Vidura will be overruled, but nonetheless, Dhritarashtra invites him once again and asks him for his advice. And towards the end of that discourse, Vidura suggests that he should listen to a Brahmin instead and invites Sanat Kumara. Of course, Sanat Kumara is as unsuccessful as Vidura in preventing what is seems to be almost foreordained to happen. The next one. Now, beyond his several speeches, we find Vidura acting in several cases, not as a warrior, but as a messenger, often at the behest of Dhritarashtra, but also on his own. Some of these occasions are when he is referred to as a subservient administrative personnel, the Kshatri or the Chamberlain. And on other occasions, one can see that he either intervenes or abstains on his own terms. So when the Pandavas marry Draupadi, he takes the initiative to persuade Dhritarashtra to invite them. And then again, when he's asked to invite the Pandavas for the game of dice, he does so, but does so reluctantly. However, when Duryodhana asks him to summon Draupadi, Vidura refuses to do so and warns him about the dangers of doing that. Duryodhana accuses him of being a Bhiru or a coward and then sends an attendant who does the needful. Again, in the Sabha, as we have seen, Vidura intervenes in Draupadi's defense, describing her as somebody who is without a lord or a protector, and saying that if in the Sabha dharma is tortured, then the supplicant who is already inflamed would be able to destroy. It is the duty of the members of the Sabha, the Sabhyas, to extinguish the fire on which is burning her. He also adds that it is the duty of the Sabhyas to respond without giving way to kama and krodha, that is desire and anger. And he again puts in a little narrative to strengthen the idea. But his interventions evoke no response. Instead, Karna insists that Draupadi should be treated as a dasi, and Dushasana proceeds to act on his words. Vidura intervenes yet again, and this is a pragmatic warning, saying that Bhima's rage will be something which will be destructive. We also see Vidura intervening to prevent the burning of the Pandavas in the House of Black, where he uses two interesting strategies. One is he uses a Mleccha Bhasha to converse with Yudhishthira, and he is the one who sends in the somebody who is a friend who digs the tunnel through which the Pandavas escape. Now, and when finally we find that Dhritarashtra decides to renounce the world, Vidura passes on this information to Yudhishthira and accompanies Dhritarashtra as he retires to the forest. The next one. Now, Vidura is also somebody who is responsible for funerals. So when Pandu dies, he's the one who is instructed to perform the Preta Karyani, that is the rites for the dead, which he duly does. And then at the end of the war, in the Sri Parvan, we learn that he's the one who has the task of performing the last rites for all those who do not have anybody else to do so. But what is also remarkable is Vidura's own end, which is described in the Ashrama Vasika Parva, where Yudhishthira comes to the forest and meets Vidura, who leads him on, and ultimately Leaning on a tree, he fixes his gaze on Yudhishthira. This is a transformatory moment for both of them. Vidura remains transfixed. His life force leaves him and enters Yudhishthira. It appears as if their bodies, their breath, and their senses merge. It's the Gatra, the Prana, and the Indriya that merge. And Yudhishthira acquires stages while Vidura remains immobile. What is more, when arrangements are made for his cremation, that is for Vidura's cremation, a voice intervenes. He is not to be burnt, as his body has already been cremated through knowledge and cannot be burnt again. Jnana dagdhasya dehasya punardaho na vidyate. Okay. Vidura's end contains a suggestion of transcending mortality. Beyond the literal meaning is the metaphorical. And beyond these tantalizing possibilities are also contexts of communication. Unlike the more dramatic characters of the epic, Vidura figures in relatively static situations in the Sanskrit epic. In fact, except for the scene in the Sabha Parvan, it is unlikely that the other situations in which he is present would lend themselves to engrossing representations in performative or visual modes. At the same time, we have seen that at least some of what he advises seems to have flowed into and out of a pool of relatively popular verses, which probably circulated widely in early medieval India. Were some of these related to Ashokan ideals of Dhamma? While there are no exact parallels, it is possible that the general idea of a benevolent, inclusive social ethic may have resonated in a variety of ways. The next one. More direct convergences and divergences are opened up in the Jatakas. Here we note the presence of Vidura Pandita in the Jataka bearing the same name. He is described as an Amatya or Amatya and also as an Artha Dhammanu Sasaka. He was renowned for expounding the Dhamma in a sweet and melodious voice, which attracted all the Rajas of Jambudipa. He also successfully adjudicates amongst divine and human kings, including Indra, Garuda, Varuna, and Dhananjaya. Hearing about his reputation, Vimala, the wife of the Nagaraja Varuna, experiences a desire to hear him, but disguises this as a dohada, that is the desire of a pregnant woman for consuming the heart of Vidura. A long narrative rich with folk elements is woven around this quest for and the virtual capture of Vidura. In the course of this, Vidura discloses his identity. When asked whether he is related to Dhananjaya, the king whom he serves, the honest man declares that he is not, but he is rather one of four kinds of dasas, as he was born of a dasa yoni. Apart from his lowly status, which resonates with that of his namesake in the Mahabharata, he is also described as being wise. Therefore, when he has to go with the Yakka Punnaka who wants to extract his heart to offer it to Vimala, Vidura advises his sons about how to behave with Rajas. In this narrative, Vidura is endowed with 1,000 sons, 1,000 daughters, 1,000 wives, 700 Garnikas, and Dasakamakaras, who are all upset at the idea of his departure. Apart from the fabulous numbers, what is remarkable are the dramatic and vivid descriptions that are inserted. This is particularly true for the various attempts made by Punnaka to engineer the death of Vidura to enable him to extract his heart. When all the attempts to frighten him to death fail, Punnaka decides to kill him by whirling him around. Even as he's being tortured, Vidura realizes why Vimala may have wanted him and decides that it is important to save himself in order to fulfill her desire. In order to achieve this, he proceeds to expound the Dhamma to the Yakka, even as he is suspended head down. Unsurprisingly, this instruction leads to a miraculous transformation in the attitude of the Yakka, who gives up his scheme of destroying the wise man and instead, impressed by him, bathes, clothes, and feeds him. Ultimately, Vidura persuades him to take him to the world of the Nagas, instructs the Naga king as well as Vimala, and returns to instruct his own king and the populace for the rest of his life. What this rich narrative suggests is that the idea of the learned Vidura, a wise man who was assigned low status, was apparently well known and could be adopted and adapted within other traditions and contexts. It also suggests that these memories survived in different locations. It is also interesting that this telling is enlivened by several dramatic moments as Vidura is taken through a rather bumpy ride along aerial routes to his destination. Were these introduced to ensure that the narrative was exciting, so that the relatively staid message of Dhamma could be conveyed interwoven with a gripping adventure? Such strategies may have permitted Vidura Pandita and his message to survive and transcend barriers to communication. Finally, let us return briefly to the recuperation of the yet-to-be-born Vidura in Onamni Angona, literally the woman without a name, a play published in 1960 by Buddhadev Bose. Onamni Angona is the mother of Vidura, the slave woman. According to the Mahabharata, when Ambika, the widow of Vichitravirya, was instructed to welcome Vyasa for sexual intercourse once again, in an attempt to obtain a so-called proper heir for the lineage, Ambika hit on a strategy to escape, substituting herself with a slave woman. Bose reworks this slender reference to create space for a complex and intense reflection on issues of gender, sexuality, caste, kinship, and human values. Ambika strikes a bargain with the slave woman. She will win her freedom once she has performed this task. But in performing her duty, Angana is transformed. She no longer wants her freedom. Instead, she wants to nurture the son who, according to Vyasa, will be wise, gentle, soft-spoken, calm. She is to name him Vidura, as Vidya or learning will be part of his nature. Vyasa also predicts that the forthcoming war and points out that Vidura will be present, but he will work for peace, detached like a swan that is not touched by the waves of the ocean. Angana now wants to live to see this son of hers, who will hold aloft the white flag of peace in the midst of a bloodied earth, gentle, soft-spoken, and calm. The son will be learned like the father and work in the background like his mother, adorned by poverty like his mother, and indifferent to the world like his father, neither a Kshatriya, nor a Brahmana, nor a Shudra, neither friend nor foe, neither trapped in the world nor a renouncer, but immersed in a stable, unfragmented thought, enduring yet distant, a tribute to her memory and her experience. These figures, creations of complex literary traditions, are a reminder of the challenges posed by and to our understanding of civilization. At once located on the margins and implicated in what is more dramatically visible, they open up perspectives that, even as they are framed within the mainstream, rupture it by raising the possibility of a universal inclusive ethic, by an insistence on dialogue and reiteration, by a refusal to endorse resolutions based on force, and by extending humane support even while dissenting. It is perhaps these qualities that we need to turn to and privilege as we attempt to grapple with our understanding of civilization. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rai, for an excellent presentation of what you said, the listening to Vidura. Actually, by general parlance, Vidura is represented as a consistently dharmic person in Mahabharata, but your presentation is very unconventional, and because of this, it is very interesting also. I think there may be some questions on it, but I have one or two questions and observations. First of all, I want to know what is your view of the earlier presentation of Vidura in Iravati Karve's book? This is one thing. Second is this, that your presentation of Vidura from multiple sources, including Buddhadev Bosu's that dramatic thing. So it is represented for a long time, not only in Vidura's time, but also in later times. So how you can locate it with your civilizational account? And I think this is my suggestion, is this, that if you think by this way, that civilization approach is something which is always marked with multiplicity of explanation. And by that way, Vidura becomes a symbol to you to understand civilization. How do you react to it? So these are the three questions. And later on, I think Mahalakshmi will present more questions.
Thank you very much for those questions. I just want to begin by saying that I will not take up the comparison with Iravati Karve's understanding right now, because I have read her work long ago and I didn't get back to it when I was working on this paper. Because partly what I was trying to do is to look at the way in which Vidura figures in the Mahabharata and in the Jataka tradition. And what are the parallels, what are the differences, and how does that work out? That was something that was, because one of the issues that I think happens with many of these narratives is that they flow into and out of different traditions. And that is something important to consider. But I do hope to go back to Karve's account at some point of time and see what one can, how that would figure in. The other thing that I think is important for us to do is that, many of these figures are used very popularly in different contexts to think through certain issues. And I think that looking at Vidura is one way of our opening up, not the only way, but one way of opening up a discussion on the category of dharma from a very different location. So I think that in that sense, it opens up possibilities for us to see what is being understood by dharma. Again, not to take it definition, but as one that we need to engage with, because it is coming from the margins. And I think one of the ideas that came up both with Professor Shrimali's presentation and with Professor Selva Kumar's presentation, where he mentioned the need for looking at the subalterns, is to look at the way in which civilization as a category might look different once we look at it from a different perspective. So I think that is something which triggered off this looking into Vidura. And also because it's an interesting figure who clearly has a pro-Pandava position, but nonetheless remains constantly loyal to Dhritarashtra. And what is very interesting is that even in the Stree Parvan sequence, when everybody has died and he is consoling him, which one would normally think if one was an author writing, there would be an element of adding in verses which had this sense of, I told you so. But those verses are not there. There's a way in which the figure is being constructed, where he takes the discussion onto a very different philosophical plane. And that is something which is interesting. And the fact that he is supposed to be this wise person who has an extremely liminal status, and he's the one who is being given this voice, it gives us a sense of the complexities that we need to think about when we raise this issue of civilization. So I think that is something that is perhaps significant.
Thank you so much, Professor Roy.
Mahalakshmi, now you have questions.
Yes, thank you. There are two very interesting questions. One from a BA Honours History student and one from the President of the Archaeology section for the 81st session, Vishnu Priya Basak. I'll start with the BA student's question. Srishti Ray asks, how does Bhishma's understanding of dharma clash with Vidura's understanding? Can we say that Bhishma's position too was ambiguous, as in spite of being the eldest son, he was bereft of throne, did not marry, did not follow the householder's path, yet had to stay in court and did not completely renounce family life? And the second question from Vishnu Priya is, could you please say something more on gender relations highlighted through this account of Vidura?
Thank you. Both of them are very interesting questions. Again, to do justice to the question on Bhishma, one would probably have to plow through the entire Shanti Parvan and the Anushasana Parvan, which is something that one would need to do, because that is where you have the discourses that are attributed to Bhishma on the issue of dharma. But in general, one would have a sense that Bhishma's dharma would probably tend to be much more the proclamations of dharma associated with Bhishma would probably be more in accordance with the Varnashrama ideal of dharma than the kind of Gyati-based dharma that seems to come through in Vidura's position, where he's more anxious about the clan being held together and a certain kind of equality amongst the clan that is being emphasized, whereas Vidura's would perhaps be much more in the line of the Raja Dharma, Varnashrama Dharma, which we would find in the Dharma Sutras and Dharma Shastras. But it certainly requires much more scrutiny to give a detailed response to that, and it is something which is worth thinking about and the specifics of that. Now, the other thing, of course, about the other differences that one can notice is that in the case of Bhishma, although you are right in pointing out that there is this element of celibacy, there is the element of avoiding kingship, etc., at the same time, we can see that Bhishma is also located within the martial tradition. He is recognized as a Kshatriya. And given that this whole epic is so preoccupied with warfare and valorizing the martial, that is something that is, again, a difference between Vidura's position and Bhishma's position. The way in which Bhishma resolves ultimately to act as the first of the generals on the Kaurava side, and that is something which is accepted, is something that is significant. So I think there are those differences which one would need to also look at. So there's a way in which one would need to look through the narrative tradition to see what are the points in which Bhishma figures, as also to look at the didactic sections where you have these extremely long sections where he expounds on dharma, and to see what are the similarities or differences. There would be similarities, because after all, this is one composite text. We've been talking about composite culture, and in many ways, the Mahabharata exemplifies some of these. Coming to Vishnu Priya's question, what's interesting is that the point where you find Vidura taking a stand about issues of gender is in the Sabha Parvan, where he is somebody who is anxious that Draupadi should have a fair deal. One of the voices, there are the other person who raises a voice is this relatively unknown son of Dhritarashtra, Vikarna, who also raises a voice at that point. But these are the ones who raise a voice in trying to defend Draupadi. But beyond, but again, that's an interesting conversation, and I didn't go into the details of that narrative. When it comes to the point where Vidura and Duryodhana come to a kind of slanging match, as it were, both of them, the dialogues inserted in the text in their name, both of them take to abusing on the basis of women. So, there is somewhere where you can push the arguments about gender up to a point, and then there is this question about why, when they have to kind of abuse one another, they have to bring in derogatory statements about women, comparing to an unchaste woman, etc., when they want to point out that there is this. So obviously there are certain narrative strategies at work that we need to unpack and see what is the kind of vocabulary available. And that is something that is significant over there. So that's as far as one could go, probably. And of course, even in the points where Vidura, because I was tracking Vidura's statements through the text more carefully, he is not particularly preoccupied in anything that he says with the Pativrata Dharma, which again I think ties in with the fact that much of the Dharma that is associated with Vidura is not very strongly tied in with the Varnashrama model. So you have that space that is there. And sometimes, of course, the absence of the Pativrata Dharma itself is a relief. So if somebody is not kind of advocating that, that can also be seen as something which is an interesting fact, given that you have these very, very long speeches that are attributed to Vidura. So that is something one that, again, probably needs to follow up more systematically. But thank you.
We don't have any more questions.
Yeah.
So we can move to the next speaker.
Yeah. So thank you, Kumkum, for the fascinating narrative that you have given to us. And the discussion is not ended. It will go on in our mind, and it will go on and go on. And now I shall invite Professor Sucheta Mahajan. I think that she does not also require any introduction. She's so much well known to our circles, to the Indian History Congress circles, as well as elsewhere. And today, I think that she wishes to work with Gandhi. And in this work, actually, questions relating to religion, society, and secular practices will come. And those questions are also central to our core question, the civilizational question. So, Professor Mahajan, please.
Thank you so much, Orunda, and congratulations to the History Congress under the leadership of Professor Bakchi, Irfan Habib, Shirin Musvi, and most of all, my colleague, Professor Mahalakshmi, for holding a kind of mini session at this year end, which for all of us, normally the year never ends without the History Congress. So she's helping us to conclude this year by holding this, and more specifically to her and the executive committee for inviting me to this very interesting webinar. As Orunda has already said, I am taking what I've called a walk with Gandhi, and around the issues of religion, society, and secular practice. It's very good that a lot of speakers have gone before me, so issues of definition of civilization and the broader meaning of this term have already been gone into, so I don't need to do that. I will just straight away take you back to that period of history, which those of you who know me associate with me, namely the 1940s and particularly the late 1940s. The end of a world war, the anticipation of victory in a hard-fought anti-imperialist struggle, a long jail term seemed hardly the time to dig for the roots of Indian civilization. And yet that is precisely what Jawaharlal Nehru did. His book, Discovery of India, is a testament to that. If we turn to the undisputed leader of the freedom struggle, Mohandas Gandhi, the Mahatma, we find him engaged at this time in a very different kind of search. for sources of tradition. There is no comparable tome written by him. Hind Swaraj is obsolete. His life, Gandhi said, is his text. It was a text which was played out in public, where even the most private self was out there for all to inspect. This life text that I propose to read with you today afternoon is his mission in Noakhali in the winter of 1946-47. But before we move to that distant corner of the subcontinent, let me ask a question which is perhaps in your mind and certainly is there in mine. Namely, how does Gandhi quite work through this complex interaction, or I should say intersection, of religion, religious practices, political practice and strategy, and secular being? My preliminary answer at this stage of the talk is that for him, the secular is rooted not in some French notion of laissez-faire, separation of church from religion, but in a civilizational values of tolerance, acceptance of difference, and an urge to find common ground across the religious spectrum by drawing on key ideas and practices from different faiths. Indeed, in Gandhi's understanding, the secular is premised upon proudly owning one's religious identity, and this is something the same in a person from contradiction. Hence, his creative interpretation of religion, a term that I use in preference to the term social reform, which drew inspiration from a civilizational ethos of mutual respect and tolerance between communities and groups. This, I would argue, became a far greater challenge to communalists of all hues than a perhaps simpler separation of religion from the political sphere would have. I hope that this would emerge in the course of this talk. But before I go ahead, let me just dust off some cobwebs around the usual understanding of Gandhi on religion and politics. And by this I mean his being termed an anti-secularist. Now, as we know, Gandhi's political practice is imbued with religious faith. He says this loud and clear many a time. I give you one quote where he says, "I approach politics as everything else in a religious spirit. Truth is my religion, and ahimsa is the only way of its realization." But it needs to be noted that, for one, religion for him was not organized religion, but dharma. And I am so grateful to my colleague and classmate, Kumkum Roy, for having gone before me and talked about dharma in a huge degree of complexity. Secondly, and this is as important, when necessary, Gandhi takes a very clear secular position. That is secular with a capital S and in the Western sense of the term. Let me give you two short quotes. The first is his statement, "Religion is a personal matter which should have no place in politics." The other statement was close to independence when, talking about the state which was going to come into being, he says, "I can only say that this India is not the India of my dreams. In the India for whose fashioning I have worked all my life, every man enjoys equal status, whatever his religion is. The state," he says, "is bound to be wholly secular." I go so far as to say, he continues, that no denominational educational institution in it should enjoy state patronage. Now, given this position, talk of religion in politics and yet a kind of as I said, a Western secular position too. How is it that terming Gandhi an anti-secularist, originally done, as you would remember, by Ashish Nandi and T.N. Madan, it's surprising how this continues on the basis of that one oft-quoted statement from Gandhiji, namely, if religion has nothing to do with politics, then I, for one, will have nothing to do with it. Coming to Gandhi's views on communities and nations and how religion is intertwined with this, he had made his position on this clear in the mid-20s itself, questioning the kind of distorted history writing that there was encouraged by colonial rulers, in which the past was presented as being ridden with conflict between Hindus and Muslims. Gandhi had clarified that his own understanding was, I quote, the two races lived at peace among themselves during Muslim rule. I think we can concede that Muslim rule a bit. An exchange with Jinnah in 1940. Now, this is very much after or in the wake of the Pakistan demand. The positions taken by these two principals were already clear. Jinnah said that for me, Islam and Hinduism are not religions in the strict sense of the word. I'm quoting him. Jinnah said, they are different and distinct social orders. And it is a dream, he continued, that the Hindus and the Muslims can ever evolve a common nationality. He went on to explain that Hindus and Muslims neither intermarry nor interdine, and that they belong to two different civilizations which are based mainly on conflicting ideas and conceptions. Counter to this was Gandhi's message that no, Muslims are not a separate nation. There may have been some Muslims who were foreigners to begin with many hundred years ago, but the bulk of Indian Muslims were converts. And he says this very clearly. I quote a sentence from 1940. He says, both Muslims and Christians are converts from Hinduism or are descendants of converts. They do not cease to belong to their provinces because of change of faith. In 1947, in the tumultuous month of June, when Pakistan was announced, he asserted this again in a different way. He said, religion is no test of nationality, but a personal matter between man and his God. In the sense of nationality, they are Indians first and Indians last, no matter what religion they profess. Very interesting words. Now, moving on to the religious roots or the religious context of Gandhi's political practice, I would just like to spend a few minutes taking up the example of fasting. Fasting, as you very well know, was a weapon in his political armory, which he used to very good effect against his political opponents. Seen by many scholars as being rooted in the Vaishnav Jain tradition, inspired perhaps by his mother's practice of fasting, especially during the Chaturmas, it would interest you to know, as it did interest me when I found this out, that by the 1940s, Gandhi is referring to fasting in Christian terminology, mostly with the phrase crucifixion of the flesh. Pyarelal at some point refers to it as the way of the cross, but let me quote Gandhi himself. Gandhi said, and I'm sure this will be very interesting. Gandhi said, fasting cannot be undertaken mechanically. One such act of perfect sacrifice would suffice for the whole world. Such is held to be Jesus's example. The idea is that you appropriate to yourself and assimilate the essence of his sacrifice, symbolically represented by the bread and wine of the Eucharist. A man who was completely innocent offered himself as a sacrifice for the good of others, including his enemies, and became the ransom of the world. He goes on talking about Jesus in this. He says, "It was a perfect act. It is finished," were the last words of Jesus, and we have the testimony of his 4 disciples as to its authenticity. In this period, Gandhi fasted many a time. He fasted in Calcutta in September 1947 to quell communal violence, where he explained this fast for the restoration of communal harmony by saying, "God has at least given me to work and die for communal peace." And his last fast in Delhi in the month of January 1948, when he was elucidating on that fast, the phrase he used for this was, he said, "I embarked on the fast in the name of truth, whose familiar name is God." It is important, I believe, to understand why Gandhi would refer to the Christian example of Jesus's crucifixion and not to Jain monks who fasted to death or broader Hindu beliefs which saw fasting as one of the ways to the realization of the self. The latter were perhaps rooted in the evolution of the individual, that is, a personal journey, whereas the sacrifice of Christ carried within it the redemption of the world. For Gandhi, too, fasting was a form of penance for wrongs committed mostly by others, but sometimes he felt by himself. He fasted not for personal amelioration, but for a moral transformation, a change of heart in others who were guilty of violence, intolerance, and worse. And yet at another level, he always faulted himself and his own practice of ahimsa for whatever was going wrong in society. This connection between the personal and the public selves, the individual practice of ahimsa and its critical connection with the political and moral terrain of public life, can be located within the Christian tradition that he so evocatively highlights. Moving to Noakhali, there are some slides here, which I'm not using them as a regular PowerPoint, but I will just request, Prerna and whoever else is dealing with it to just show you. So I will go on talking. You can just take a look at these. You can just move them slowly, as I said, while I talk. Moving to Noakhali, if there was one place which preoccupied Gandhi in the last year of his life, it was Noakhali. In 1946, it was a remote place in the farthest division of Chittagong in Bengal and difficult to access, especially after the rains. Hindu merchants and landlords who had made fortunes during the famine were the target of the resentment of Muslim peasants, which took the form of economic boycott of Hindus. But also targeted were the Namashudras. Gandhi spent 4 months in this area, from early November to early November 46 to early March 1947. One must remember one thing about the Noakhali upheavals. They were not merely riots. Noakhali presented to Gandhi a state of terror which had been assiduously fostered. Muslim communal groups were behind this. The leader was perhaps one Ghulam Hussain Sarwar, a peer turned politician who had given the call for jihad in Shahpur Bazaar on 29 September, upon which looting, arson, killing, rapes, conversions, forced marriages became widespread. Writing 13 days after the beginning of the riot, the statesman talked about 120 villages in 4 thanas in Noakhali, covering a Hindu population of 90,000, and nearly 70 villages in Chandpur and Faridganj thanas in Tipura district, with Hindu population of over 40,000 who were besieged. Now, just as Bardoli was a site for Prayog, a laboratory where Gandhi fashioned civil disobedience, Noakhali was a karma bhumi. Do note the words, for the working of ahimsa in Hindu-Muslim relations. Elsewhere, he described his stay as a pilgrimage. In an ideal world, I would have walked down the paths that Gandhi traversed in Noakhali in those winter months of 1946-47. As it happened, I could only make a fairly short visit in 2019. Our first visit was to Sri Rampur, where Gandhi settled down in virtual isolation for 43 days. He likened his action to that of a wise gardener who tries to raise up one seedling properly instead of broadcasting seeds in the wind. Having nurtured one plant, the process could be multiplied everywhere. This is what he explained to N.K. Bose, the scholar who was his interpreter. Gandhi hoped that by putting up with as much inconvenience as possible, he would gain entry to the hearts of Muslims. So he denied himself any comfort, help, association except the minimum, sent away all his associates, took to sleeping in a hut. And interestingly, a hut whose walls were charred, they were burnt. In another instance, he held a prayer meeting in the charred, burnt precincts of a devastated house. It appears to me that he was resurrecting the very site of violence rather than erasing it or the memory associated with it. This is different from the usual choices made by survivors of riots, as has been discussed by Veena Das in the context of her reading of the anti-Sikh riots in 1984. The first person we met in Sri Rampur, the first stop, was Abul Kalam, 85 years old, bare-chested, wearing a blue-checked lungi. Kalam recalled daily prayer meetings at which hymns from different religions were sung. Behind these multi-faith prayer meetings, which Gandhi held, was Gandhi's understanding that, as he put it, I just quote a sentence, mutual forbearance and toleration is the lesson I have learned from the Quran, the Bible, the Zen Devasta, and the Gita. The main hymn that Kalam remembered was Raghupati Raghav Rajaram Patit Pavan Sitaram, an invocation to Rama. It was popularly known in those days in Noakhali as Ramdhum. This hymn, recalled by Abul Kalam after so many years, along with Ram Nam, namely the recitation of the name of Ram, were offered by Gandhi to the Hindus of Noakhali to overcome their fear. He had earlier helped, and with great success, as we know, his fellow countrymen to overcome their fear of the British. The challenge before him now in Noakhali was, would he be able to help remove the fear of the Hindus, their fear of quote-unquote good neighbors, of unspeakable acts? The Hindus here were benumbed by fear when Gandhi and his followers reached. To quote Pyarelal, the faces of the victims were pinched and pale, and there was a scared, haunted animal look in their eyes. A woman came to Gandhiji's prayer meeting with a long bone of her murdered husband's body. Most Hindus had left their villages. Those who had stayed on had paid the price of conversion, marriage, forsaking of cultural identity, and most terrifying of all, silence. We can do no better than quote Pyarelal's account of Gandhi's visit to a deserted house, the site of killings. The school exercise books of a young boy who had been murdered were still open. Pyarelal writes, those that were not killed or did not run away were said to have been converted, including a deaf mute who by piteous signs showed the tuft of hair in a piece of cloth which had been removed from his head and to which he still clung. The gestures of this dumb boy were more expressive, perhaps, of the pain of conversion than any figures. Pyarelal wrote about Gandhi's visit to another village. I quote, Gandhiji stopped dead and stood in reverential silence for a few minutes as he came upon broken images lying scattered on the footpaths and among the ruins of the temple. More than anything else, it was, to use Gandhi's words, the cry of outraged womanhood which had beckoned him to Noakhali. The Hindu women here had faced conversion along with their men, but in addition, forced marriages. Many of these marriages were subsequently annulled on Gandhi's taking this up with the government of Bengal. Gandhi's answer to this assault on religious freedom was to uphold the right to practice one's religion, including adherence to visible symbols of faith. What strikes one was his acute sensitivity to religious identity and yet his remarkable freedom from bias or bitterness. Women who were afraid to wear sindoor or shankha bangles in public slowly overcame their fear, and we have instances now of Gandhi and his team being welcomed in the villages with Aarti and Uludhwani, the sound of welcome and festivity. Slowly temple bells were heard, as were the sounds of Hari Sankirtan. Coming to Ahimsa and Brahmacharya, Gandhi's practice of Brahmacharya continues to, as you all know, invite comment, criticism, indeed condemnation even today. Books galore come out every year in all their prurient detail. Brahmacharya competes in voyeuristic sensationalism with that other non-event of this period, the alleged romance of Edwina and Jawaharlal, with equally no effect on politics. The choicest of hate speech directed at Gandhi in social media, if you would look, centers on this. Why then do I take up Brahmacharya to discuss here? Because I find it to be an example of a creative reinterpretation of a traditional religious practice in order to orient it to a social purpose and a political end. Gandhi was convinced that the path to true ahimsa lay through Noakhali. He said, it is to demonstrate the efficacy of that way that I have come here. If Noakhali is lost, India is lost. Hence came the idea of a yajna, a sacrifice. Interestingly, not merely an experiment, not a prayog, into which he was to toss his weary body. In a talk in the end of November 1946, before he sent off all his associates and settled down more or less on his own in Sri Rampur, Gandhi mused. He said, do I represent this ahimsa in my person? If I do, then deceit and hatred that poison the atmosphere should dissolve. The solitude in Sri Rampur made for introspection into the apparent failure of ahimsa to bring about communal harmony. What does Gandhi say? Gandhi explains. He says, the reason for the present darkness lies within me. I find that ahimsa does not seem to answer in the matter of Hindu-Muslim relations. Was it the weapon of the weak as held by my critics? Gandhi continued. Or was it truly the weapon of the strong? The question arose when I had no ready-made solution for the distemper of which Noakhali was such a glaring symptom. And so, explains Gandhi, I set out to Noakhali to find out where I stood. To quote him again, he said, "I know ahimsa is a perfect instrument. If it did not answer in my hands, the imperfection is in me." Please mark this. The imperfection is in me. My technique was at fault. I could not discover the error from a distance. Therefore, I came here trying to make the discovery. I must therefore keep myself in darkness till I see light. God only knows when it will come, unquote. All the while pondering on what he saw as the failure of ahimsa, Gandhiji was of the view that this failure further mirrored the imperfection in his practice of brahmacharya. That's where he brings it down to. And from there emerged the idea of testing whether his practice of brahmacharya was perfect or not by seeing if there were any vestiges of sexual desire which were left in him. For this, he shared his bed with his grandniece Manu. As was his wont, Gandhi lived out his life in full public gaze, including the latest test of brahmacharya, contrary to the advice of some of his close associates who urged him to refrain from making it public given the delicacy of the subject and the context in which he was placed in Noakhali. Gandhi waved this advice away, writing in the Harijan about it and speaking about it in his evening prayer meetings. Clearly in his mind, there was nothing in it which warranted secrecy. In any case, there was no place for secrecy in his politics or in his life. Gandhi's brahmacharya, and this is the reinterpretation part, did not necessitate segregation of the sexes or abjuring the company of women, as was the case with some other practitioners. But there was more to it. Gandhi was not merely testing his practice of brahmacharya. He was trying to deploy the ultimate power of non-violence, to confront violence, to see how non-violence could be spread widely to others. Gandhi said to his associates on this issue, I quote a sentence, he says, "A reformer cannot afford to wait till others are converted. He must take the lead and venture forth alone, even in the teeth of universal opposition. I want to test, enlarge, and revise the current definition of brahmacharya, by which you swear in light of my observation, study, and experience." So, to underline this last part again, he is testing, enlarging, revising the brahmacharya, which was seen as a traditional religious practice, and, as I said, orienting it in a way which could have a significant social purpose for him. Another aspect that I would like to take up of Gandhi's practice in Noakhali is his Padyatra. After staying in Sri Rampur alone for 43 days, Gandhi sets off barefoot on a Padyatra of the villages, sleeping in a new village every night, in the hut of a poor villager, preferably a Muslim. His intention was to go among the Muslims unprotected, to live in their midst, and by showing his trust in them, help remove their distrust. Muslim villagers took to atoning for their actions by offering him hospitality. But he also faced hostility from Muslims. Doors were shut in his face, he was spat on. Leaflets were distributed asking him to go to Bihar, where Muslims were the target of Hindu fury, and yet he persevered. Muslims of Noakhali often avoided his prayer meetings. Sometimes they would just stand outside the prayer ground and hear what he said. If he invited them in, they would even come in. On one occasion, some Muslims walked out when the Ramdhun was sung. On another occasion, they did not join in the singing. To Gandhi, this was a sign of intolerance. of a kind which was behind the October troubles. Describing his Padyatra as a pilgrimage, again note the word, Gandhi had vowed to go barefoot. But here he found the paths were often covered with briars and deliberately soiled with excreta and glass. Gandhiji cleaned the path himself, setting the example for local villagers who then took to cleaning the paths before he trod on them. Manu, his grandniece, wrote in her diary, "The soles of his feet were softer than our palms and were pierced by thorns and became cracked." Before he set out to a village, Akla Chalo Re, Tagore's song, followed by hymns and Ramdhun were sung. In Manu's words, this was to give him solace when he came across the sites of burnt houses and strewn bones. A favorite hymn was Vaishnav Jan to tene kahiye, Peed Parai Jane Re. And Gandhi asked Manu to substitute Christian Jan and Muslim Jan every time Vaishnav Jan was repeated in the song Vaishnav Jan to tene kahiye. However, not all Muslims were unrepentant or hostile. Gandhi was even able to fulfill his wish to stay in the house of a Muslim. This was an act of great courage on his part. On the part of his host. In Nandigram, the Muslims promised in future to defend the temple in the village destroyed recently. In Murem, the Maulvi in whose house Gandhi lived told local Muslims that Gandhi had come to free them of the stain of having shed Hindu blood. Hindus and Muslims here joined in singing Ramdhun. On another occasion, at a prayer meeting in Fatehpur, the tabla, the musical accompaniment to the Ramdhun, was discarded so as not to offend the Muslims, and Muslims, as a result, joined in the singing. The challenge before Gandhiji in Noakhali, other than the ones we have talked so far, was how do you stand up for the Hindus without fostering Hindu communalism? A task doubly difficult because the activities of the Hindu Mahasabha and associated organizations engaged in relief work pushed towards a polarization of the situation. One of the workers who brought money and sindoor for the women of Noakhali was, very interestingly, Vishnu Karkare, who was later on one of the conspirators in the Gandhi murder trial. Gandhi, as we have seen, was extremely sensitive to religious sensibilities and stood up for the right of the individual and community to practice one's faith. Yet, he does not pander to their self-perception of being helpless victims who must build protective walls around their community in order to survive. He opposed the sensibility of victimhood and stood against ghettoization. A very important lesson for us today. His mission of peace helped the Hindus from falling prey to Hindu communal groups who were keen to exploit the situation. The wider import of his political action was that it was possible to work amidst the Hindu minority without playing minoritarian communal politics. In this approach, minority and majority became demographic categories only. They were not linked to permanent identities of majority and minority, or indeed to politics, majoritarian or minoritarian. If Gandhi answered Jinnah on the issue of separate nations, then the way he talked about the India as a homeland was a far cry from the Punya Bhumi and Pitra Bhumi of Savarkar's tract Hindutva. Speaking right after the announcement of Pakistan, Gandhi said, as a matter of fact, India is the homeland of all who are born and bred in India. Will the Muslim homeland live in isolation, he asked? Is not the Punjab as much the homeland of the Hindus, the Sikhs, the Christians, the Jews, and the Parsis who are of the Punjab? His Hinduism, one could say, stood out in contradistinction to the harnessing of Hinduism to communal politics by other political players, namely the Hindu Mahasabha and associated political groups. On the 20th of January 1948, some of you might remember, there was an abortive bomb attack at Birla House. And Gandhi's comment on this and on the young man behind it is worth noting. Gandhi said, he probably looked upon me as an enemy of Hinduism. After all, has not the Gita said that whenever there is an evil-minded person damaging religion, God sends someone to put an end to his life? And then, going on, he ends this statement by saying, this youth, this misguided youth, should realize that what he has done is wrong. And he concludes by saying, Hinduism can be saved only by my method. Many years earlier also, he had spoken out in this way about himself as a Hindu. And I just quote one sentence from here, where he had said in 1927, he says, there is at least one, he describes himself, I quote, he said, there is at least one man who has tried to carry out the precept of Hinduism to the letter. Very interesting. Now, of course, elsewhere, he explains that his Hinduism includes all religions, and it's a wide faith. It's a very broad faith. Now, the contrast that I'm trying to make here between the kind of Hinduism which is pushed by the Hindu communalists and the kind of very broad-minded Hinduism which Gandhi espouses, I think comes out most of all in that the speech which Nathuram Godse makes at his murder trial, where he says that if Hindus were not to be at the mercy of Muslims, then Gandhi had to be removed from the world. So he saw himself as that person sent out to save the world from Gandhi, what Gandhi had referred to. It is certainly ironic that the assassination of Gandhi, who has been described as the greatest living Hindu, should be at the hands of a Hindu who was keen to restore glory to Hinduism in free India. In conclusion, then, could we say that Gandhi's secularism was in a religious mode? After all, that is what he had said to the widows of Noakhali: have the courage to assert your faith. This, however, thinking about 1984 in Delhi, this was the anti-Sikh riots in which I had worked with an NGO which was engaged in relief work in Sultanpuri. When I read about Gandhi in Noakhali, what came to my mind is, would Gandhi have advised this, or would a secularist have advised this in 1984 in Sultanpuri? And what I'm thinking of are examples of Sikh men cutting off their hair to escape recognition and subsequent death. And the thought that was in my mind was that I doubt if even the doubtiest of secularists, and there were many there, would have suggested to the Sikh men that they should have the courage to keep long hair and wear turbans, the symbols of their faith. In fact, I would say that a certain kind of secularist would be quite horrified at what I'm calling Gandhi's choice of a religious way out of a communal conflict. Ordinarily, the healers of communal grift go about their task by stressing common points of reference of the two communities, or universal elements in all religions. Syncretic religious traditions, Bhakti, Sufi, get invoked in the belief that sharp definition of boundaries between religions underlie communal trouble. In the aftermath of the riots following the Babri Masjid demolition, I recall a citizens committee being set up in Okhla in Delhi, of which Professor Thapar was also a part, among many others. And one of the things which this committee did was to organize an Eid Milan and later a Holy Milan as some of the activities which would bring the Hindu and Muslim residents of the area together. Now, Gandhi's way was clearly different. Gandhi's secularism was nourished by his faith. Its roots went deep down to its universalist and humanist well. And for Gandhi, religion was constitutive of secularism. And in fact, that yields many an insight to us, I would suggest. And what it puts before us is the need for a positive creative relationship between religion and secularism, especially in the context of the struggle against communalism. I think Gandhi has a lot to suggest to us today, particularly when I was writing parts of this essay on Gandhi. This was in the aftermath of the Bhumi Pujan of the Ram temple at Ayodhya. And there were articles in the newspapers, some of you might recall, which kind of sparked off almost a debate on secularism, with the Mahatma being invoked from all sides and positions being taken in favor of a religious language of secularism, as well as against religion having any place in the public sphere. And Yogendra Yadav took the line that secularism has been defeated because it doesn't speak the language of our religions. Whereas Pratap Bhanu Mehta took, though interestingly, he began his piece by calling himself a devotee of Rama. When he refers to whom he calls the last genuine devotee of Ram in modern India, Gandhi, then Mehta says very clearly that we cannot have the politicized public sphere taking religious seriously. So what's interesting for me is, and I end here, what's interesting is that Gandhi's message from Noakhali would fall into both the self-critical secularist argument about speaking the language of religion and speaking in the vernacular, but it would also fall within that formulation, the other formulation, which is about religious freedom for all and letting each person discover the law of their own being. And this is what I think is absolutely, to my mind, wonderful about Gandhi, that he doesn't give you any clear answers. You may go looking to him. He had no specific model of communal harmony which we can pick up and adopt. But I do believe that journeying with him, whether in Noakhali as I did today or elsewhere, allows us to observe closely how he goes about his task, unafraid, attentive to the strengths and weaknesses of his people, with his unsteady feet on the single bamboo bridge, which was so typical of Noakhali, but always with a firm grip on the reality. Gandhi offers no easy answers, but by following him, by walking with him, one may find one's own way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sucheta, for a very fascinating account of the 1940s, your special working with Gandhi. I think that this work is both scholarly based on your detailed research of that period, as well as very much thought-provoking. And the two questions that you have raised regarding Gandhi's view on religion and regarding how to solve an existing problem, communal problem, at that and in the sight of the trouble. So these two questions are very important, and I have something to comment on these two positions. First of all, you have very interestingly stated that Gandhi's religious position was his own created inspiration for religion. And I would like to draw your attention to one very important fact, that everybody knows that Gandhi was a practicing Vaishnava. And once upon a time, some people actually asked him a question that what was about the Tulsi Kontis, the Tulsi Konti that he usually wore during his earlier days. Then he said that I have not left my Tulsi Kontis have left me. It's a very, very interesting thing that because of all the practices, sometimes he could not do, but his mind was with this. So this was actually the inspiration. But the more important question was this that you have made, that when Gandhi made that Padajatra in Noakhali, you stated that the main challenge to Gandhi was, how can you stand for Hindus without speaking for Hindu communalism? That was a very, very important question. And that question can be recreated even later on, your own experience in 1984 or in 1992 during that period. So this is a very, very important question. And I will slightly differ, but ultimately I will be in your favor, that when you say that Gandhi did not give any clear answer to this question, I will rather say that Gandhi probably gave a deeper answer to this question, which we could not understand. So that is my position. But then there may be other questions which Mahalakshmi will tell you, because this is a very fascinating account that you have made. And another point, I think I would support you, this working with Gandhi, that when we judge Gandhi, we should not go by his writings only, by his deeds. That is Gandhi's own statement. Even on his writings, he said that if there is a difference between his earlier and later writings, follow the later writings. That was his position. And so this working with Gandhi is actually following Gandhi in his deeds, not only his writings. So that is very, very, I think, not only thought-provoking, but also paying, I would say, in historical research.
So very briefly, Maha, if I can just say something on the last part. But thank you, Arunda, always for very insightful comments. On this last thing, I think, you know, there is a point that you are making where you know, I would go along with you about the text, about his life being his text, being his message, and about his saying that always take the last thing I have written. For me, consistency is not a virtue. And here I just wanted to say that as historians, we're a little better off than actually the greatest disservice to Gandhi has been done by what are called the Gandhian philosophers, the philosophers, you know, who write on what they call Gandhian philosophy. Because, you know, that's what happens, you know, it becomes like tenets, no? So without understanding how it has developed, so it becomes like a list of tenets, which he has said something at different points, and they are put together like teachings or sayings. So Gandhian philosophers and Gandhians also have done great disservice to him by straitjacketing him, you know. So they also have gone by what he has said rather than what he did. So I think this point is very well taken. And about Hind Swaraj, I wanted to add that perhaps to my mind, the greatest problem is because we take Hind Swaraj as the quintessential Gandhian text. Everywhere, whether it is it is a very important document, but it came very early on. That's why I said at the beginning of my talk today that it is obsolete. By this time, it is obsolete. So otherwise, I could have done a very easy talk on Gandhi and Indian civilization for today by looking at Hind Swaraj, because Gandhi has given a whole critique of Western civilization and built a whole picture of what the Indian village should be. But if I take that as Gandhi on Indian civilization, I would be making a terrible mistake, because that was not the sum total of what he said.
Thank you. May I, Professor Bandyopadhyay, with your permission, present the questions that have come up in the chat boxes. Bratati Hore has a very interesting question. The heartlessness of the state was manifested after December 1947, when, according to the agreement arrived at by both India and Pakistan, work started on the rescue and rehabilitation of abducted women. By then, a number of them had become spouses of their abductors, and some had even become mothers of their children. Some had not wanted to be rehabilitated, but the state had assumed the role of guardian of those women. What was Gandhi's role here, if any?
Well, obviously, you're mentioning a period of December 1947. I don't think there would be any scope for Gandhi having a role here. I have not come across any reference to this particular issue, but in general, this is not a problem specific, Bratati, to Bengal or to Noakhali. This was a very big problem on the western side also, in Punjab, where many more women, they were in thousands, they all, I think together they came to, if you counted both the eastern and the western side, they were almost close to 1 lakh, I think. And this was a very big problem. My own take on this is a little different from what Urvashi Butalia and Ritu Menon and Kamla Bhasin have written, where they see it as a patriarchal state which is imposing its views on these women. I think that's a little too simplistic. And because when we, from the oral histories, have seen the reactions of the natal families of these women, that is their fathers, their mothers, their sisters, the brothers, there are many instances where they have wanted them back, wanted these girls back. However, in the popular cinema, I'm referring to Pinjar, and I'm referring to Khamosh Pani also. But somehow the impression, this is the impression now which is generally given, which is that the women had made peace in their marriages and therefore did not want to come back. As I said, if you look at range of oral histories, and also if you look at the creative writing, the fiction on partition, Jamila Hashmi, a very famous writer of Urdu, who wrote a very moving short story called The Exile, which was about such a Sikh woman who was abducted, had a child, had a daughter, doesn't come, but how the dilemma that she faces. The word exile comes from, she sees herself as Sita, who is in exile. She is with Ravan. So, she hasn't made peace. She doesn't make inside somewhere. So what I'm saying is that this matter is a very complex matter. There are two sides to it. We cannot only see it as that the state imposed its views. After all, there were women like Mridula Sarabhai, Anis Kidwai, Kamla Ben Patel, Rameshwari Nehru, and other social workers who spearheaded this whole effort of rescue and rehabilitation. And not all were of the kind who trod ruthlessly over the wishes of the women. I think we need a lot more work at the ground level, to see the issue in a more complex way. I would just, I know I'm very conscious of the time, but if I'm permitted one sentence here, being a partition refugee, coming from a partition refugee family, one of my uncles went across as late as 10 years after the event to recover his sister, and who then came away with him, and she made a new life for herself in Delhi, and we never knew about her past or anything for 30-40 years till that happened, till in the 1990s, when I was writing on partition, and a friend of mine, Swarna Iyer, came to do her research on partition of Punjab and was looking for people to interview. And then my mother talked about this. So there must be so many such stories which are out there waiting to be recorded. Thank you for the time you've given me.
Thank you so much for that. Is there time for one more question? There are two people who are asking a similar question. One is Ashraf Ali. He says, is Gandhi's idea of Ramarajya to attract the majority of Hindus in India? Did the spread of the idea of Ramarajya bring distance between Indian Muslims and Gandhiji? And Virendra Dillon puts it in another way, and he says, is pluralism or Hindu ideal the essence of Gandhi's view of Indian civilization?
Well, the last question first. Certainly pluralism is Gandhiji's ideal of Indian civilization. About the first question, I would beg to disagree. I think Ram Raj was just a name for utopia that Gandhiji used. There was no religious thing to it more than that. And also, do remember that in the villages of UP, the Muslim peasants knew the chopais from Tulsidas. They knew what Ram Raj meant. When they heard Ram Raj, they understood it to mean utopia. The Muslims did not understand it to mean a Hindu Raj at all. There was a big difference. However, this was, Professor Salil Mishra is here. Maybe he can later come in on this at the end of the session. Not now, I mean later this time. Of course, it was an issue which was taken up by the Muslim League for propaganda. They whipped up this idea that, look at Gandhi, he says Ram Raj, that will mean Hindu Raj. That was the propaganda. But ordinary people did not, whether Hindu or Muslim, did not understand it in this way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Actually, we are out of time. So I think we have other questions, but we'll keep them on hold. And maybe I'll pass them on to Professor Mahajan. And, she can have a discussion. We have the email IDs of these participants.
Or at 6 p.m. if you have time. Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
So can we go to the last speaker now?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. So thank you, Sucheta, for your interesting presentation and very interactive session that you have led. And we shall questions are there, and we shall discuss later on other questions.
Thank you.
Now it is my privilege to invite Professor Deepak Kumar, my long-standing friend, who was a professor of History in Zakir Hussain Center for Educational Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He was very famous for his book Science and the Raj, but very few people knew that he has worked also on the various kinds of science of agriculture, science of medicine, and also science of environment, and now a proponent of a theme called HISTEM, History of Science, Technology, and Medicine and Environment, all these things. And Deepak will speak today on the scientific temper probably, and reason, I think reason and the ideas of science, both in the past as well as in the present. And I should also mention that Deepak's one of his latest book actually is an autobiographical journey, which is called Trishanku, where he has explained the entire generation of the intellectuals throughout India, from Eastern India down to Northern India, how they changed over time during this post-independent period. And probably in his presentation today, those questions will also come. So Deepak.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to the Indian History Congress for the opportunity. All my friends, I'm grateful. We are meeting at a very difficult time, and that makes it even more significant. I'm also reminded my first attendance at the Indian History Congress, 1975, the era of emergency in Aligarh. And I vividly remember on the dais, it was written, where the head is held high, Tagore is quoted. And that was a constitutional crisis we were facing at that time, 75 emergency. Today, we may not have a constitutional crisis at hand, but we have civilizational crisis. Even more. Now, I'm not very comfortable with meta-analysis. I can't go for, those very profound philosophical discussions on civilization, culture, etc. My friend had just talked about Gandhi. Gandhi would describe civilization as achar, conduct. I have no problem putting vichar also in it. Vichar, achar together make civilization. There are many people who have talked about it. I'm reminded of a Nigerian laureate in his novel, The Famished Road, talks about civilization as an unending road. And that too famished, keeps eating people. All the actors, historical actors, become ghosts gradually. And they tend to forget also. We also tend to forget our past. Sometimes we try to recast it in our own image, and we try to play God, which is probably not proper, and which would go against what one may call historical temper, along with scientific temper. Another word which comes along with civilization is culture. A philosopher has defined culture as sweet temper. Cultured people are considered to be very sweet. But I would rather like to replace sweet with scientific temper. This is what makes. Yeah. And of course, culture is the essence of civilization. There is no doubt about it. Before I go a little deeper, my apologies, I do not have any PowerPoint, so do bear with the incoherence which is inherent in my presentation. Now, my friend had just talked about Gandhi, very stimulating. So why not I begin with Gandhi and then go back further, whatever I crisscross. What did Gandhi think about science and technology? Rationality. He's taken as a man of religion. Was he a man of reason? Yes. And I would not dismiss his Hindu Swaraj as obsolete. No way. He kept working. He kept evolving, no doubt about it. But even in Hindu Swaraj, was a very considered opinion, thoughtful. I remember when I first read him in 67 or so, I thought Gandhi Baba is gone. It's something which was quite anarchical. I wouldn't appreciate his condemnation of everything: technology, machine, legal system, medical, doctors, everything. But it is only much later that I realized he was not against machine per se. He was against the greed that machine generated, or the machine civilization hidden. We all know Gandhi with in his loincloth. But we should also keep in mind, remember, that he always carried a watch, pocket watch. That was there in the what his pocket watch? Machine. And symbol of, in a sense, modernity. He was very particular about time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, he would count. So it is not that he was not a modern man, he was entirely modern. But certain things he did, he emerged out of his own experiences. So Hind Swaraj is essentially his own experience, and he doesn't talk about science. Seldom he writes about science. Doesn't even use the term technology. He uses the term machine and machine civilization, of course, which he goes whole blast against it. One occasion when probably he visited Indian Institute of Science, 1927 or so, he was taken around, no, even later, 1937. He was taken around the laboratory and, he kept quiet. When he came out, he couldn't utter a word. The students and teachers of Indian Institute of Science pestered him. Why not say? He said, look, you are doing a great job, that's all. But people asked him, say something more. Then he said, tell me, I have only one telescope. How will it affect the poorest of the poor? Then a student told him, sir, we do cosmic ray physics. It has nothing to do with poor. So Gandhi immediately asked him, but it is the poor who pay you. Again, the retort came, no, it is the Tatas who have instituted it. They fund, or the government funds. We don't. Then Gandhi argued, even the Tatas selling salt or whatever, they collect money from the ordinary. Everybody, the government, the companies. Now, there was no satisfactory answer to this question. To what extent cosmic ray physics at that point of time would be found relevant to serve the poorest of the poor. But by asking this question, Gandhi introduced a notion of accountability, social accountability. A scientist cannot even today claim that he lives in an ivory tower. You give him money, that's all. It's one thing that today, we take so much pride in ISRO, whatever, atomic energy and so forth. So one blast here, that blast there, and all the patakas going on, or one vaccine and this, and we are aware of. But this doesn't entitle them to, number one, not to explain what is going on. Ordinarily, people have a right to know what's going on in the name of technicality or science being technical. You cannot hide your. And second, that the poor have a equal stake. They are the stakeholders, not only the state or the highly qualified technical people or the corporates have this stake. Everyone has this stake. So all this you will find in seed form in Hind Swaraj. So Gandhi in that sense is relevant. And it is not that. And he's not anti-science. He's against scientism. He's against technological determinism. But not technology per se. He was carrying clock. He was moving in train. He used automobile, of course, given by others. But and he even once agreed to get himself operated. Appendix. वो मिट्टी डालते रहते थे लेकिन कुछ हुआ नहीं वो तो कराना पड़ा. So it is not that he was opposed to. Now, leaving Gandhi here itself, I propose to move back by arguing that reason has been intrinsic to India's civilizational history. You don't need to do chest thumping to claim. Of course, the distant past appears more romantic. It interests you. Near past troubles you. Therefore, near past you always condemn late medieval India or whatever it is. But ancient past you can always glorify. You don't have to do, chest thumping like gorilla to claim that you had so much of knowledge and you were Vishwaguru or whatever it is. But there is no doubt that Indian civilization did produce outstanding thinking and outstanding thinkers. You have the whole Sankhya tradition, where the creator is not there. Creation is a process. You have Vaisheshika. You have a lot more. Professor Habib yesterday talked about Upanishads, Vedas, and Satyakam, Jabala, pursuit of truth. Unfortunately, this truth became little mingled with complicated relationship with the Varna system. So if Satyakama says that he is the son of a lady who didn't remember whom she had slept with, he was very truthful. Guru Gautam immediately he said, "Oh, he must be a Brahmin because we are so truthful." So truth and Brahmin, they go together. This is something difficult to digest. But this was there. We need to also keep in mind that there are numerous terms in our ancient texts, which my friends who have worked on ancient India and have a knowledge of Sanskrit much better than mine would notice there are terms coming almost all the time in many texts. Yukti, Tarka, Anvikshaki, Anveshan, Anumana, which is inference, and of course Pramana. Pramana has been asked many places. Pramana is what makes science science. All these terms we find. It's not that they were not rational people, they were not asking questions. In Upanishad, of course, it is the Brahmana is the ultimate reality, it's not a caste. It's a reality. And the quest for truth is there, no doubt. But in that quest of truth, Pramana was also asked. Not only that, it was said, Kvachit kale pramanam, a pramana which is true only for a particular time, not forever. That means knowledge moves through falsification. Kvachit kale pramanam. Not eternal. Pramana couldn't be eternal. Up to that point. So even if Aryabhatta says something, this was true up to a point. He said, Prithvi chalati, shanai shanai. But that doesn't mean that he knew about gravitation. He knew the whole elliptical process. No. He hints at it. Knowledge limitations has always been there. The civilizational progress this is how the knowledge develops, moves. Look at medicine. It emerged out of incantations, mantras. It took several centuries and finally becomes Yukti Bheshaja. Yukti Bheshaja. This must be a fascinating journey from incantations to Yukti Bheshaja. Aryabhatta is praised as Yukti Nidhi. Bija Ganita, the knowledge of algebra, is taken as Avyakta Yukti. Avyak, where unknown variables are being treated. Avyakta Yukti, and so forth. Numerous examples can be. In Upanishad, you have soul as the Purusha. But Charak makes Purusha Sharir Mulak, body oriented. In Upanishad, it is not body oriented. But in Charaka, it becomes Sharir Mulak, physical. And he pays respect to the Brahmins and the cows in the beginning. Even today you do this, and inside he writes so many things. All kinds of non-vegetarian soup is recommended for this jwara or that jwara. We all know about, that beef was taken and so forth, the Buddhist and the Brahmanic traditions on meat eating and so forth. But in Charaka, he prescribes all this as a medical man. In the beginning, he saves his skin by paying respect to the cows but when he moves further, here is a proper medical man who goes with pramana. Sucheta talks about hundreds of surgical instruments, he mentions, gives even figures. And there is a very interesting concept in Sucheta Samhita which people have so far not worked, is that of mutual interrelation. Paraspar sansaragat. Second is mutual interdependence, which is paraspar anugrah. Anugrah. You oblige each other, paraspara. Third is mutual interpenetration, which means basically the term is paraspar anupraveshat. Today we talk of interdisciplinary knowledge, etc. This is what it is, interdisciplinarity. And when all these are taken together, then this is how Panchabhutas run the universe. This is how. Another interesting term on which we haven't worked, I think friends who specialize in ancient India should think over, a very interesting term, which I am unable to expand properly at the moment, but I would like to be enlightened later, is the use of the word term swabhava. Swabhava of many things. Swabhava. In nature, all kinds of actors which are there, they have this kind of swabhava, that kind of swabhava. Humans, polity run through swabhava. Many things, swabhava is a very interesting word. And it is a scientific term. Nature doesn't mean only culture. Swabhava is probably a key to culture, understanding culture. किसका क्या स्वभाव है? धर्म में भी स्वभाव है. Or the way it distinguishes, or the way it discriminates, all this will come under swabhava. Another point which quickly comes to my mind is, in our society, which some of my friends say polite society, I don't say, it has been a pretty violent society, but anyway, even if I agree it was a very polite society, we seldom went for sharp break with the past. So paradigm shift in the Kuhnian sense, probably we miss here. So the way we advance knowledge is not by writing only canonical texts. Some of them became canonical, Shastra Sammat Gyan, like Charaka or Sucheta, or many others, Goladhyay, so forth, but also by writing commentaries on it. So you have Mimamsa, you have Tika, Tippani, all kinds of texts. Every generation wrote hundreds of texts being written, commentaries being written. And there is some give and take in those commentaries. Some addition, some subtraction. This could have been even better, but we didn't go for the jugular vein. We rather accepted what was handed over to us. And that is how, by 4th century AD, we have Puranas becoming canonical texts. And if the Puranas become canonical texts, Shastra Sammat Gyan, who will go beyond Rahu Ketu story? Who would dare to debunk it? Very difficult. So you have in 6th century, hello, are you listening, sir? So you have in the 6th century astronomers, Brahmagupta, Brahmasput Siddhanta he wrote, Varaha Mihira. Brahmagupta knew that solar eclipse takes place because of the shadow of one falling on the other. But he immediately withdrew. He said, no, this is not true. If the Puranas says it is Rahu who has done, then it must be correct. Because Puranas are Shastra Sammat Gyan. Even today you can't blame it. I have taught at Kurukshetra University every year. There was a huge mela on this solar eclipse, And most of my physicist friends, even who have read a lot of astronomy, but with rings in their finger, they would observe. They would observe fast and we do it. This is where culture comes. But scientific temper goes for a toss. So you have a huge a parampara of, there is no doubt about it, of writing commentary. So you have Chakrapani Dutt, you have Bhagavatta, and many other Ashtanga Hridaya, and so forth. Till 19th century, till even 20th century, I'm sure that some commentary is being written even now by our traditional scholars. Alchemy comes around 10th, 11th century. However, I don't want to go into the details of astronomy and so forth because that would consume a lot of time. I have to come quickly to the modern time, which is my area. This is only to set the background. The status of knowledge, scientific knowledge, was considered to be so advanced that an Arabic scholar from Andalusia, 10th and 11th centuries, Syed al-Andalus, writes in his Tabqat al-Ulum that India was a mine of wisdom. He says that Indians, they are dark in color, but they are not like Habshis, they are not like Africans. They are very intelligent people. This is just before Al-Biruni writes his. And Al-Biruni, you see, he's a scientist. He spends time here, he learns Sanskrit. He criticizes Brahmagupta for towing the Brahminical knowledge, despite knowing the real truth, scientific truth. He criticizes Brahmagupta. There is a chapter on mathematics, there is a chapter on astronomy and so forth. Kitabul Hind is remarkable. And then he says that here, unfortunately, you can't argue with the Brahmins because they think they know everything. And in India, knowledge is something like that, Ratnas, gems are mixed with cow dung. It is still there. Gems are mixed with cow dung. अभी कोरोना में बहुत लोगों ने गोबर लगाया अपने ऊपर. गौमूत्र and cow dung, we still. So it has been, there for centuries. We didn't directly benefit. Of course, Ibn Sina's Al-Qanun came to us, but we didn't directly benefit from the Mustalite tradition, which Perso-Arabic territory, culture area had developed. We couldn't produce an Ibn Haytham who worked on optics. He comes very close to Newton, sir. There is a difference of 6th century. But both are very, very close to. Al-Razi, many others. We couldn't. Of course, by that time, we had already started building huge temples, Chidambaram, then Tanjore, Brihadeshwara, later many others. So Sthapatya, we were going ahead, no doubt. But in knowledge architecture, there was something missing. And by 12th century, when we receive Islam, it is the post-Ghazali Islam which we received. There was some problem, there is no doubt about it. And that is why many people describe this period as a period of stagnation or whatever it is. Pramatanas Bose, many others talked about it later in 19th century, to which we may not agree. But post-Ghazali Islam had its own problems. There is, because it was theological Islam, which comes to us. Mustalayat Islam didn't. Had Mustalayat Islam come here in a big way, things might have been little more. However, interaction took place, and as my friend Rezavi showed in terms of architecture, that a composite culture did develop. So you have Majma Diai, you have Mia Bohwa's Madanul Shifa, Sikandar Shahi, 16th century. You have lots of books, compositions, where indigenous traditions and Unani and Arabic traditions merge, they come together. In fact, the Brahmins and the Mullahs may have fought, but the Hakims and the Vaidyas seldom fought. No, they didn't fight. No instance. Bimaristans are established in 16th century for the first time. Shershah Suri, GT Road, he established Bimaristan, the concept of hospital. It's very interesting. Texts were written where they borrowed each other's language. You come across a text called Hikmat Prakasha. You can understand. Hikmat Pradipta. Nadi Pariksha was there. Mutra Pariksha comes this time. And of course, some of the Europeans had come, Goa, etc. So we received Farangi Rog also. They interacted with our Vaidyas in Konkan region. And of course, texts were written on which a lot of work has been done. There was one little civilizational loss which we had is, even though we talked in terms of region, Yukti was there. But our ancestors, very brilliant forefathers, they were looking more for Mati than Yukti. Mati is wisdom. And for wisdom, Adi Shankara himself says that it doesn't come from Shushka Tarka. Dry reasoning will not give you Mati. You need, what then you need is Anubhuti, experiential knowledge. Ab experience to sab koi nahi kar sakta. Everybody can. I can always claim yesterday I had met Goddess Saraswati. She granted me this boon. If I say this, how can you counter me? No way. It's my Anubhuti. This is what Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, Paramahans. Why Kali is not visible to me? Why she comes only to you? And Paramahans laughed. He said, look, you are not fit for it. You have to elevate yourself. Now this experiential knowledge section cannot be experienced by everyone. We are ordinary people. हमारे यहाँ तो आज भी होता है. कोई भी बाबा क्लेम करेगा वो तो रोज स्वर्ग जाते आते. I was looking into Rajendra Prasad, some of the tracts in Bihar State Archive, where, in 1950, he was such a bright man. He wrote this Divided India. Oh, he was a brilliant man. But, he was in touch with a guru, and he is seeking explanations from guru. And guru that guru is a tantric guru, actually, from Sivan or whatever it is. And he would seek his advice. Nehru wants to throw me out. What do I do? How to deal with Liaquat Ali Khan. All this he's asking his guru. And the guru says that, I've seen that. It is all in President's stamped letterhead. Where the guru says, जब से तुम मेरे शरण में आए हो, तुम्हारी रक्षा करना मेरा धर्म है. और मैं सूक्ष्म दृष्टि से सब देखता हूं. This is what in Hindi, right? सूक्ष्म दृष्टि से. और मुझे तो ऊपर नीचे आते जाते रहते हैं, so I have to look after. Now, how do you explain this? ऐसे आज भी बहुत सारे लीडर होंगे जो जाते हैं, एस्ट्रोलॉजर सब जानते ही हैं आप लोग, और क्या क्या मिसेस गांधी के टाइम में बड़े कौन स्वामी लोग थे, बट एनीवे. So rationality has not always been, unfortunately, our forte, and therefore we missed on producing people like Leonardo da Vinci or Harvey or Newton, etc. What we had instead is socio-religious reform movement, on which all of us have worked, right from Adi Shankara down to Ambedkar. It is social engineering which is important, not the real engineering. Vishkarma is our lowly god, isn't it? Even in medicine, who knows about Ashwini Kumar? No doctor will have Ashwini Kumar in his... Nobody. Dhanvantri? No. They are lowly gods. So our gods are those who do not work with hand. No, not fingers. They are very relaxed. Anyway, so by the time 17th, 18th century, things definitely had become, if I don't want to use the term degenerate, but there were people who were writing Kabutarnama, Murganama, and so forth. But there were some who immediately took advantage of what the East India Company was going to offer, and they tried to. Moreover, our travelers, we didn't have the tradition of traveling to other parts of Europe and very far off places. We went up to Istanbul, etc., Aleppo and Jerusalem, lekin we didn't explore further. While they came here, explored us more. So 16th century, 17th century, you have, so many travelers. Right from Ibn Battuta too, you have so many travelers commenting on us. We didn't go. We should have. Then we would have probably known more. One person who could have started some kind of a scientific revolution, but who missed it, was Raja Jai Singh. He was a great, great scholar, no doubt, a prince in true sense of the term. He establishes a school of astronomy in Jaipur, which is something like a royal school of astronomy. He brought people from different parts of the country. But he couldn't go beyond the Indo-Islamic astronomical tradition. Jesuit fathers had given him a telescope. He used it, he looked at it, but didn't find it. No, he was happy with the astrolabe tradition of medieval India. Astrolabe. Jai Singh he had not heard of Copernicus. It was not possible for him because there was no one who had gone that far. Copernicus himself was accepted almost a century later by his own people. So Copernican revolution we missed. A lot more we were going to miss. So I argue that our enslavement as a colony lay in the logic of history. It was not because of one Sirajuddaula or Sirajuddaula ki jagah agar Akbar bhi hote, great Akbar, then also we would have been defeated, isn't it? Just imagine. So poor Sirajuddaula, I won't blame. It is because we had lost the cutting edge knowledge. And if we lose it today, we lose again. We will lose it again. This has been there. You to prosper, you need to put premium on knowledge. We always tried it, but this premium on knowledge was caste-ridden, was very limited. And that too not cutting edge. P.C. Ray, a century ago, wrote a book called History of Hindu Chemistry, where as a sociologist, he dissected. He said, look, this is all because of the Varnashram. The people who used to think, they were confined to the Garbhagriha of the locality, the village. And those who used to work with fingers, they were put to the margins, outside the village. They couldn't work together, theory and praxis. There was a sharp disjunction between mind and finger. Even today it is. Look at our IIT products. They work, they sell insurance, they work for Deutsche Bank and so forth, isn't it? 70% of them become salesmen. They have nothing to do with mechanical engineering or this engineering or that, nothing. I know them. They are my own children. I couldn't convince them. Who takes to research? No, IIT is not a research institution. It's an undergrad college, that's all. Highly, Mahima Mandan ho gaya, uska to ho gaya. Everybody is dying for it. And what are we earning for? All these Bangalore, Hyderabad, Cyberabad, Gurgaon or Salt Lake, these are all, for a dime they work, which would cost $1 in US, they will work for a dime. They are techno coolies. Another thing which comes to, don't take me seriously, but another thing which comes to my mind is, we are a society which played with stone and marbles. My friend showed me कितने खूबसूरत टूम बनाए. ठीक है यार, बड़ा मकबरे बनाते रहे. कोई मंदिर बनाता था, कोई मकबरा बनाता था. बनाओ. और ताजमहल बना लिया, उससे क्या हुआ बताइए? टूरिज्म के अलावा तो उसमें कुछ नहीं. You get some money, that's all. What else? We were defeated by a glass civilization. कांच की सभ्यता ने मरमरी सभ्यता को हराया. We knew about glass. We used to make bangles even 1,500 years ago. We have glass beads. But we never developed it to develop optics, to make chashma. Telescope, microscope, ये सारी चीजें हम मिस कर गए. जहांगीर को तो चश्मा दिया भी था. He didn't look at it. Isn't it? He didn't look at it. We are a society, a culture where surma was more important. They put the coal. Iqbal also says, खारा न कर सका हमें दानिशे फरंग, सुरमा है मेरी आंखों का मदीना और नज़फ. खाके मदीना और नज़फ. तो आप खाक छानते रहिए, सुरमा लगाते रहिए. हार गए. यही मुसलमान हारे. इन्हीं को डिस्प्लेस किया ना अंग्रेजों. और बाद में फिर हंगामा हुआ. This all became civilizational crisis. Hindu-Muslim problem शुरू हो गया. पहले नहीं था. It was not there. All this began because of colonial intervention. They used the term Hindu, which is true. And Hindu word Hinda comes from Arabic. I came across, I was once in Jerusalem. A Jewish friend told me Hinda in Jewish language, Hebrew, it is called, beautiful eye of a deer. हिरनी की आंखों को हिंदा कहते थे. So maybe when the Arabs came here, they looked at our women, of course, खूबसूरत तो हैं, तो हिंदा हो गया, हिंदा से हिंदू हो गया. अब हिंदू से हिंदुत्व हो गया. What do we mean by Hindutva? Atwa of essence of what? Beautiful woman. Hinda in Prophet's time is a lady who was very cruel, and she was dark. She was known as Hinda. In ancient Egypt, medieval kingdom, there was a princess called Hinda. Is it that Hinda which becomes Hindu? No idea. But these days, people in social media will come across Hindu term, वो ढूंढ देंगे वेदा में भी. It was there. Sanskrit word है. वो बना देंगे तो प्रक्षेपिता में कुछ भी हो सकता है. प्रक्षेपिता में you can add anything. That it was there. Who will check? How do you argue? But the point remains that we missed because we put more emphasis on karma kanda, ritualism, less on yukti. Had we been true to our very ancient philosophers, we would have. In 19th century, of course, people tried. They wanted both. Rajan Gurukkal. That is the beauty of. That is why he is a pioneer in that, because he could go beyond. He understood. He inherited both Indo-Islamic culture, internalized it, analyzed it, and then came out with his Brahmo movement. Later, we missed Vivekananda, early modern, Tagore. Yesterday, Professor Habib forgot to mention Tagore, so Professor Bakchi asked him for this. Why did you? Tagore, of course, is eternally rational person. And all the boundaries built in Tagore. There are no boundaries. In Ghalib, there is no boundary. Sir Syed Ahmad wrote a commentary on 1855 on Abul Fazl's Ayn Akbari and sent it to Ghalib to comment on it. कुछ फॉरवर्ड लिख दीजिए, आजकल सब पहले भी होता था फॉरवर्ड लिखने का बिजनेस. तो Ghalib ने बड़ी saying with this 3 century old thing. Look at the British. They have come here, they are using steam. They are running steamer, jahaj. वो कलकत्ते भी आया था Ghalib बेचारे. And they are sending voice through without, with the help of a wire, telegraph. And you are still in Akbar's time. You are still in... And Syed Ahmad didn't reply to him. He didn't dare to go back to Ghalib again. No. Later, he himself became a great reformist. We all know that how he moved and established the college in Aligarh. So this dilemma continued. It continued till Gandhi. I began with Gandhi. I come back. One of the few persons who could resolve this dilemma were people like Meghnad Saha, who had a deep social commitment, conscience, and who was himself a scientist par excellence, and a political activist like Nehru, who had failed as a scientist, but who was in love with science. I also failed as a scientist, that's how I became a historian. But I'm in love with science. I know that this has the crucial scientific thinking, scientific temper, scientific explorations. This is what makes one's life very, very useful, rewarding in many things. This was Nehru. Definitely Nehru. And Nehru argues with Gandhi several times, 1945 also. Nehru says, sorry, I beg to differ with you. And Gandhi keeps pressing with his denunciation of machine culture. National Planning Committee 1937 onward, they produced so many things. So Nehru, National Planning Committee, people like Vishwesvaraya and many others, they had a vision of the country. To what extent we have been able to fulfill is a matter of debate. It should be taken up later. Post-independent India is entirely another area to which I will not enter right now. I would also say, I would only end by saying that our civilizational growth had been exceptionally interesting, very complex, but something we missed somewhere. Even today we see the same fallacy coming up. There is a Sadhguru somewhere in Coimbatore who talks of inner engineering. Look, inner engineering. And he comes to JNU, gives convocation address. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? This is what is happening now. We are regressing. We are going back. You invite a modern Vishwesvaraya who says no. And you are yourself an engineer. Talk of real engineering. Talk of amelioration of our problems. This vaccine is probably engineering, of course, commerce, engineering plus commerce. But we need that. We are all looking forward to it. And it is all import-based. We have to look to others. Why we have to look to others? Why not within our own institutions? What has gone wrong? Why not within our own institutions? So, something did go wrong to which we should be aware of. When I'm critiquing, I'm not critiquing from the European Eurocentric perspective. No, it's my own critique, self-criticism. Gandhi also indulged in self-criticism. Many people indulge in self-criticism. They always. And there is nothing wrong in it. If you muzzle it, then you are doomed. If you accept everything that comes in the name of faith, astha, then we are doomed. I'm not saying that you accept everything that reason gives. Even excessive emphasis on reason also can become dogmatic. So I'm not in favor of scientism or technological determinism or environmental determinism as much as on economic determinism. This determinism must be put under certain control, as Rumi the Sufi said about religion, tie the leg of the camel. Oont ka ek pav mando. Tie the leg of a camel. This is true for religion. You have to tie it, you have to control it. It will remain. Similarly, many other things, fallacies will remain. Astha will remain. Reason will also remain. They have to coexist. And they can coexist best in a democratic setup. In a totalitarian sultan at the top, you cannot have this. This dialectic will die. It will be muzzled. In a totalitarian system, it will not work. Democracy is the best guarantee for scientific temper. Democracy is the best guarantee for rationality. And therefore, we should work to strengthen it. And I take this opportunity again to thank you. I traced it from 1975 Aligarh session of Indian History Congress. That was constitutional crisis. Today we have even more worse, more time. But there is always a light. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Look for it. Look for reason. Look for analysis. Look for the great things our forefathers had done. But the mistakes, the great mistakes they had also committed. Both together. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Not bad. 50 minutes ho gaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak, for a very fascinating account of your own research, but in much anecdotal terms. Here, very, very good. And if I try to structure your argument, I was always trying to structure your argument, then actually two main conclusions will come from your account. One is this, that of course we had a very rich past, and we are doing very well in certain areas. And till 6th, 7th century, we are doing it. Then after that, there are certain missing elements. Even with the Islamic influence, these missing elements did not die, could not be removed. 19th century was a brilliant attempt to rectification. Even at the end of it, these missing elements remained. And in the meantime, of course, the Eurocentric scientific progress that we call as a model, that progressed phenomenally. In this, of course, in this account, it could be slightly global also, because if you compare the Indian experience and the Chinese experience, even if Nidam is to be believed, after 15th century, 1450 onwards, particularly, the decline in the Chinese science also came. So that was not only merely an Indian thing, but also a global thing. And there may be something, the root may not be in India, root may be in Europe. Maybe something spectacular happened there which did not happen here. The missing element, your missing element. So that actually still haunted us. I have a question, not regarding this. The question is that you have very critically analyzed India's scientific tradition, particularly till independence, not after independence. So as a result, you have not talked much about Nehruvian scientific temper, etc., which was more or less very much prevalent in the post-independent period. But one thing is this, that Bichar and Achar, in the very beginning, you made this statement, Bichar and Achar. And in this Bichar, actually, the argumentative Indian we excelled once upon a time, but because of certain, again, missing elements, we do not know that this P.C. Rai's explanation of the decline of Indian chemistry through the caste system has its taker, has its critics also. You know that. So it may not fully explain the whole thing. So my question is this Bichar. Even in this Bichar, for example, you have eulogized, for example, Sankhos. But you know, Vidyasagar criticized Sankhos. A very interesting thing happened. You know that you have, some people have said that Nyaya-Mimamsa, for example. So Nyaya-Mimamsa can be very dry logic, but can also be used very creatively. So these things were there. Even Charvakas, you know that inference and Anuman. But Charvakas did not accept Anuman. You know that, but without Anuman, how can you progress in the logical exercise? You cannot. So you can make a very critical analysis of the entire Bichar part of it. But as far as the Achar part of it, we can criticize the present in the way the present thing is going on. But is there any society which can be completely devoid of Achars?
No.
So that is a very important point. So Bichar and Achar will continue, and we must develop a symbiotic relationship between Bichar and Achar.
Now,
so this is my minor comment, and there may be some questions, and Mahalakshmi will.
I just reply to you, my friend. Just 1 minute. In China, you have given the right example. There, unfortunately, it was not Confucianism, but it was the Mandarin system which killed it. You know, in China, you have all the basic 9th, 10th, 11th century things came out: paper, printing, compass, everything. I visited China a couple of times, and when I went to museum, in Beijing Museum and in Xi'an, my God, I didn't have that much time. It would have taken me 1 week. It's so big compared to our National Museum, 10, 20 times big. And the amount of technological artifacts presented there, and the description on those technological artifacts, it would take, So I was absolutely impressed. I'm not impressed with today's China. You have lots of totalitarianism, expansionism, etc. We are more scared of them nowadays. But very impressive 10th century China, 11th century China. Compare it with that India. That's different. Number two. Number two is in Europe also. It is thanks to Calvinism. Without Protestantism, this couldn't have developed. It was not Catholic Europe which produced a Da Vinci or Harvey. It was another Europe which produced. Darwin himself is a devout Christian, Protestant. But look, he comes out. Mid-19th century. He comes out. It's such a huge revolution. It affects us. It has affected all the Semitic religions. But of course, for the Hindus, वो तो हनुमान है ही, हमें problem नहीं है उससे to come out of Vanara. Or for evolution also, Bankim says that it is Dashavatara. From aquatic form, Matsya Avatara to Krishna Avatara, we have evolved. So this is evolution. Now, the poor Darwin would have committed suicide had he heard of it. Such explanations. But it didn't. His idea of natural selection, people in India didn't take up. Natural selection is different from evolution. Even before Darwin, many people had talked about evolution, Lamarck and others. But Darwin's real contribution is how nature itself selects. This, the root one can find in Sankhya also, where there is no creator. Creation is only a process, keeps on going on. J.C. Bose talks about it. Vidyasagar criticizes, but J.C. Bose is in Sankhya tradition. And you know, he's an interdisciplinary person. He's a physicist, becomes plant physiologist. These are very interesting insights we can do near more carefully. But it is true that we missed places. We missed what happened in 1520. Mao has no match to the Renaissance that took place there. And in China also, even today, there are no match for this reason. China has no mandala. They are atheists. When I ask people, nothing, we have nothing to do with it. They are all robots. In terms of per capita. Very powerful. They are in the so you learn also from them. आप उसका पुतला जला लो, but he was a highly learned man. In Kamban Ramayana, you know how it is Ravana who performs the Purohita at Rameshwara, knowing that it will lead to his destruction. He goes above his self. Ram doesn't.
Now, there may be some questions from Mahalakshmi.
Yeah. There are two questions, sir. I'll pose them both to you and you can take them together. The first is by Shashwat Bhattacharya. How can one understand the IACS? That is, for those who may not know, the Institute for Cultivation of Arts and Sciences and of Culture and Science. Sorry, for the cultivation of culture and science. And the question that is asked is that, was this an attempt to mix culture and science, or is it to be considered as an institution for scientific research based on the Western model? The second question that is posed by Akash Ganguly, a master's student from Ambedkar University, Delhi, is about the context of Gandhi's question about the relevance of cosmic ray physics in the lives of the poor. Where would you place the process of undertaking scientific endeavor for a specific motive, in this case, bettering the lives of the poor, within the overarching and limitless process of undertaking scientific endeavor for its own sake in the pursuit of truth?
Thank you. Knowledge for the sake of knowledge is extremely important. Why am I studying history? People ask me, what does the society gain from you? I just keep quiet. I like history. I read it. I think over it. I write. If you don't find anything useful, thank you very much. So a scientist would say that, okay, I do it for the benefit of it. Is in a sense, it is satisfaction which you there. But because it involves a lot of money, because government paid me salary for 40-45 years, that makes me accountable to the society. Society has a right to ask me what kind of history I have done and how it is useful to the society. I have a duty, obligation to explain it. If I'm a physicist or a chemist or an atom explorer or a space researcher, I cannot say that I live in ivory tower, number one. Number two, I cannot argue that my language is too technical, you wouldn't understand. This would be again Brahminical, that Vedas cannot be understood by anyone else other than the Dvija. This cannot be done. This is not acceptable in a democratic system. So Gandhi was right asking that question. To what extent? Social accountability. Today we talk about social history of science. Social history doesn't mean only Kartabhajaj and Brahma Samaj, Arya Samaj. There is a social history of medicine. There is a social history of technology. Mobile you are using all the time. You know, enormous social impact it has. It's a social tool. You know it. But it is a technical artifact. Runs on the basis not of a marble chip, but glass chip. So all this taken together, you will see Gandhi was right in asking. Second, as you rightly say that, what was the second question? I forgot.
was about the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science.
Now, cultivation. This is a very interesting term. You cultivate culture. There is a culture of science, and science needs to be cultured also. You have to cultivate it. Culture is an interesting word, you know. You culture it. So, science needs to be cultured, to be encouraged. Scientific temper needs to be cultured. Take to the masses, talk about it, and then people will get it. Acculturation takes place. And there is definitely a culture of science which talks about how to perform, how to do. There's a method of doing science. Science is not, you know, that anybody can claim anything, whatever you want. I can claim anything, what it's. No. Science is not theology. It is not theology. In faith and theology, you can claim anything. But in science, you can't. Therefore, there is a culture of science. There is a method of science. There is a way of doing science. People, when I use the term colonial science, my friends criticize me saying, oh, you know, laws of physics in New York is the same as it is in New Delhi or in Kolkata. How can you say this is colonial, that is not? In Kolkata, it was done under a colonial framework. So Asiatic society began as a colonial institution. Therefore, colonialism cannot be dismissed completely. No. The way even today science is pursued in MIT is different from way it is being pursued in IIT Kharagpur. Why? खाली आपको MIT बोलने से तो नहीं हो जाएगा ना. MIT के पीछे तो इतिहास है, संस्कृति है. Many other institutions. Harvard has, you know, this has different things. Stanford, Caltech, all this you talk about. People ask me all the time, oh, we haven't produced a Nobel laureate. कहाँ से हो जाएगा ये कोई ऐसे laboratory में you can't manufacture Nobel laureate. You can't do that. The people came close to it. There were many who came close to it. G.N. Ramchandran you may not have heard of. In 1950s, he is one of the arguably the finest scientists original produced in India, G.N. Ramchandran, whose Ramchandran map is still, you know, textbook thing. He didn't get Nobel Prize, so what? But we haven't patronized them, we haven't encouraged them. In the name of science, what post-independent India is seeing, and even independent India saw, was technology, railway, telegraph, industry, mill. Today it is ISRO, atomic energy, or Pokhran. Pokhran is more not science, it's technology, it's explosion. Science is something very fundamental, sir. Science is what brings us together today. Look at the platform. Science is which runs electricity, the bulb. Today the whole planet is all bulb. Flight पे जाओ ऊपर तो नीचे बल्ब ही दिखता है. 150 साल पहले बल्ब तो नहीं था. Who created bulb? We didn't do that. We are going for imported technology and then going for military purposes, going for mostly security reasons. This has its own limitations. It is important. Technology demonstration is important. But sir, there is a difference between science and technology. They are two sides of the same coin, maybe, but still they are different. There is something called cognitive science. There is something called cognition. It has its own method, its own progress, its own, you know, gene. Let us encourage that also. I'm all for technology. Tell karo. But all this is imported technology. All this is imported. We didn't create this. We are the consumers. Millions are using it. So what? We didn't create it.
So
the laptop I'm working with, I didn't create it. So you need to keep that in mind. Thank you. I think I've taken a lot of your time.
Thank you, Deepak.
Yes.
Thank you, Deepak, for responding to all these questions. I think, Mahalakshmi, should we now call Burton Cleetus for his comments, concluding comments? Or
Yes,
shall I end this and then he will say?
You could give your concluding comments and then Burton will give a summation of the entire webinar.
Okay. So I have nothing very special to conclude here, except the fact with which I began to chair this concluding session of this webinar organized by the Indian History Congress. I was delighted to note that civilization was the MOOC theme, and I was particularly delighted for this because of the fact that in sister disciplines like sociology or anthropology, return of culture has become a very, very important thing nowadays, return of culture and the civilizational approach. But this civilizational approach is far more comprehensive than merely the cultural studies, because cultural studies give importance only to culture and nothing more than that. Indeed, in this context, I will comment on Deepak's very interesting point, and also Mahalakshmi's point, that this Indian Association for Cultivation of Science. Why they said cultivation, not culture of science? Because you know that long ago Niharanjan Rai made these two differences. This cultivation is Christi and culture is Sanskriti. And Christi has something to do with agriculture or something like that. It was directly connected with that Deepak was pointing out. So in any way, this comprehensive civilizational approach had its own benefits because it gives adequate importance to culture, long-standing cultural issues, without ignoring the socio-economic formulations. So that is a very, very important thing. And I have noted that throughout these 2 days, yesterday and today, around 100 people are always listening to this session. Now it is 6 o'clock, so now it is maybe a little bit less, but that is not the thing. It is a success. The venture that Mahalakshmi it is highly successful. It gave us much thought, much food for thought, and much thought also. And I think that some of the questions that we discussed here are important, and some could not be discussed, and this will continue to be discussed in subsequent deliberations of similar types in the not only virtual but also real conferences of Indian History Congress. So with this, and with great thanks to all the speakers of this present session as well as in the morning session, I end here. And then I request Dr. Burton Cleetus to make certain concluding remarks of the entire webinar.
Thank you, Professor Arun Bandyopadhyay. 2 days, for the last 2 days, we had interesting discussions about various aspects of what you call as civilization and culture. Primarily at a time when the whole question about civilization is at the forefront, and civilization is somehow presented as something that is homogeneous, something that is not in dialogue with anything else, but something that is closed. So this Indian History Congress, being the main platform for historians in India, we took up this issue to basically deliberate upon, to make reflection on what a civilization is. And we had interesting papers, interesting discussions on the papers and so on. And we started off with S.C. Misra lecture by Professor Mrudula Mukherjee on the farmer struggle, which is one of the major issues that we are facing now. And when farmers from Punjab, they mobilize on the borders of Delhi and they are on strike, they are at the borders in thousands or maybe in lakhs. They are raising important questions. That's what Professor Mukherjee's lecture, she highlighted, that this is not something that is a confrontation between a state and the farmers now, but rather it has a longer past. It is a longer past during the colonial time itself, that the relation between the emergence of the state in a modern sense of the term, and that the state as trying to negotiate, as trying to decide, as intervening into the rights of the farmers and trying to decide or trying to force them to cultivate one particular kind of a crop or another. So this kind of a confrontation has its own past, and this is central to the a longer history, not just in the present. And that when farmers strike, it's again, they go beyond their own identity. That's what interestingly Professor Mukherjee was trying to argue, that they go beyond their identity. Rather, they go beyond religious, caste, or other kinds of narrow sectarian interests to have a larger solidarity or issues of nationalism and so on. So in a certain sense, they are striking against the changing notions of the state, changing demands of the state, and there is a larger political economy to that. So we had in the inaugural lecture, Professor Irfan Habib touched upon the questions about civilization. He basically gave a blueprint about the entire webinar, which is to be unfolded for the last 2 days, where he tried to argue that basically he argued that if there is something that is essential of Indian civilization is more accommodative, more tolerant, more cosmopolitan in its nature, where he tried to argue on the light of Ashoka as the quintessential man who could represent the ancient Indian past. And then he goes on to the medieval time, where Khusru and others, even into the modern time, that there is irrespective of all kinds of differences. The differences had coexisted, as that would be the essential premise within which Indian civilization could actually rest. Then you also have Professor Shereen Muswi, who basically looks at the medieval period, who argues about Akbar and how the Islamic state or the Mughal state that was established in India was in a certain sense, it developed its own uniqueness, where it moved away from the so-called fundamental Islam to a more accommodative Islam, where in Akbar or in Humayun or any other kind of Muslim rulers, Islamic rulers, we find them to responding to the larger nature of the Indian subcontinent, developing its own unique cultural practices and state policy within the subcontinent. And you have Syed Ali Nadeem Rezavi, who basically gave a brilliant paper on the Islamic architecture, where he also speaks about he reflects on different kinds of architectural structures that prevalent across the subcontinent, and by using these as sites, he tries to argue that he of course has its relationship with Central Asia, but it also borrows heavily from the kind of architectural domain that is there, in terms of paintings, in terms of even though plants and animals are actually seen as un-Islamic, they all found their way into the Islamic structures. You also have Christian depictions of Christ and Mother Mary and all. So it's a more openness. There is the element of openness was always there in the architecture, and it's not that there is one kind of architecture. Where he says how the minarets evolve, how the domes evolve. So there is an evolution of even in the Islamic architecture over years. Then we have papers from Professor K. M. Srimali, where he brings in Ambedkar, he reflects on Ambedkar, and to try and argue that Ambedkar was probably the only one or the major Dalit leader who actually went, while social reform was a concern of everybody, he goes into interrogating the various ancient Hindu texts in order to understand how caste functioned there, and to critique and to offer a thorough criticism of the kind of caste divide that exists within the ancient Hindu texts. We also have papers by Professor Rajan Gurukkal and Selva Kumar, where Professor Gurukkal trying to engage with the archaeological remain, tries to argue that even within one archaeological remain, we have overlapping different layers of material culture, but there is some kind of unity among the different archaeological remains that are there. He also tries to argue that material cultures has to be understood. Archaeology has to be understood in terms of its technological uniqueness rather than in terms of its place, in terms of and rather than in terms of its place specificities. And Selva Kumar, in his paper, he basically speaks about the hunting gatherers to basically say that they are not really some kind of an immobile category of people who are tied to a particular kind of a fixed social system. Rather, the hunting gatherers also becomes part of trade, or as agricultural spread, they extend there's a nature in their occupational patterns. There's a change in their occupational pattern. Then we have Professor Kumkum Roy, who basically engaged with Mahabharata and gave an interesting presentations on the questions of dharma and the values of different personalities in order to depict what dharma means within Mahabharata. And we have Professor Aditya Mukherjee, who engaged with the writings of Jawaharlal Nehru, where Nehru, in his discovery of India, he tries to engage with the past, and he critically engages with the past. He tries to look at how the Indian past was more cosmopolitan in its nature, and where we need to reread. Basically, Professor Mukherjee's argument was that we need to read to understand Nehru in order to, at a time when everything that Nehru represented in terms of a composite civilization is under severe attack at its present time. We also had a paper by Professor Sucheta Mahajan, who basically engaged with the life of Gandhi in a detailed manner to try and understand that both through his writings and through his actions, we have to understand the significance of its of coexistence at its present times. And lastly, we had the paper of Professor Deepak Kumar, who engaged with Indian past to understand the question of science within Indian tradition, where his own example of the bangles, which I heard from him years back, that in Indian tradition people made bangles, knew the making of glass, but it wasn't really, they did not really develop telescopes and so on. So there is something that is missing, something that is, there is, the rational inquiry is there, but it's been covered by by certain other things. So
Burton, please unmute yourself.
The question of civilization and the essential element of civilization. Is there an essential element of civilization keeps repeating? Or there are multiple trajectories within that civilization? And what dominates is an unending question which keeps coming back every time. Thank you, all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Burton, for summing up the proceedings over the 3 sessions of the webinar and also bringing in the Professor S.C. Mishra Memorial Lecture. It has indeed been a very fruitful exercise. The vote of thanks is a ritual, a necessary ritual, but also in this case, a celebratory one. This is, as I had mentioned right at the beginning, and as all of you who are members of the Indian History Congress would know, the first time it is an initiative that was taken primarily because of the extraordinary circumstances that we find ourselves in. And the difficulties is something that were quite overwhelming, really, when the webinar format was first proposed by Professor Syed Ali Nadeem Rezavi about 2 months ago. I was not very sure that we would be able to pull it off, primarily because of the digital divide that we face in this country. And I think that that is a reality that we have to acknowledge. We know it, those of us who are teaching, we know that our students have such difficulties. I'm sure that those who are teaching themselves they also face those kinds of difficulties in terms of access to the internet and also perhaps to gadgets. So it is in that sense that that this digital divide was really quite a frightening reality, and one was wondering how we would be able to deal with it. But I must say that once we got a response from the EC members, it seemed that we could proceed on this, that we would not be over ambitious, but that we would also like to make a mark, because we are the Indian History Congress. Rather than have 1 lecture or even 3 lectures, we thought that we should have a webinar, a conference kind of format. And that is why we came up with this theme of Indian civilization and requested some eminent scholars to come forward to speak. I must also acknowledge that all the speakers, every speaker was most gracious in accepting our invitation. Even those who expressed reluctance expressed it primarily because of their fear of technology, their fear of not being able to handle the platform that we would be using and so on. I must therefore begin by acknowledging all our speakers: Professor Irfan Habib, Professor Shireen Muswi, Professor Aditya Mukherjee, Professor Rajan Gurukkal, Professor K.M. Shrimali, Professor Nadeem Rezavi, Professor Selva Kumar, Professor Kumkum Roy, Professor Sucheta, Mahajan, and Professor Deepak Kumar. Without your wonderful lectures, this webinar could not have happened. It would not have been such a resounding success. So really, thank you so much, all of you. I'd also like to thank the chairs, Professor Amiyo Bagchi, Professor Indu Banga, and Professor Arun Bandhopadhyay. Each and every one of them was so engaged during the sessions over which they presided. Their comments were absolutely important, of great significance, of great relevance in terms of highlighting issues that we as an organization were trying to bring to the forefront when we thought of organizing this webinar on the theme of Indian civilization. So I'm so very grateful to our chairs for really supporting us wholeheartedly in this endeavor and performing this task of chairing these wonderful papers in such an efficient and effective manner. Thank you so much. It is my very pleasurable duty to thank Professor Amiyobakchi, the President, who has been a pillar of strength. He would have finished his term by this time if things had gone as planned, as scheduled, but that was not to be. He has never expressed any reservation about stepping in and about doing whatever was request was placed before him. So I'm so grateful to him for that. Professor Keshavan Veluthat, our president-elect of the 81st session, was equally gracious. As he very rightly pointed out yesterday, he hasn't really taken over as the president, but he still came forward, offered his valuable time, and also made some very insightful remarks while chairing the session, the Professor S.C. Mishra Memorial Lecture, which was delivered by Professor Mridula Mukherjee. I'm sorry I forgot to mention, but a big thank you to Professor Mridula Mukherjee for her excellent talk as part of the S.C. Mishra Memorial Lecture. Our vice presidents, Professor Irfan Habib and Professor Srimali, have always been very supportive. They have given their advice when asked, and they have really been there, particularly because we did face certain kinds of issues in the course of thinking of how to take things forward, and I would really like to thank them for that. Our joint secretaries, Professor Dayanand Roy and Professor Bodh Prakash, have also been very supportive. And of course, our treasurer, Dr. Burton Cleetus, has always stepped in whenever I've requested him to do so. So thank you all so very much. Our sectional presidents of the 81st session. So again, the 81st session hasn't really happened, but they have always responded when I have emailed them, when I have made certain requests of them. Dr. Malini Adiga, Professor Ishrat Alam, Professor Salil Mishra, Professor Margit Koves, Professor Bishnupriya Basak, and Professor Sudha Pai. Thank you all so very much. All of them have attended all the sessions, and I'm so grateful that you participated so wholeheartedly in this online IHC event. The members of the EC also have been extremely supportive. One found that, we had suggestions coming in and I had to run it through the EC over email. Often I was not able to call up people individually. Despite all of this, our EC members have been most gracious and most supportive. I'd particularly like to thank Dr. K.K. Mandal, Dr. Hitendra Patel, Professor Tejimala Gurung, Professor Shyamnarayan Lal, Professor A.K. Ghosh, EC members who have actually attended this entire program. Others have also attended on and off, and of course, some of the EC members have also been speakers, like Professor Shirin Musvi and Professor Rezavi. So really, thank you all so very much for this. I would like to thank the participants and the viewers. I think that you would be pleasantly surprised to know that our recorded proceedings that we uploaded yesterday at about 6 p.m. Have had about 5,000 hits so far. 5,000 viewers have viewed our recorded program, and we have an IHC YouTube channel. I take this opportunity to invite you all to subscribe to that channel and to like the videos there, to post your comments there. It would really be a step forward in making the Indian History Congress more visible in this digital world. Finally, I would like to say that there are limitations of technology. There are many, In fact, the issues of connectivity is one such thing. Problems with live streaming, therefore, which comes up because of this. Even if I have an office that is running with me that is able to create the platform, there are so many of our speakers and chairs sitting in their homes who may not have the same kind of access. So there have been glitches. And while I have apologized for these earlier, I must also admit that it was really beyond us. It was beyond our control. So I would like to thank our participants and our speakers. We were grappling with turning on mics and muting ourselves. And then not knowing that the camera is not turned towards us. And of course, we are all living in very bustling households. We have family members, we have dogs, and even parrots in the background chirping away. But nevertheless, I think we all understand that these are difficulties that are inevitable, that we do not really have control over. So I really thank all of you for putting up with all of this. Of course, let me end on this note. There can be no substitute for a regular congregation. The IHC eagerly looks forward to the organizing of our annual session, the 81st session, in the regular mode in 2021, hopefully in the first half of the year. On that optimistic note, I wish all of you a very, very happy new year. My best wishes for good health and happiness in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.